trying not to shout as much now. And there's some toilets through there for anybody who needs to hurry out at any point in the day. We have got some amazing speakers, and our first speaker is Emma Nunes, our I knew I'd get your title wrong, our Executive Director of Nursing, Midwifery and AHPs, and Deputy Chief Executive. So I'd like to welcome Emma, and I hope you all have a good day.
Can you all hear me okay? I actually prefer team talk because I can't see you all staring back at me on that. So good morning, everybody, and welcome. As Liz has said, the first time we have done this one-team conference, which is Nursing, Midwifery and AHPs. We have got a fantastic agenda, but today's very much about celebrating the things that we have done and achieved over the last 2 years in particular. It's been a difficult time. And it's the first time we've all had a chance to come together and actually see each other face to face that isn't in a clinical area. So it's really great to see you all. I just want to do a little bit of reflection, but also a little bit of thinking around where we go next and what our next steps are as a nursing, midwifery and AHP profession. So it's really important that we work together on this. It is about a one-team approach. So it is the first time we've done this, as I've mentioned. Very happy AHP Day for Saturday to those AHPs in the room. And apologies that it wasn't on a weekday and we didn't get to do a full walk around the site like we ordinarily would. I'm just going to turn this slightly so I can see what I've written. So as I said, reflections over the last couple of years, where we've been, where we are now and where we want to be. I should caveat this presentation by saying I can't cover everything. I only have 15 minutes and I kept trying to make sure that I captured as much as I possibly could in these short slides. But it is very much about a celebration of achievements and a really clear focus on what we can achieve by working together. You'll see on the agenda that we are going to be joined by Dame Ruth May, who's our Chief Nursing Officer for England, and we've also got our AHP Deputy Chief here as well this afternoon, Steve, and some of Ruth's team. So the national context is really important when we think about where we want to go and what we want to do next. And thinking about that in the context of what we're doing at HDFT from a strategy perspective and what is our professional contribution to that and how we take HDFT to the next phase of excellence. I do want to just recognise we have got colleagues in our 0 to 19 teams who are watching this streaming, so I feel more comfortable talking to you guys because I can't see you. But it's recognition really that the bottom middle of that map is Harrogate Hospital. But this is actually the footprint that we cover. And often for those of us that work in the hospital, the outside world, if you like, is a little bit more invisible to us. But we've got a huge geography in terms of the populations that we cover and the opportunity to impact on the children, young people's lives that we care for in those 0 to 19 services and also in the adult community services and the integrated services that we deliver. It's keeping that in mind. So you will know that we launched our trust strategy with a really clear purpose as patient and child first, with some key enablers around best quality, safest care, person-centred, integrated and strong partnerships and great start in life. So it really does span the full breadth of the services that we deliver. As part of that, very recently, we've launched the clinical services strategy, which is quite broad as a strategy in itself, but it does focus very much on being a really excellent district general hospital, those focused services around emergency department, obstetric and midwifery-led maternity services, the core district general services, and the integrated services for growing older population. And we know that Harrogate has a larger than average older population. So we need to make sure that the services that we are delivering are in line with our population needs. And in that clinical strategy, there's a very clear focus of how these link through to those ambitions. So a key focus around frailty, a key focus around integrated care, at home, as close to home as possible. Clinical partnerships and networks, so that recognition that we are a small DGH. There are times where we will need to work with our partners and networks to build those clinical services that we don't deliver at Harrogate, but that we may be able to network and deliver through our services. And of course the children and young people services that we deliver to our 0 to 19 public health teams, as well as the maternity services as well. So I just want to do a little bit of reflection over the last couple of years. So I started in HDFT in April 2021 and spent quite a bit of time just talking to people on how it felt to work at HDFT. And a lot of these words were things that I heard. We don't have enough staff, we haven't got enough time to care for people, we can't give the time to care that we really want to, we haven't got enough time to manage, we're really busy and there isn't training and development need. So I just want to share some of the data of what's happened over the last couple of years. So this is a really busy slide and apologies you won't be able to see it, but we will share it afterwards. So the far left of this slide is April 2021, and this is our registered nurses and midwives vacancies. The red line is the vacancy position, so you can see that it started to reduce around the beginning of 2022, and then there was a big spike again in the vacancy position. Likewise with allied health professionals, we had a big spike around June 22, which was probably around the time where we'd had the Omicron variant and there was a lot of movement around staff. But the numbers are quite important for us to think about. So in April 21, our vacancy position was 3.84%. In September 23, our vacancy position is 6.1%. Now, that in itself you would look at and think, well, we've got more gaps than what we had in 2021. We've actually got 313.47 more whole-time equivalents in September 23 than what we had in April 21. So the numbers are really important to focus on. We are seeing a gradual increase in the allied health professionals workforce as well. We have a fully recruited maternity unit, which is probably one of the only fully recruited maternity units in the country. And our theatre teams are around the region sharing best practice around exemplar for recruitment and retention. So there's some really positives in there, and I'll just go on to explain a little bit around why the vacancy is as it is. So as an organisation, we have adopted the Safer Nursing Care tool as the methodology for assessing acuity and dependency of the patients that we care for, which gives us an evidence base around the workforce that we need to care for those patients safely. When we started this process, some of our wards in the acute site had a 50 to 50 ratio in terms of registered nurses to care support worker staffing model. The Safer Nursing Care tool guidance is actually a 60-40 split, so that has been changed as part of the review. The review and the ratio changes, what we are starting to see now is it's attracting a domestic supply of staff. So we've got really experienced nurses coming from other organisations because they can see that we do have more staff now and we are able to provide that care that people really want to come to work to deliver, and we know the impact that that has on staff experience. We've also funded the Band 7 ward management time to ensure that staffs are well supported from a management perspective and that they're able to then develop their workforce in those areas. So we've got lots more to do. That isn't the end of that. So we will run the Safer Nursing Care tool process twice a year, which gives us a good indication of whether our numbers remain right. There is a professional judgment element to that to ensure that we've got assessment of those numbers against the actual demand. We have got the emergency department one running through at the moment, so we've got the numbers, we are running through the process of that. Woodlands, so there is a children's Safer Nursing Care tool. There is one for community that we've been part of the national pilot for. The adult inpatients I've mentioned, and we've got Birth Rate Plus that we use for the midwifery staffing models, which will be running again in 2024. Also for 2024 is the outpatient services is an area that will be reviewed, and the specialist nursing teams. There isn't yet a developed model for children's public health services, but our 0 to 19 leadership teams are working with the national team, and Kate Pye is joining this afternoon on the agenda, and we will be able to work together to build that one nationally. Leadership, we've had some developments around the leadership of nurse and midwifery AHP. So Liz introduced herself this morning, who's our strategic AHP lead for the trust. Jenny Nolan, who's, I'm going to say this, but you'll have to wave at the same time. So Jenny's our Deputy Director of Nursing. Leanne Leakey is our Associate Director of Midwifery. We've done a review of our matrons' roles and responsibilities, and also the ward management roles and responsibilities as well, to just ensure we've got the allocated time and focus in the right way around professional leadership and development. We've also got a lead nurse for workforce, Brenda, who is on the Chief Nursing Officer Safe Staffing Fellowship. Lead nurse for learning professional development, Verity, I have seen this morning, yes. And our fundamentals of care team, so Vicky, yes, and Rebecca from a tissue viability perspective. So we've done quite a bit of work in building that leadership to support the clinical teams. Just an example of that, so from an allied health professional perspective, ensuring that the voice of the AHP is right through the organisation and sitting at trust board. That's just an example of the trust AHP professional structure now, with that really clear escalation through to board level. I just want to say a little bit around our campaign around international recruitment. So our international nurses are a real asset to us as an organisation, and between 2017 and 2022 we'd recruited 72 international nurses, so approximately 16 a year. We've had a huge drive around international recruitment over the last 2 years and more than doubled that. So 22 to 23 we had 40 international nurses started with us, and 23-24 so far this year we've had 38. We've got a further plan for 20 to arrive in November with their pins in February. So we are expecting up to 88 in 23-24, so that's 150 that have started with us in total, and only 12 of those have left. So we've got a 92% retention rate on our international recruitment, which is massive. Well done to everybody. This is hard work and effort for those who are working in the services as well, to support those international nurses, not just from a clinical perspective, but the pastoral support that's required to help them feel at home when they arrive here. And that's a really good evidence of how effective that's been. We have also recruited international allied health professionals. So we've got 10 international AHPs in 2023. 8 of those have started already. We have 1 podiatrist, 3 OTs and 4 diagnostic radiographers. And there is 3 diagnostic radiographers in the pipeline as well. And we've got 2 midwives, international midwives, that are also starting in 23, and 1 has gained her NMC pin this month. So the plan around recruitment and development, we will continue with that international recruitment pipeline as well as our domestic supply. We are deploying around 20 registered nurses to wards every 3 months. We have been supported with this by NHS England, who's provided additional funding to help us accelerate the international recruitment pipeline for nurse and midwifery and allied health professionals, and we will continue with that for as long as it's offered. We have online registered nurse and CSW recruitment events, and that's had really increasing success. And as I mentioned anecdotally, we've got people who are ringing up the organisation, asking what our staffing ratios are on wards, etc., because it's a real positive and a real selling point for us as an organisation to attract new and experienced staff. We had 10 registered nursing associates that have joined the Registered Nurse Top-Up programme. So they start in October and will be due to finish in February 25. So we had around 13 nursing associates when I joined in April, most of whom really wanted to be registered nurses. So we've supported that, and they are starting on that journey. And we have also offered 8 care support workers the apprenticeships for registered nurses, and they're due to start in February and complete in March 27. Just another example of work that has happened around workforce. So this is the AHP slide. We've got the similar for registered nurses and care support workers. The red graph lines on this slide are the agency usage. So we've spent a lot of time trying to reduce that, and some of the things that people will tell us is it's really difficult when you're working with temporary staff. You don't know the staff very well, they don't know the areas, and we would much rather have our teams together, working together. It's safer for staff, it's safer for patients. So you can see with the work that we've done around NHS professionals, we have a bank now with NHS professionals where we access any temporary staff that are required, and we are seeing a huge reduction in our agency usage, which just improves that experience from a staff and a patient point of view. And this is what we've seen from a care support worker perspective, so the elimination really of agency usage over the last few months. So impact on patients. We have seen a reduction in hospital-acquired pressure ulcers by 47% over the last 12 to 18 months. And this is why I said at the beginning it's really important that we just stop and look back at all the things that have happened. Reduction in community-acquired pressure ulcers by 27%. We've had no hospital-acquired Category 4 pressure ulcers in the last 14 months. We are seeing an overall reduction in falls and falls with harm. 80% of falls between July and August were no harm at all. Innovation and integration of the AHP workforce. So we are embarking on a pilot project with NHS England around rehabilitation and re-enablement, and working with our ARCH team, and the model that we have at Harrogate is a really critical vehicle for that. We have commenced an introduction of a risk rating assessment unit through our maternity assessment unit, which ensures that women are assessed in a timely way and seen quickly, following that assessment by medical teams. We've skill mixed workforce models in safeguarding in our 0 to 19 teams, which supports children and young people in those areas that I showed on the slide earlier around the geographical coverage. And staff experience is improving, so we can see through our impulse surveys, through our staff surveys, that people are more engaged at work, they feel happier at work, and people are telling us that when we're walking around, that it feels better, it's a better place to be, and we know that the evidence tells us how important that is from a patient and a staff perspective. So we've come a long way, but there's tons more that we can do together. So you will have heard that we are embarking on on HDFT Impact, which is our continuous improvement programme, and a key part of that will be accreditation and how we drive best practice models across all of our services. So that will be something that we will be developing in 24-25. Big thank you to each and every one of you in the room, and for those of you who aren't in the room, and for those of you who are working, because Jonathan did say to me this morning, who's running the hospital when all of these people are here? But it is down to you that we are seeing the impact of this. So it is not 1 or 2 people in the organisation. This is a massive collective effort. We are looking at developing and progressing with advanced practice. So Tanya Tordoff's in the room. She is doing some work around the advanced practice model and what we need at HDFT. We have not been a leading organisation in terms of our advanced practice, and it's certainly an area we need to explore. We would like to see some volunteers though for an annual event. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we haven't really done this before, but what we do want to do is do it every year. I think it's really important. We can see the look back and look where we have come to and things that we might want to plan for the following year. So if we can have nominations throughout the day for people that might want to be involved in that annual planning, that would be great. And also the ask today is very much around what does our professional strategy look like. We have a trust strategy, we have a clinical strategy. What is the nursing, midwifery and AHP representation of that? What is our offer from a professional perspective on how we're going to take that forward? And finally, enjoy your day. Today's a celebration. It's an opportunity to come together outside of the clinical areas, and it's about celebrating. And thank you to you all for taking the time to come today. So that is all I was going to say. I shall leave it there. Have we got the... Sorry, we've got a video, haven't we, for the next one, so...
So we're moving on to patient experience, Oliver's story. We have got somebody that's teaming into us to present next.
Yeah, so if I just do a bit of an introduction, I don't know if Paula is on the line yet. She might not be just... Oh, good morning, Paula. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you very well. Good morning, everybody from Australia.
So, Paula, I'm just going to introduce you, if that's okay. It's Emma here, and I don't know if we've got... is there anybody else on the line as well? Yeah, is Philippa, are you there?
Morning, everyone.
Morning, Philippa. Great, thank you. So I'll just do a very brief introduction. So Paula is OBE, is multi-award winning activist who's dedicated her life since the tragic death of her son Oliver in 2016 to campaigning for equality in health and social care for people with learning disabilities and autistic people. Paula successfully launched a parliamentary petition asking for the health and social care workforce in England to receive mandatory training on learning disability and autism awareness. As a direct consequence, the Health and Care Act 2022 introduced a statutory requirement that CQC regulated service providers must ensure their staff receive learning disability and autism training appropriate to their roles. The Oliver McGowan mandatory training on learning disability and autism is the standardised training that was developed for this purpose and is the government's preferred and recommended training for all health and social care staff. In this session, you will hear more about Oliver's story and just why this training is vitally important. I think Philippa's here as well from NHS England to support with that. So if I may, I will hand straight over to you, Paula and Philippa. Thank you for joining us.
Irrespective of whether you've got autism and learning disabilities, you have the right to the same level of healthcare outcomes as everybody else. Oliver was great fun. He was just full of life. He was an absolute joy and pleasure to be around. Oliver had high-functioning autism, which made his autism not always obvious to people that didn't know him. They started to speak in medical jargon. They all spoke over him, so he was sat down and they were stood up over him. And they made the situation far worse by making him more frightened. Sadly, Oliver had made it very clear in A&E and in the ambulance that he was not to be given antipsychotics because they made his brain go funny and his eyes go up. And we said that ourselves over and over again to all medical doctors, nurses, that he was not to be given those medications. Words that were used were, his brain is so badly swollen, it's coming out the base of his skull. So I was sat down one day and I just thought to myself, well, actually, what was the catalyst of Oliver's death? And it was clear and simple that the medics didn't understand autism and learning disabilities We can't expect doctors and nurses to suddenly know how to do these things if they've never had the training. To me, that's not acceptable and it's unreasonable. Things have to change. We need equality for all people. And, you know, irrespective of whether you've got autism and learning disabilities, you have the right to the same level of healthcare outcomes as everybody else.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for giving up your valuable time to come and attend this morning. The Oliver McGowan mandatory training on learning disability and autism for all health and social care staff is named after my teenage son, Oliver, and I would therefore like to spend, some time telling you a little bit about who Oliver was as a person, what happened to him, and exactly why his training is just so vitally important. But before I start, I would like to reassure every person attending today that Oliver's story is not about pointing fingers, it's not about blame, but it is about all of us coming together, working together to try to prevent further avoidable deaths like Oliver's from happening over and over. But please allow me sometimes to tell you about who Oliver was as a person. You know, like all new parents, from the moment Oliver was born, we knew that he was special, and our love for him was just overwhelming. Now, Oliver was born a month premature, and at 3 weeks of age, he developed bacterial meningitis, and of course, he was very ill. And we were told by the doctors that they simply did not expect him to survive. But Oliver, you can see him behind me, against all the odds and many months of hospital treatment, Oliver's strength and determination shone through, and he began to recover, and as always, with that beautiful, heartwarming smile that everybody was drawn to. People who encountered Oliver warmed to him, and they couldn't resist spending time with this baby. There was something about Oliver that drew people to him, and this lasted throughout his whole life. Now, as a result of an infarction or a stroke caused by the meningitis, Oliver was left with a mild hemiplegia or cerebral palsy, focal partial epilepsy, a mild learning disability, and later on a diagnosis of autism. Oliver's disabilities did not hold him back. He had the most amazing can-do attitude. He actually played for England FA development football squads, so he's playing for England FA. He was a registered athlete and was actually ranked 3rd best in the UK for track 200 metres. He was a member of Team Bath and was actually being trained to become a Paralympian. He was a natural leader and he became a prefect at school. He attained and passed several GCSE and BTEC examinations. And later on, he went on to attend National Star College in Cheltenham. And their opinions of Oliver were really complimentary. They were writing how friendly and kind he was. They talked about him supporting other students who were far less able than himself. They talked about his wicked sense of humour and the aspirations that they had for him to start a sports course at a local ski centre. So, as you can see, Oliver brought so much happiness and fun to our lives. He always saw the best in everything and taught all of us how to look at things differently. He would often challenge people's biases and prejudices. He never failed to light up the room with the sound of his laughter. He wants to make everybody happy, and my goodness, he did his best to achieve that. Now, despite his limitations, Oliver never complained or asked, why me? He just accepted everything, and as always, like I said, with that smile. His courage and enthusiasm was just inspirational. Now, this is really important. We were told by Oliver's neurologist that Oliver had a full life expectancy, and it was expected he would live an independent life with a little support for things like money matters. But in October 15, all of that changed when Oliver was admitted to a children's hospital, having what we, his parents and the college staff recognised to be simple focal seizures. And quite rightly, because Oliver remained fully conscious, these caused him to be scared and confused. And I think every single one of us can agree that we would all feel exactly the same way. Now, after several weeks of tests, Oliver was discharged home. And for the first time in his life, Oliver was given antidepressant medication. And we were told it was to help treat his anxiety when in seizure. But, you know, we were really surprised because Oliver wasn't depressed. He absolutely loved life, and life certainly seemed to love him. Again, importantly, nobody took any time to discuss this medication with Oliver first, who had full capacity, or us. And once this medication was increased, it caused a change to Oliver's mood and increased his seizures greatly. These are known side effects of this medication. Remember, we'd brought Oliver to hospital having simple focal seizures, so they look like absence-type seizures. And now he has actually been given a medication that's known to reduce seizure threshold, so in fact it's increasing them. And as a result of this, Oliver's seizures dramatically increased. You know, he was now having 30 a day, whereas he normally only have 2 a fortnight. And as a consequence of this, he was admitted back into the same hospital in December 15. But this time, Oliver was given antipsychotic medications. Oliver didn't have a diagnosis of psychosis or mental illness. He had cerebral palsy. He was epileptic. He had a mild learning disability, and he was autistic. We had brought our boy to hospital having seizures and nothing more. We strongly believe that these particular doctors were absolutely misunderstanding Oliver's normal autistic behaviour. And like all good parents, we tried many times to explain this to them, but they couldn't, wouldn't, and didn't listen. And Oliver paid the price for that because the effect on him was absolutely catastrophic. The seizure threshold and agitation deteriorated, so much so we just didn't recognise our once vibrant son. We were terrified at the changes in him, as was Oliver himself, who kept apologising for his behaviour. You know, we brought him to hospital really calm, just having these seizures. He's now being given an antipsychotic medication, and suddenly he's trying to pull his teeth out. I mean, you can see in the photograph, he was very proud of his teeth. He used to brush his teeth 20 minutes every day. Now he's trying to pull them out. He's biting his skin, he's pulling his hair. Things we'd never ever seen happen before. He was terrified, as were we. Now, because of these medications and the effects it was having on him, he was eventually held against his will under the Mental Health Act, under a Section 2 for assessment. And of course, we challenged this on numerous occasions, stating we absolutely believed it was the drugs that were causing the changes in Oliver's mood and increasing of seizures. Now, a psychiatric could not be found, and the doctors, who had nowhere else to go, at long last decided to listen to Oliver and us, and they removed the antipsychotic medications. Do you know, within days, Oliver's mood and seizure activity returned back to normal. And on Christmas Eve, and what was to be Oliver's last Christmas on this earth, he was discharged back home and into our care. Now, this is really important because the discharging consultant psychiatrist wrote that Oliver was sensitive to all forms of antipsychotic medications. In April 15, Oliver was readmitted back into the same hospital, presenting in exactly the same way, having simple focal seizures. Obviously, these seizures were a consequence of that meningitis and that stroke when he was a baby. Can you believe it? Unbelievably, Oliver was again given antipsychotic medications. Clearly, lessons from his previous admission to this children's ward had simply not been learned. And we walked into Oliver's room one day and found him having what is known as an ocular gyrate crisis. Now, this is a serious dystonic side effect which caused his eyes to roll upwards and his face became frozen. This photograph was quite a traumatic photograph for me to see for obvious reasons. Oliver was left like this for 6 long hours as we heard the neurologist in the doorway saying, "It's behavioural, he's making it up." After 6 long hours, when she realised that he wasn't making it up, she decided to administer procyclidine to counteract that reaction. And you know, it took just 15 seconds to work. Oliver's suffering could have been prevented if this medication had have been administered at the start of this reaction. But instead, bias took place. Now, can I ask all of you attending today, if you went into hospital and had a reaction like Oliver did to a medication, do you think, and I mean, get your head into that space, do you really honestly think that you would be left for half an hour having such a reaction as Oliver is having in that photograph? Do you think that actually you'd be left for an hour? And of course, the answer is, of course you wouldn't be. And yet, because Oliver had labels attached to him, those being that he was autistic and had a learning disability, diagnostic overshadowing took place, and he was labelled as having a behaviour problem. Do you know, us Northerners would say that Oliver was scared of his own shadow, which he was. He'd never had so much as a detention at school. His behaviour was impeccable. Again, Oliver's mood changed significantly. He was now hallucinating. He's having up to 30 seizures a day, something we'd never seen happen before. He now had problems urinating, extreme high blood pressure reading, sweating, all of which we now know was linked to this medication. We absolutely strongly believed it was the drugs that were the cause of decline in Oliver's mood difficulties. And it was obvious that these doctors and nurses had little to no understanding of autism and how autistic behaviours could present in a person with ongoing seizure. Now, when in seizure, Oliver was always fully conscious. And because he had no control of these seizures, quite rightly, they caused him to be frustrated and scared. And he explained to me one day, he said, "Oh, Mum," he said, "it's just horrible." He said, "It's like having thousands of wasps constantly buzzing around inside your head and you just can't make it stop." And he said, "You know, I've got to go to college and I want to be seen the same as everybody else. And I've got to do my work. And all the time I'm having one of these seizures. And then at the end of the day, I've got to go and train with England FA football. And I've got to perform to a high standard and follow instructions. And if I don't do that, I'm going to lose my place on the team. And it's the same with the Paralympics team. If I can't follow instructions and do what I'm supposed to do, I'm going to lose my place." Can you imagine the pressure that he must have been under? And can I ask any of you to imagine how you would feel if you had to go to work whilst having one of these seizures that Oliver was having? Can you imagine having to take telephone calls, talk to your patients, make decisions, probably attend meetings, and all of this time you've got this buzzing going on inside your head, probably affecting your concentration and most definitely your speech? Would you be scared, frightened and frustrated? And I believe that every single one of us would be all of those things because it is actually a normal reaction, but it wasn't regarded normal for Oliver. A neuropsychiatrist who specialised in autism and epilepsy wrote that he'd actually never come across any other patient like Oliver who had so much insight into his own epilepsy and autism and how it affected him. He still actually lectures about Oliver to this day to all of his students. Now, at my request, Oliver was transferred to a specialist adult neurology hospital in London who I thought would have had better understanding of Oliver's epilepsy. And Oliver was provided with a letter stating his reactions to those medications. Sadly, no transition from children's to adult services ever took place. And my goodness, it was a very, very different experience. And actually, it was a very frightening experience going from children's to adult services. And this adult hospital were very intolerant of Oliver's autistic and learning disabled behaviours. They had absolutely no understanding of sensory crisis or overload. They absolutely disregarded just how frightened Oliver was. And he was terrified. And they refused to take any direction from Oliver, ourselves, and this time the learning disability nurse, who was brilliant actually, but he was treated much the same as Oliver. Again, Oliver and we were simply not listened to. Now, when a seizure, Oliver needed to walk around, and this was an absolutely normal presentation for him. It's actually quite a normal presentation for a focal seizure. Yet, horrifically, when he was in seizure, the use of physical restraint was increased, with up to 8 members of staff being involved. Can you imagine being in a seizure and you are being restrained by all of these people? Can you imagine how traumatizing that would be? Oliver was now suddenly not allowed any privacy with his personal care. He now had 3 members of staff sit around his bed, and for some reason, he's now kept in a darkened room, day and night. Back in the children's hospital, Oliver had been allowed to go to the shower and go to the toilet without any supervision whatsoever. We were even taking him out to the local museum and to the shops to help break up his day. Ladies, can I ask you to imagine what it would feel like for you to have 3 men escort you to the bathroom, stand over you, and I'm going to be coarse here, and imagine you're having to do a number 2. You've got 3 men stood over you whilst you're trying to do that, whilst you're trying to use the toilet. Have a little think about that. And gentlemen, can I ask you to consider what it would feel like to have 3 women stand over you whilst you're trying to use the toilet? How degrading and humiliating would you feel? Why was that seen as acceptable for Oliver? Oliver was now very, very frightened, and he told me just how scared the staff was making him feel. Remember, this was a young teenager who always accepted everything and went with the flow. So it was incredibly unusual for him to be telling me this. And much to my shame, I ignored my son's cries for help. He had turned to me, the only person he thought could help him. Me, his mum. But I was a coward, and I didn't want to be labelled as, that mother, the one you might hear people talk about, the nuisance. And I'm sure you're all aware of that term, mother blame. I knew what the doctors were doing to Oliver was so very wrong, as did Oliver himself. It was abusive, and again, because I'm a coward, my words to Oliver was that the doctors were trying to make him better. And I will never forget that hurt, desolate look in Oliver's eyes as he turned away from me. He knew what was happening to him was wrong, and he knew his mum was never going to help him. I had let my son down. Again, Oliver was given different antipsychotic medications, and again, because of the effects it was having on him, he was again consequently detained against his will under a Section 2 for assessment, but this time he was actually transferred to a specialist mental health hospital, a PICU. You can imagine, can't you? Oliver was now beyond scared, as were we. Mental health had never really touched my family, so we just was not familiar with anything like that at all. Nobody thought to take any time to explain to Oliver or us what to expect, or even where he was going. All Oliver was told was, pack your bags, you are going. And he was escorted into a black van with people he wasn't familiar with. And horrifically, we were not allowed to travel with him. Remember, Oliver was autistic. Can you imagine just how traumatizing that must have been for him? And again, can I remind you that we had only brought Oliver to hospital having a simple focal seizure. He hadn't committed a crime, and yet to us it looked very much like he was being treated like a criminal. Thank goodness, the different approach from the skilled staff in this PICU unit allowed Oliver to improve almost instantly. And this is simply because they were following the law and making reasonable adjustments for him. And the words from the staff, including the consultant doctors from the unit, were, in their opinion, Oliver was not psychotic and nor was he mentally ill, and that his placement there was an absolute total misuse of the Mental Health Act. They immediately reduced all of the antipsychotic medications, and Oliver was discharged after just a few days into the care of a specialist learning disability team. And we were told that this was highly unusual. To go from a PICU, you normally transition onto a ward, but they felt so strongly that this was the wrong place for Oliver, they were sending him back home. And again, they provided him with a letter saying that he was sensitive to all forms of antipsychotic medications, and this time they added benzodiazepine. It had a dishabitating effect on Oliver. Now, the community learning disability team, they were incredible. They were so supportive. And this is quite simply because they specialised in autism and learning disability. Now, the community consultant psychiatrist in learning disability, again, somebody else, he wrote that Oliver was not psychotic and nor was he mentally ill. And he absolutely believed that Oliver's behaviours at that time were a result of autism, a mild learning disability, and a busy environment that was simply not adapted to meet his needs. Now, it is important to remember that the Autism Act is a law which does say that health and care practitioners must make reasonable adjustments for autistic people and for those who have a learning disability. Now, over the next few months, Oliver was doing really well. You know, he was back attending his college, he was doing his sports, and he was just loving being back with his family and his friends. We even took him on holiday abroad, where he had an absolutely fantastic time. But a few weeks later, because Oliver was epileptic, in October 16, he had a cluster of those focal seizures, and he was admitted to a different general hospital. We thought we were prepared, and we gave the doctors a very small folder of those essential letters that I've talked about. And this time we included a hospital passport, which stated Oliver's previous reactions to antipsychotic medications. It talked in there about, you know, using humour, how to make reasonable adjustments for Oliver. And this was subsequently written in bold red ink on Oliver's medical and drug charts that he was allergic/intolerant to all forms of antipsychotic medications. Now, the wonderful neurologist treating Oliver in the ED followed it up in an email to all of the doctors treating him. So he read all of those letters and he felt it was so important that he wrote this email. Now, Oliver was intubated to facilitate an MRI scan, which was the right thing to do. They wanted to get to the bottom of what was going on. Now, as a consequence of this intubation, Oliver did develop pneumonia. He'd never had a chest infection in his life. He was so fit and healthy, but we accept that. These things happen. Now, a safeguarding officer was consulted on how to manage Oliver's anxiety when that sedation was reduced. And after reading all of those letters, his advice to the doctors was an absolute non-pharmaceutical approach, and if necessary, to use soft handcuffs should Oliver try to remove those tubes. Obviously, we didn't want that to happen because he's got pneumonia. We were also told that most people will try to remove those tubes when waking up. We were also told that we should be present, as we would be able to reassure and comfort him. And you know, this advice was not listened to. The sedation was reduced without our presence. We'd made ourselves available 24 hours a day, but at 9:30 in the evening, when visiting was over, we were sent home. It wasn't like the children's hospital. We were not allowed to stay. Oliver, you know, he's the baby of the family. He was our absolute world. And he's, you know, he's on life support. We call it life support. And he's, you know, he's got pneumonia. And of course, we'd be phoning several times during the night. Couldn't sleep, had to be phoning at 2 o'clock in the morning, at 5 o'clock in the morning, until we was allowed to be by Oliver's side again. We wasn't allowed in until 9:30 on the dot. And you know, yet they had chosen that time to reduce the sedation when we weren't there. Can you imagine how terrified Oliver must have been, waking to find tubes down his throat? He can't breathe for himself. In unfamiliar surroundings, without familiar faces, those bright, bright lights. He must have been desperately looking for his mum and dad. Where were we? We wasn't there. This was also the last opportunity we would have been able to tell Oliver just how much we loved him and that he was safe. But he wasn't safe at all. Sedation was increased to a coma scale of -5 because we were told Oliver went back into seizure. I'm not surprised really, because stress caused seizures. Now, we were consulted by a neuropsychiatrist who'd met Oliver for just 2 10-minute appointments in the community. And she asked us about giving Oliver an antipsychotic medication. Well, of course, we made it very clear to her about Oliver's previous reactions to this type of medication. I was like a child. I was actually shoving that small folder at her and begging her to read those letters. And we made it absolutely clear to her that she did not have our permission to administer antipsychotic medication. Now, this is really important. Oliver himself had made an advanced verbal decision to the ambulance staff and also to the doctors in the A&E that he was not to be given antipsychotic medication. And he gave good reason, saying, "They mess with my brain and they make my eyes roll up." Oliver had capacity to remember that dystonic reaction back in the children's hospital several months earlier. In fact, the only way that the ambulance staff could get Oliver into the ambulance was because they said his voice would be heard. The only reason the doctors got permission for from Oliver himself to intubate him was that they promised him that he would not be given antipsychotic medication. Despite this, Oliver was given antipsychotic medication that evening. And when we found out the next day, we made it absolutely clear to all of the doctors and nurses that they didn't have our permission, and neither did they have Oliver's. And I can still see the consultant doctors to this day just turning their backs on me. It was like curtains closing. I was just totally ignored. Now, over the next few days, Oliver developed a temperature of 42 degrees. And because the doctors said his liver function was elevated, he wasn't given any medication to control that temperature other than a blow-up mattress filled with cold air. And it was totally ineffective. You know, the doctors couldn't understand the decline in Oliver's condition, and they sent him for a scan of his liver and lungs. Oliver was now having tonic-clonic seizures despite heavy sedation and paralysis drugs. He shouldn't have been allowed to move at all. Reason I'm nearly jerking off the bed. And we were really, really worried because, you know, Oliver didn't have these types of seizures. And it was at this point we begged the doctors to do a scan of his brain, explaining, you know, he couldn't afford any further damage to it. You know, as a result of that stroke as a baby, Oliver had lost most of the right-hand side of his brain. And yet he was doing so well in life. And we absolutely knew he couldn't afford any further damage. You know, Oliver's now looking blue around his lips, and his eyes were all puffed up, as was his face and his eyes, you know. And we were saying to the doctors, something's going wrong, something is not right, Oliver doesn't look right. But we were told by the doctors that they weren't concerned at all, and that they would tell us when we needed to be concerned. And I remember my husband saying, "I'm not concerned unless they take us into that side room. You'll all be familiar with that side room that nobody ever wants to go into." And 2 days later, the doctors told us that actually they were sending Oliver for an emergency MRI scan of his brain, as now one of his pupils was very slow to react. And when Oliver returned, we saw that, you know, we saw the worried expression on the ICU consultant's face. He was hopping from one foot to the other. He looked really agitated and concerned. And we weren't taken into that side room. We were almost thrown in there. And we were told that Oliver's brain was so badly swollen, it was bulging up the base of his skull. The doctors told us that they had to operate immediately or Oliver would die. The neurosurgeons and the emergency doctors told us that Oliver had neuroleptic malignant syndrome, a very serious side effect of those very antipsychotic medications Oliver had begged the doctors and told them that he was not to be given. Have a look at Oliver now behind me. We were told that Oliver's brain was now so badly damaged that he would be profoundly disabled. He had no more speech. He had no understanding of language. He had no way of communicating. Oliver would be reliant on a tracheotomy and would be tube fed for the rest of his life. My boy was now paralysed. He'd be no longer representing his country in athletics or football. That beautiful smile, that sense of humour, and those wise, wise words of wisdom, they were silenced. We would never hear his music blasting down the stairs, or him inviting his friends to come and play on his PlayStation. We'd never smell Lynx Africa coming from his bedroom again. And a week later, the decision was made to turn Oliver's life support machines off. And we were told, you know, that Oliver would pass within hours. Because Oliver was so kind and giving, we even investigated organ donation. But because Oliver was so fit and healthy, he refused to die when the ventilator was turned off. We got told he'd never breathe for himself. Now he's breathing for himself. His body, we were told, was just so fit and healthy. But because he's now in palliative care and all medication was obviously taken away, that pneumonia was probably allowed to rebuild. And Oliver did pass away several days later on Armistice Day, the 11th of November 2016, which for us is poignant given that Oliver was a military child and had lived his whole life as part of the Royal Air Force family. Now, we do believe that Oliver's life was wasted due to these particular doctors. And I always say these particular doctors because we know not all doctors are the same, far from it. But these particular doctors not communicating effectively with family and other practitioners who knew him well and were in daily contact with the hospital. So that wonderful learning disability team I told you about, they were actually coming into the hospital every single day and they were trying to advocate for Oliver, but they were not listened to either. We do believe that these particular doctors were arrogant and ignorant and believe that they knew Oliver better than himself or us, his parents. They didn't consult wider when there was ample opportunity to do so. Now, during Oliver's inquest, the doctor who administered the antipsychotic drug said that she would have given it regardless of our wishes, as she believed it was in Oliver's best interests. He's dead. Now, a recent independent learning disability mortality review, known as LEADER, unanimously concluded that Oliver's death was indeed avoidable. Now, LEADER has highlighted persistent, shocking inequalities with women dying 26 years younger. You heard that correctly. Let's pause and think. That's 26 years younger, not because they're meant to die, absolutely due to inequality of their healthcare needs. They are all avoidable deaths, and men don't fare any better. They are dying 22 years younger. Now, as a consequence of Oliver's LEADER, it made 35 recommendations to the LEADER programme and to NHS England nationally. Now, it was obvious during Oliver's inquest that the medics had no understanding of his additional needs or even how to make the most basic of reasonable adjustments. And we know this because that wonderful neurologist in the A&E that night, he was asked on the stand, well, why didn't you make reasonable adjustments? Do you know what they are? And he said, I've heard of them, but I don't truly know what they are. That's not really right or fair for him, really. Now, as a result of this, I launched a parliamentary petition which gained over 56,000 signatures. Now, my petition was successfully debated cross-party, and as a result of this, the Right to Be Heard document was born, where the government did say that they would introduce mandatory learning disability and autism training into legislation for CQC registered providers. And in July last year, the Health and Care Act 2022 introduced a statutory requirement that regulated service providers must ensure their staff receive training on learning disability and autism, which is appropriate to that person's role. Oliver's training is the government's only recommended training. Now, we do understand that many people receive the medications that Oliver was given, often for managing a mental health condition, and they do so without suffering the effects that Oliver had. But in Oliver's case, we had clear understanding that he was intolerant to these medications, and we absolutely believe that they should never have been prescribed. We do believe that Oliver's death was very preventable, and we believe that Oliver was actually given excessive drugs due to medical staff not understanding autism impacted by seizure activity. They didn't know how to adapt the environment to meet his needs, but instead used excessive chemical restraint, really chemical and physical restraints. They failed to make any communication with community-based professionals who were working with Oliver on a daily basis and knew him very well. They didn't read his hospital passport. Instead, I actually saw it placed in a drawer. Clinicians didn't follow the laws, that being the Human Rights Act, the Autism Act, the Equality Act, and the Mental Capacity Act. They were absolutely misunderstanding Oliver's autism, which, without a doubt, absolutely resulted in diagnostic overshadowing. They weren't familiar with NHS England's STOMP project, and I really hope all of you are familiar with STOMP, and that stands for Stopping the Over-Medication of People Who Have a Learning Disability. They weren't familiar with Ask, Listen, Do programmes. Now, if the guidelines and the principles from the project, STOMP project, had been followed, with healthcare professionals being able to listen to family and specialist colleagues, then we absolutely firmly believe that Oliver would still be here with us today. We know that Oliver's premature death should be in the public's interest, and today I challenge all of you as practitioners who will be supporting and treating people who have a learning disability, who are autistic. Remember, it's everybody's responsibility and not just that of the learning disability team. Please ask people with a learning disability, autism or both, their families and carers, for their opinions and concerns about their treatment. Have a little think, who does that treatment belong to? That treatment belongs to them. So please ask them. And then please listen to all involved and show respect to those opinions and concerns. And do something about it and work in partnership with them. Ask people with a learning disability, autism or both, their families and carers, for their opinions and concerns about their treatment. And these are all the core ingredients that, if applied, would have meant that Oliver would still be here with us today. And these are all at the heart of the Oliver McGowan mandatory training. Now, throughout my presentation, I have talked about reasonable adjustments and what they should look like. Now, look, reasonable adjustments are exactly what the title says. It says, what is reasonable at that time. You all know that there won't always be a quiet room, especially, especially in the A&E department where we've had COVID and God knows so many things going on. So there won't always be a quiet room. But what I'm going to explain to you is something that you can do 100% of the time. And that has to start with reassurance. And I can hear you all saying, well, I always reassure my patients or my families. And I've got to say, throughout Oliver's time, every single time when he went into hospital, nobody took any time to sit down with him and reassure him and explain to him what was happening. When you've done that, ask the family, ask the patient or the family carers what you can do to help support them. So just talk to them, ask them, get down onto their level. Don't invade their space. Again, I can hear you saying, I don't do that. But again, on every occasion, Oliver was sat down on the bed and people were sat very, very close to him. So they were stood up and he sat down. And in actual fact, that is a real power thing, and it's very intimidating for the patient. And of course, importantly, please read the hospital passport or healthcare plan, because it will provide essential information. Please don't talk in medical jargon. Differentiate. You may need to break down the language, but remember, your autistic patients may not have a learning disability. Amongst yourselves today, you may well have autistic practitioners who are very, very intelligent. So, it's about not using too much language, just breaking it down and telling your patients what they need to know rather than the world around it. Make sure it's accessible, and please take time to explain exactly what you mean. Check that your patient has understood and processed what you're saying. Now, I'm going to show you a video, and I asked the autistic communities what reasonable adjustments would look like for them. And I'm very much on social media, I have a lot of followers, and the autistic communities are, they're very there on social media, and they are quite feisty. They know themselves very well, and they make their voices heard. And I thought, here we go, they're going to ask for the moon on a stick. Again, this bias. Watch this video. It's not been, the words in this video have not been amended or changed. These are their exact words. I think we can all agree that everything that they asked for was absolutely reasonable. All of these videos and slides are available on the website Oliver's Campaign. Now, before I hand you over to Philippa Spicer, we are so lucky to have Philippa with us here today. She's the Senior Responsible Officer for the Oliver McGowan Mandatory Training on Learning Disability and Autism at NHS England. And she's going to update you regarding the rollout of Oliver's training and what it can look like for your organisation. But before I do that, I would like to read a powerful poem that was sent to me. And the narrative talks about language that we all use every single day amongst, health and social care staff. Most of us have no idea that we're doing it. We are simply accepting what is being passed down year after year. And it goes like this. I live in a house or a flat, but you live in a scheme or a setting. I go to the shop or for a walk in the park, but you go out in the community. I get a bit irritated and a bit shouty, but you display challenging behaviour. I change my mind and decide not to go out, but you're non-compliant. I choose to eat too much chocolate and pizza, but you make unwise decisions. I am a person, but you're a service user. I go to the gym, but you participate in meaningful activities. The language we use matters, and examples like these reinforce the othering of people with learning disabilities, and the knock-on effect is that we somehow see people who have a learning disability as different or somehow less than. I am human, you are human. This poem was written by Helen Greenhalgh. I'm going to hand you over to Philippa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paula. And good morning, everyone, again. So, as Paula said, I'm Philippa Spicer, and I'm the Senior Responsible Officer for Oliver's training. Paula and myself and experts with lived experience have been working together for about 4 years now on the development of Oliver's training. The training has been completely co-developed, co-produced. It has been independently evaluated, all with experts with lived experience. And I just wanted to show you some of the photos on this first slide. All of the films, and some of you, hopefully, I think you're all sort of bought into Oliver's training, but all the films have been made with people with lived experience, not actors pretending. Everything is genuine and authentic. The picture in the middle was taken at a celebration event with some of our new trainers. We were very lucky because Paula and Tom were with us in the summer, so we took the opportunity to have a bit of an event to celebrate where we've got to so far with the rollout. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of an update about where we are on the practicalities, and then we'll do some question and answers, I think. Thank you. So in terms of where we've got to, as you'll know, the Health and Care Act requires a code of practice to be drafted. So the Health and Care Act makes it responsible for employers to be legally responsible for staff doing the appropriate training. The Act requires a code to be drafted and consulted upon to actually basically say, well, what does that mean? What do you as an employer have to do? The consultation for that code, because it is a requirement it's consulted upon, closed a couple of weeks ago for, if you like, the general audience. And then there was an easy read version shared, and that closing date is actually today. So we will be waiting for the Department of Health to share the results of that consultation. Then what happens is any amendments that need to be made will be, options set out. They will go back to the Minister, and any revisions will then be laid in terms of the final version before Parliament, which we expect to happen before Christmas. At that time, the code is actually published and people can see the final version. We have been lucky as well. I'm just going to say at the beginning, we've worked with 4 different ministers through the duration of the programme. And I have to say, without exception, all 4 ministers have been completely on board with the need, the requirement, Oliver's training, the evaluation of it, have supported it absolutely completely right throughout the process. So we've been incredibly lucky to work with 4 ministers who absolutely see this at the heart of the improvements we need to make. So if we go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the current position, and this is the challenge, and I know you're all kind of like signed up to doing Oliver's training. When we started these talks, so Paul and I have been doing these talks for a few years now. At the beginning, it was very much, why do we need to do it? You know, we do other training, we've got other training, so, you know, why do we need to do this training? What's different about it? As we've moved through the process and the co-development and the evaluation and to this point, what we find is the conversation has moved. People really don't ask anymore about why. I think people absolutely understand the necessity of doing this training. It's absolutely kind of non-negotiable. And the conversation has sort of moved on to, so how are we going to do it? How are we practically going to do it? So you can't underestimate how challenging this is. So I've been involved in education and training for a long time in the NHS, and this is the most challenging programme to roll out that I've ever been involved in, for all the right reasons. If you can imagine the number of people with lived experience that we need to recruit to deliver this training, because this training has to be co-delivered, right? It's not acceptable for that not to be the case, whether it's tier 1 or tier 2, and I'll explain a little bit more about that later on if you don't know about it, but it's absolutely essential. So if you can imagine, we are required to train health and care staff, the social care responsible for themselves, but that is some probably close to 3 million staff that need to be trained. So you can imagine the number of people with lived experience that need to be trained to deliver the training. So that's where, you know, when we get on to what can you do as an organisation, get involved, help us with that, work with your local system to make sure that we do recruit, support, train, and then obviously have a pool of people with lived experience to draw upon for the training. We decided that the best way for us to roll it out was to use the new integrated care boards across England. Everyone is different. There are 42 across England, some very, very small ones, some quite large ones. And it's really for you in your systems. You know your demographics, you know the population you serve, you know your workforce. What's the most appropriate way to come together and deliver this training in a way that makes it consistent, means it can be part of your skills passports, you know, it will become part of the care certificate and other things, but how can you as a system really get together and work together to have a sustainable, consistent approach to this training? We absolutely recognise that for employers this might take up to 3 years to roll out once. We've worked very closely with the CQC because originally that was a real concern, that people were saying, oh, what if we get inspected by the CQC and we haven't done the training? Are they going to ask? As you all know, the CQC measure outcomes. So the CQC will come into an organisation, and if the outcomes are good, then they won't necessarily look any further. If the outcomes are not very good, then they will look at, well, what are you doing? If they go to an organisation and the outcomes aren't good and they look at what are you doing, if they see you are on the journey to delivering Oliver's training, they recognise that this is absolutely high quality training. So that would able to be part of your action plan. So I don't want people rushing out, because we did have some employers really panicking about how am I going to train all my people by, you know, March next year type of thing. Everybody is realistic and practical. But it means, you know, get involved and start rolling the training out. We launched the e-learning part of the training, and both Tier 1 and Tier 2 begin with the e-learning, the same e-learning package. And since November, we've had 2.5 million people have started the training. But we actually know that over 750,000 have finished it. Okay, so actually we're starting to track both, just so that we can be reassured that people are actually doing the training. And I can't tell you, without exception, the positive response we've had from the e-learning alone. We have had, medical consultants telling us that it's the most powerful training that they've ever done. We had someone like Ray James, who's the last consultant, head of the Royal College of Psychiatry, saying to us things like, didn't think I could learn anything, but actually I've learned so much from doing this and being involved. So, that is so powerful, and we would encourage anybody who hasn't done it to do the e-learning and watch the videos. Okay, it's unusual e-learning because you don't just go back to the end of the e-learning and there's like 10 questions. The powerful and the reason it's different is to watch the videos, listen to the voices of people with lived experience, listen to what they're telling us. That's the power of the e-learning. So, do it, take the time, and take up to an hour and a half, even if you think what you might be told, do it. Okay, we've all done it. It is very, very powerful. And we now have about 250 or over 250 approved trainers to deliver part 2 of either tier 1 or tier 2. That's fantastic because, less than a year ago, we didn't have any, but that's where we really need people to get engaged and get, and start sort of working in your own geography, if you like, to start reaching out to the organisations that you work with, bring people in and start getting them trained to deliver this training. Next slide, please, thanks. So we're very clear that we wanted to be able to do a longitudinal study of Oliver's training. We had the independent evaluation. It was very, very positive, very powerful, but we want to be able to track it and measure it. So we've got approval, and that programme will begin, which is great. We also, obviously, I'm from the former Health Education England, so we're very passionate about students and trainees. And in a number of areas where we've had discussions, we know that all organisations will have placements, you'll offer placements, and we would suggest that people start working with their local universities and start thinking about how can students and trainees do tier 1 before their first placement. Okay, many of those people are going to have to do tier 2 at some point, but to do tier 1 and to get that kind of like a level of awareness before first placement would probably be really helpful to students and trainees. And a lot of universities are quite open to those conversations. I've mentioned a bit about the integrated care partnerships or boards, but the other thing about it is that your demographics, your trainers need to represent your demographics. Okay, so again, it's really important that you get involved and start thinking about those trainers and make sure they do represent the people and the population you serve. And there's a lovely, so there's a photo at the top there about some of our lead trainers being trained early this year. But the bottom photo, I'm absolutely delighted. You're the first group that we're presenting to that we can share. That NHS England's board all did tier 1 of the training and actually did the online conversation actually in person with people with lived experience and had that facilitated conversation. So that was with Amanda Pritchard, the executive board, and the non-executives and the chairman. The feedback we got was overwhelmingly how amazing it was and how positive it was. So, we're just delighted that the board is really kind of like paving the way and completely behind the training, 100%. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So benefits really quickly, because I'm mindful of time. So the code sets out the training. It sets out what the content has to cover, how it needs to be delivered, that the training has to be co-produced, and then co-delivered. So Oliver's training, it discusses Oliver's training, it sets it out. If you do Oliver's training, you are guaranteed to meet the requirements of the code. Employers can have confidence because the Oliver's training has set the standards that are in the code. And the other thing I want to say, probably I should have said a bit earlier, Oliver's training is called mandatory, but let's make no mistake that this training is actually statutory training. It is in the law that everybody has to have training appropriate to their role for learning disability and autism. So that makes it statutory. Okay, so when I do get challenged about, well, we haven't got time to do another mandatory training, or, you know, how we're going to cover with the backfill, how we're going to cope, my response is, well, you might have to stop some training, but actually not this. This needs to be seen in the same place as safeguarding, health and safety legislation. Okay, so this needs to jump the queue, if you like, and go further up the list of training that is an absolute must do. And there might be some other training that is a nice to do that might need to make way. Okay, but that's the way, kind of, in terms of the way organisations need to approach this. As I've said, Oliver's training is co-delivered with autistic trainers and training with a learning disability. The trainers are paid for their time. There is an evaluated job description and a recruitment sort of package that we can support people to recruit. But it is really important that people are paid for their time. That was a requirement that the department and the government gave us at the beginning, that we weren't to be just using people. This is absolutely a way of also supporting people and getting people more meaningful employment. It's the only training with the permission to use Paula's story and the registered trademark. Okay, that's really important. And it will become part of the school core skills framework and staff passports. So that means around a system, if people have done the training, you know, if they change employment, that you can be confident that if it's within that time frame of the having to do it again, which is going to be 3 years, they'll have done it. And I did skip over the fact that Maria Coalfield, our most current minister, has also done the training and has very publicly supported it. Yes, sorry, I meant to just say that. So that's really, again, shows you how powerful this is. So yes, sorry, thank you. So just to remind you, I'm sure you know this because I know you as an organisation, you're kind of on board with it, but just to remind you, there are 2 tiers. Both tier requires the e-learning to be done first. Tier 1 then is an online interactive session of an hour. It's a facilitated session. So there's a facilitator and then there's an expert with experience who's autistic and somebody with a learning disability. And the same for the tier 2, but the tier 2 is a day, okay? And it's face-to-face. The full day for tier 2 can be done in 2 halves because it is designed that way. So half the day is learning disability and half the day is autism. So it can be split into 2 half days. What I would say is there's no reason why the facilitator can't be somebody with a learning disability or an autistic person, but the facilitator cannot take the place of somebody with lived experience, if that makes sense. So you have to have 3 people. They can all have lived experience, but 1 is the role of facilitator and 2 are the role of people with lived experience. Okay, so if we, I think I'm on my last, or nearly my last slide, but so this is really just a what can you do? So you can do your e-learning if you haven't done it. If you've started it, if you're one of those people who've started it and haven't finished it, you can finish it. You can continue working with your ICB, Humber and North Yorkshire, to get that infrastructure set up, to get enough people there to deliver the training. So that would be really amazing. We've got a communication pack that we can help you with. Talked about the trainer workforce. Start making sure you've got reasonable adjustments. At one of these sessions about 6 months ago, it suddenly became clear in the questions and answers that actually the organisation we were speaking with, it was trying to kind of force traditional HR processes on people with lived experience, which clearly is not then taking on board the reasonable adjustments. So you might want to think about your estate staff, your HR staff, and others, commissioners, actually do the training because, you know, it's really important that everybody understands when they've got a role to play and how you might want to employ people in other areas of your business, and therefore you might want to be making reasonable adjustments. So it's really important not to see it in a very narrow sort of group of people that need to do the training. And senior executives in your organisation, please get involved in our Champion initiative. You can find some of our Champion videos on our website, really powerful, and people do look at them, and they do encourage other people. So we've got some chief execs, we've got some people from Royal Colleges who've done those videos, people like Ruth May as well. So, and then the final slide, promise, is contact information. You'll have these slides. So if you need any links, any contacts, any further information, you can click on any of these and you'll get through to us. But if all else fails, just email one of us and we will get back to you. Okay, so I think that's it now. I think Paula and I are happy to take questions. I don't know how we're going to manage this, but we're happy to do that. Thank you for listening.
Anybody got any questions? You put your hand up and we'll bring the microphone to you. Any questions, anyone?
Hi, I don't have a question. I just wanted to comment that this has been really quite inspirational to listen to and quite emotional. And I just wanted to say a massive thank you to Paula for being brave and coming and sharing that today and this amazing work. I mean, absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
I love this training and it's really touched me personally, but I think there is a little bit of a problem in people actually being identified as being autistic. My grandson had his assessment yesterday, but they were told that there's a 4 to 5 year waiting list now for that assessment. That's an awful long time. It was just a comment more than a question.
And can I just come in on that? It's quite interesting because when we've done some work, particularly with community providers and some of the social care providers, it's really quite, I suppose, sad really that there's a lot of the elderly population in nursing homes and other places who haven't been identified but clearly are autistic or might have a mild learning disability, and that's come out through this training, and people have said, actually, I now understand why that person might, you know, do this or do that. I can now kind of see, and I haven't noticed it before. And you can imagine somebody going through their whole life and maybe not kind of, you know, getting things right, perhaps. And the other thing I think is really important is that through this training, as Paula said, we've met, I mean, it's been really humbling, the people that we've met with lived experience. And most people on this programme have actually got relatives, families, you know, a lot of personal stories to tell, but actually really humbling listening to people's lived experience. And probably the bit that got me, and I sort of say this quite a lot, is the services that people are most anxious about are unplanned care. So primary care, ambulance trusts, A&E, places where maybe people don't necessarily think they've got as much time to do the reasonable adjustments. And that was quite enlightening, because you could have think, if I hadn't even thought about it in that way. But yes, so it's been a very, very humbling process, and we've met some fantastic people and had some amazing, got more insights really in what it's like for people. So, but I really recognise what you just said, because that comes out an awful lot, that actually the waiting lists are too long, far too long. People need the support. Paula and I very kind of think the same for education. So there's a lot on, a lot of teachers have said, you know, they want training, and Paula's got a petition out about that. We've also had approaches from the police. We had a session with Health and Justice recently, Fire Brigade. You know, any people are really keen to just have better understanding about people kind of within our society, really. Yeah, but a really good point.
Thank you. It's Liz here. We've got time for one more question, I think.
Sorry. Morning, Paula. My name's Kate. I work in Ruth's team. I'm the children's nursing lead. I think we've met maybe at the CNO summit last year. And I'm responsible for the delivery of some of the sort of pathways of education and training for children's nurses. And I think the thing that's really, I've seen, there's people here in tears, and actually it's so inspirational, but actually the bit for me is other specialties also need to learn how brave and bold you've been in this space around the lived experience and actually the involvement of those individuals. And I know that, we work closely with e-learning for health and we produce different platforms. Actually, we're not doing necessarily, am I doing enough of this? I'm sitting here thinking, have I got enough lived experience and co-production in the work we're doing? So I just really admire that you've, and I imagine that was probably quite difficult to get over the line, Philippa, I imagine, but actually it sounds like it's been amazing. But also, if we think about our, people with, mental health and obviously the acute situations, we've got the increase in mental health in children experiencing, crisis, then we need to learn from this and we need to use your philosophy in other education platforms that we deliver. So thank you.
Thank you, Paula, and thank you, Philippa. That was a great presentation. And thank you for giving up your time to come to our conference today.
So I think we're going to end on this last slide. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
So, throughout Oliver's story, you've all heard repeatedly about how Oliver's voice wasn't heard. And as you can see behind me, Oliver was a real trendy dude, typical teenager, very aware of himself. He liked that trendy music, such as Ed Sheeran, James Arthur, Bruno Mars, Eminem, dare I say. I used to hear coming down the stairs. But there was a song that Oliver would sing along to with his sister as a joke. And he used to take the mick out of it because it wasn't hip or trendy. And then after Oliver died, his sister Heather put this video and song together. And I think you'll find that the words are very poignant. They did not listen. They did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. And my final words to all of you today are, I think you'll join us all in agree that it's actually now time for real change. All of us must be strong enough to say we must do better, not because you're told to, but in actual fact because you want to. And this has to come from your own hearts. We must all have it within us to really want to change what's gone before. It's so important to change that culture, hearts and minds. The Oliver McGowan mandatory training on learning disability and autism for health and care staff, it really is the start of that journey. And I truly hope that you will all go forward, keeping my Oliver in your hearts and minds and join us in changing a culture that hasn't always been kind or accepting of neurodivergent people. We also have a real workforce opportunity to now really value and commit to equality in the workplace by employing people who have a learning disability or and autistic people through Oliver's training. All of you, absolutely, please do not ever underestimate yourselves. You all really do have the power to make a difference. We're going to end on that video, and thank you for, you've listened to me so patiently, and I know it's a long presentation, but thank you.
Starry, starry night, paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day with eyes that know the darkness in my soul. Shadows on the hills, sketch the trees and the daffodils, catch the breeze and the winter chills in colors on the snowy linen land. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. starry, starry night. Flaming flowers that brightly blaze, swirling clouds in violet haze, reflect in Vincent's eyes of china blue, colors changing hue. Morning fields of amber grain, weathered faces lined in pain, are soothed beneath the artist's loving hand. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, and how you suffered for your sanity, and how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now, for they could not love you.
Well, how do you follow that, really? Very, very powerful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Like I say, how do you follow that? I did do the training myself. It is very powerful. I would recommend when you do it that you have some tissues handy. But it is definitely worth doing. It opens your eyes. So, moving on from that, which is a challenge, but we welcome Debbie Scott. Debbie. Debbie is a consultant midwife for the Yorkshire and Humber Maternal Medicine Network. She qualified as a nurse in 1994 and as a midwife in 97. She's worked in all areas of maternity, holds a BSc in Health and Social Care, a Master's in Public Health, and a postgrad certificate in Healthcare Leadership. Over to you, Debbie.
Hi, everybody. I'm not quite sure how I follow that last presentation. I've got a lump in my throat the size of... but anyway, here goes. So thank you so much for inviting me. It's a real honour to come and speak to you today. I'm going to speak a little bit about the care of pregnant women with medical conditions. And you're probably all thinking, oh, this is maternity, I can switch off now. But what I want to talk to you about is how if we all work together, we can improve outcomes for women and babies. So I want to speak to you a bit today about what is a maternal medicine network, which is what I'm consultant midwife for. A little bit about our maternal medicine network in Yorkshire and the Humber. Why do we need a maternal medicine network? I want to speak a little bit about the care of the pregnant woman with a pre-existing medical condition, and also the care of the pregnant woman who develops a condition during pregnancy. And I've got some case studies to talk to you through because I think that'll make it feel a bit more real. And I also want to speak about some of the red flags of illness that we want you to watch out for. So what is a maternal medicine network? So it's one or two large hospitals who work closely with all other hospitals in the region to provide a high standard of expert care to women and birthing people with complex medical conditions. I'd just like to say for the rest of this presentation, I will just refer to women, and that doesn't mean that we don't acknowledge that some of the people we look after might not identify as women, but to stop me getting really tongue-tied, I will just say women, so apologies for that, but I just thought I'd put that caveat in. So the aim of the Maternal Medicine Network is to provide a high level of expert care to women with pre-existing or medical conditions that develop during pregnancy. It's about aligning care across the region, so it shouldn't matter where you live in a region, you should get that same standard of care. It's about reducing inequalities in care, and we know there's massive inequalities out there. We know that where you live or your ethnicity has a huge impact in your outcome. It's about sharing learning and providing education. So a little bit about our network here in Yorkshire and the Humber. So we're one of 17 maternal medicine networks in England. They're only in England at the moment, maternal medicine networks. As you can see, we're a large geographical area. Probably don't need to tell you that in this audience. We're not quite the biggest. I think we're the second biggest. We have 2 maternal medicine centres in our network in Leeds and Sheffield, and we work really closely with 11 other trusts in the region. We had a soft launch of the network, so I came into post last September, and they said to me in October, can you do a soft launch? And I was like, not sure about that. But anyway, we did a soft launch in November. And what we did was we started looking about what we'd already got. So we'd already got some well-established clinics, regional clinics in our centres that cared for women with complex conditions. So we started looking at who was coming to those clinics and whether we've got equality of access. And then we worked towards an official launch in March. And our official launch, we launched our criteria for referral and we launched our website. So in terms of progress since the launch, we've been out talking about the Maternal Medicine Network, really to anyone that will listen. We've established maternal medicine clinics at each of our maternal medicine centres. So like I said, we did have some well-embedded clinics for women with certain conditions, but what we found was that women don't always read the book, and often women have multiple complexities, so that our maternal medicine clinics can provide care for those women with multiple complexities. And some of the more unusual conditions didn't have defined clinics, so we were able to provide care for those women as well. We established multidisciplinary team meetings, so we have an MDT meeting every week to discuss all new referrals and births across the network, across the maternal medicine centres. And we also run regional multidisciplinary team meetings for the most complex cases. So these are done virtually, but we get everyone together and we develop a plan of care for this lady. We also established pre-pregnancy counselling for the most complex cases, and this is quite important really in the fact there's sort of more emphasis now on optimising health before people enter into a pregnancy, so certainly people with complex conditions. And we also have been working on developing regional principles of care, and we talk about principles of care rather than guidelines because we've got a huge region, we've got real different size of units, so a one size didn't fit all, so we've done these regional principles which are basically the absolute principles that women with certain conditions should get. So a little bit about our team. So we have 2 obstetric leads who are obstetricians, Meda Rassod in Leeds and Tess Bonnet in Sheffield. We've got 1 obstetric physician. We're delighted that we just appointed her last month, and she's going to be working at the Sheffield Maternal Medicine Centre. And we have got a vacant post at the Leeds Centre. There's myself as a consultant midwife, 2 specialist midwives and an admin coordinator. So as you can see, we're quite a small team, so we're not going to be out there providing care to everybody in the region. And I'll say this, I'm not the only one that said this today, but it's about this multidisciplinary team approach to care and everyone working together. I just want to speak a little bit about the role of the maternal medicine specialist midwife. We're really fortunate to have 2 specialist midwives, 1 at each of our centres. And ultimately their role is about providing midwifery care. And what we know is that women with complex pregnancies often miss out on that midwifery care. So sometimes there's that real focus on, a high-risk pregnancy, but actually no one says what to put in your maternity bag, about the fact you're going to take a baby home, skin-to-skin contact, breastfeeding, that you need vaccinations, and all those really important messages. And also about looking after their mental health as well, because what we know is that women with complex medical conditions are more likely to suffer poor mental health as well. So it's about that holistic approach and providing that holistic care for these women that come through the centres. So I say it's about the public health messages, preparation for birth, and also the recognition of safeguarding concerns. So the midwife in the centres work closely with midwives across the region if there are any concerns, so raising them and actioning them. So why do we need a maternal medicine network? So it's for a variety of reasons really, but what we know is that women are becoming increasingly complex. And certainly the women I looked after at the beginning of my career are very different to the women we're looking after now. And like I say, it's for a variety of reasons. We know that obesity in the population is rising, and with that comes increased comorbidities, things like diabetes, hypertension. We also know that women are starting to have their babies later, and again with that comes increased comorbidities. But probably the most significant thing is developments in modern medicine. So better treatments for certain conditions mean that women are weller, they're living longer, and with that comes a desire to have a baby, and rightly so. So this graph here shows the trends in prevalence of severe obesity among adults. And I probably don't need to tell anybody here in the audience that this is what we're seeing in clinical practice. So this graph here, the red line, shows the prevalence of obesity in women, and over 25 years, the prevalence of severe obesity has tripled. So that's really worrying, actually, and I say I'm sure you all know that anyway. This graph here shows the average age of mothers. So I know you probably can't see it that well, but at the beginning of the graph was just after the war, and then in the 70s it dropped right down, and it's just crept up until now the average age is about 31. So we've now got more than 50% of the population started having babies after 30. We also, in England and Scotland, we have got more women having a baby over 40 than we have teenage pregnancies, and that's for the first time ever we've seen that. So I've just got a case study for you here. So a non-English, and this is taken from the Embrace report in 2021. A non-English speaking woman in her early 50s with essential hypertension, hyperlipidemia, history of diabetes in pregnancy, and a strong family history of cardiac disease underwent IVF, resulting in a twin pregnancy. So here we've got an older lady with multiple comorbidities. She received VTE prophylaxis from 28 weeks, and she was also commenced on aspirin, and that was to try and reduce her chance of developing preeclampsia, and that's as per national guidance. During the pregnancy, she developed preeclampsia, gestational diabetes, and her babies were small. Her BP was difficult to monitor, and her babies were affected by that. She had a caesarean section at 33 weeks, followed by a major hemorrhage. Both of her babies were admitted to neonatal unit, but all subsequently did well. But this case highlights many of the themes concerning the care of the older woman, including IVF in a woman with multiple comorbidities. And in this case, there was no evidence of pre-pregnancy counselling. So I think this case just sums up some of the issues that we're faced with. This final slide, and it's US data, but it looks at the number of pregnancies to women with cystic fibrosis. So over the past 20 years, you can see that the number of women with cystic fibrosis that are having babies has tripled, and we've certainly seen that in clinical practice. And that's great news for women with cystic fibrosis because it means they're weller, they're living longer, and I say that's fantastic news. But these are very high-risk pregnancies that require lots of planning. So it was just that this slide just sort of demonstrates that, really. So just thinking about the national documents underpinning maternal medicine networks. So in 2016, we had Safer Maternity Care. And this was the first document really that recognised that maternity services were providing care for increasingly complex women. And it also recognised that there were variations across the country in the level of treatment that women were receiving. And then in 2019, we had the NHS long-term plan. And with that came that long-term ambition to reduce maternal mortality by 2025. And it also supported establishment of maternal medicine networks. You've probably all heard of the Ockenden report in 2020, and that was the independent review of maternity services at Shrewsbury and Telford. And that first report in 2020 gave us 7 immediate essential actions. And immediate essential action 4 was about caring for women with complex medical conditions. And Ockenden spoke about a hub and spoke approach with the maternal medicine centres being the hubs and the regional units being the spokes. And she said we needed to implement this. And finally, I can't ever speak about maternal medicine without speaking about the Embrace report. So the Embrace report is the annual investigation into deaths of women during pregnancy, childbirth, and the year after birth. And So the most recent, so I wrote this presentation, and then the report came out on Thursday, so I had to quickly update my data. But the most recent report published on the 12th of October found that 250 women died, and that equates to 11.7 per 100,000. They adjusted that data for COVID, and it was still 10.1 per 100,000. So what we're seeing is no statistically significant reduction in maternal mortality over the 10 years, which is really worrying. That means that we've really got some work to do, really. So in terms of reporting of deaths are either classed as direct deaths, so resulting from obstetric complications of pregnancy, so things like preeclampsia or hemorrhage, or indirect deaths, which are resulting from disease or conditions that are not due to a direct obstetric cause, but things like cardiac disease or epilepsy. What we know from that report on Thursday is that 55% of the women who died had a pre-existing medical condition. Again, apologies, you can't really see this, but this graph just shows the direct and indirect causes of death. So the indirect ones are the dark purple, and the direct ones are the hashed out ones. And what you can see from this, as you probably can't see, the indirect deaths, that the most deaths this time were from COVID, and that was the first report we've seen that in. But after that, it was cardiac disease, and that's a recurrent theme, really, that's what women are dying from. In terms of direct deaths, it's VTE closely followed by preeclampsia. What we do know is that the women who die of cardiac conditions, only 10% of those women know they have a cardiac condition when they enter a pregnancy. So whether it develops during pregnancy or it's an underlying condition that they didn't know they had until they're pregnant, until their body got that extra strain of being pregnant. Professor Marion Knight, she's Professor of Maternal Health, looked at the themes in maternal deaths over the past 10 years, and these are those themes. So not recognising deterioration, lack of understanding on what is normal, normalising the vital signs of pregnancy, not using a pregnancy-specific observation tool, things like a Muse form, and that there's poorer outcomes for women from lower socioeconomic groups and women from a BAME background. And what we know is that black women are 4 times more likely to die than white women. Asian women are twice as likely to die, and women from the lowest deciles of deprivation are twice as likely to die. So they're really harrowing statistics that we really need to do something about. So just talking about care of women with complex medical conditions, like I said, the maternal medicine networks provide pre-pregnancy, antenatal and postnatal care to women with significant medical problems that predate or arise during pregnancy or the postnatal period. And I'll say it again, but it's that multidisciplinary team approach to care. So in terms of pregnant women with a pre-existing medical condition, the model of care they'll get will depend on the severity of their condition. So they'll either continue to get care at their local unit with care led by these regional principles, so the same standard of care at each unit. They'll either have shared care with the maternal medicine centre and their local unit, or they'll have care just by the maternal medicine centre. Overarching in this is that aim to keep care as local as is safely possible. And I say it's safely possible because it's not always, but as much as we can from a patient experience point of view, we want to keep care as local as possible. Again, I'm really sorry you won't be able to see this, but NHS England published the Maternal Medicine Network specification in October 2021. And they gave us this maternal medicine onion, so it's called, and it sort of demonstrates this categorising of conditions. So it talks about a woman's condition being in either category A, B or C. I want to be really clear that it's the woman's condition that's categorised and not the woman. I really want to move away from women being identified by their illness. So this is about categorising their condition. So if they've got a condition in category A, that's what they call the These are all high-risk pregnancies, so it's really hard to say these are the lowest risk, high risk, but category C is the most complex. So category A is a medical condition that can be managed using local expertise. Category B is a complex medical condition where maternal medicine centre provides clinical review and ongoing advice and guidance. And category C these are highly complex medical conditions where care is led by the maternal medicine centre. So just to give an example of that, and this is taken from our criteria for referral, this is from the respiratory section. So category A would be a lady with asthma. Category B would be something like restrictive lung disease, so she might come and have one appointment at the centre, or there might be an MDT meeting to support her local unit. And category C would be something like pulmonary hypertension, so a really complex pregnancy with high levels of maternal mortality, and she would be advised to have all of her care in Sheffield, which is one of the super centres for pulmonary hypertension. Next, I'd like to speak just a little bit about the care of the pregnant woman who develops a medical condition during pregnancy. And I'd like to speak a little bit about the pregnancy-appropriate surveillance. So, like I said, the use of the MUSE tool, that multidisciplinary approach to care again, and also talk a little bit about the red flags of maternal illness. The message I'd really like you to take from today is don't pass it off as just pregnancy. I think that's a really important message. So, women may present to any setting really, not just an acute hospital service, during their pregnancy in the postnatal period. And I'll say it again, but it's that multidisciplinary approach to care and early involvement of obstetrics. And women should be assessed using some sort of maternity observation tool. There isn't currently a national MUSE tool, but I do believe it's being launched November this year. So across the region, people are using modified MUSE tool, but I think as long as it's a maternity-specific one, that's the most important thing. And the ideal is it's used from conception to 4 weeks postnatal, and that's what the national tool is going to say. So again, I've got another little case study here. So, and this was taken from the Embrace report in 2022. So a woman with diabetes was admitted to a surgical ward at 26 weeks pregnant. Her BP was raised at 142 over 102. But as a news chart, not a MUSE chart, a news chart was used, it did not score, so wasn't escalated, and she was discharged home. At 29 weeks, she was admitted with D&V and went on to develop DKA. An urgent obstetric review was requested, but her baby had sadly died. She was admitted to the high dependency unit for management, and again a news chart was used. When she was transferred to delivery ward, it was then that she was diagnosed with preeclampsia. So you can see that there was a delay in a diagnosis of an obstetric complication by not using the maternity-specific observation chart. Oh. Turn myself off. What's happened? Sorry. Sorry about that. So, had a MUSE chart been used in this particular situation, so that lady with a blood pressure of 142 over 102, she would have scored 2, which would be low, but that would have said to have a registered midwife review. And it also gives some information about what to do with that raised blood pressure. So if her systolic was over 145 or her diastolic was over 95, it advises repeating it. And if it persists, to contact the maternity hypertension guidelines, so that you can see there that would have led into a maternity review. Regarding management of medical conditions in pregnancy, the Royal College of Physicians published the Acute Care Toolkit in 2019. And what it recognised was that medical complaints such as headache, breathlessness and palpitations are common in pregnancy, but the challenge is distinguishing what is normal and what is an underlying condition. So that's your challenge really when you're presented with well, anybody, but with a pregnant woman. So I'll just talk you through these red flags. So in terms of red flags for your woman with breathlessness, Anybody that's been pregnant or knows any pregnant women, that they often get quite breathless just because their baby's taking up quite a bit of their lungs, so they get breathless quite quickly. But actually the times we worry about breathlessness is if it's a sudden onset of breathlessness, if she has shortness of breath while lying flat but it improves when she stands up or sits down, if she has breathlessness with chest pain or fainting, she's got a raised respiratory rate, if her oxygen sats are low or if they drop when she's on exertion, or if she has breathlessness with tachycardia. So they're the things to watch out for. In terms of palpitations, again, palpitations can be quite common in pregnancy, but palpitations in a woman with a family history of sudden cardiac death, palpitations in a woman who has a structural heart disease or previous cardiac surgery, palpitations with fainting or chest pain or persistent severe tachycardia, they're the ones we worry about. Just moving on to headaches, and pregnant women often at the beginning of pregnancy will suffer headaches just because of the hormone imbalance, and towards the end of pregnancy we're concerned about headaches because there can be a sign of preeclampsia. But if we rule out preeclampsia, we shouldn't just accept that she's still got a headache. We need to find a reason. So if it's a sudden onset headache, thunderclap or worst headache ever, they're the ones we worry about. Headache that's taking longer to resolve or persist for more than 48 hours. If she has any associated symptoms like fever, seizures, focal neurology, photophobia or double vision, or if she's using opioids. So they're the ones we worry about. And finally, just chest pain, and I would never say chest pain is normal. We always need to investigate chest pain, but chest pain that requires opioids, chest pain that's radiating down her arm, shoulder, back or jaw. If she's got any sudden onset tearing or exertion or chest pain, or if it's associated with coughing up blood, breathlessness, fainting or abnormal neurology or abnormal observations. But as I say, chest pain should never be classed as normal, but these are your red flags with it. I'd just like to speak a little bit now about diagnosis of cancer in pregnancy, which I know is not a nice thing to talk about. But this slide here is taken from Mummy's Star, and Mummy's Star is a charity that provides care to women and families if a woman is diagnosed with cancer during pregnancy or in the year after pregnancy. And I was reading about this yesterday, and it was saying that the under 35s is their biggest referral, where they get their most referrals from. So really worrying, really. But actually it's talking about the obstacles to getting a diagnosis. So what it's saying is often, you know, if health professionals are presented with a young pregnant woman with some signs or symptoms, they think, oh, she's pregnant, she's too young to get cancer. Those symptoms, they're probably normal for pregnancy, so we don't need to worry about them. If that woman goes to see her GP or reports these conditions multiple times, and people keep saying, oh, it's normal for pregnancy, that's fine, she loses confidence to go again, so actually it drains her confidence. And during pregnancy, there's sometimes a bit of confusion about who takes the lead. So actually, you belong to maternity, or so, you know, so we need to overcome that, really. So we need to think it could be cancer, refer accordingly, escalate and educate. So just that message there, really, with that. And just a final case study. Again, it's taken from the Embrace report. So a woman complained on multiple occasions of D&V, abdominal pain and chest pain from the middle of her pregnancy until after she'd had her baby, for which no clear cause was given. Her symptoms were assumed by her carers and by herself to be due to pregnancy or something like IBS. She collapsed a few weeks after giving birth and was found to have extensive cancer and died a few weeks later. That's a really awful example, really. And the learning from this case is that a positive diagnosis should be sought with persistent or recurrent symptoms, and it should not automatically be attributed to pregnancy. And there should be some degree of postnatal follow-up as a safety mechanism. And pregnant women should be empowered to seek further care if symptoms don't settle. So that's the end of my presentation, really, but I just want to finish just with these concluding comments, really. So the Maternal Medicine Network is here to support you to care for pregnant women with complex medical conditions. This message of don't pass it off as just pregnancy is really important. So that's the one message I'd like you to take from today. And if we work together, we can reduce maternal mortality. Thank you. And that's our website there, thematernalmedicine.org.uk.
Okay. Any questions at all? Any questions from people on the other end of the streaming? Can we see anything in the chat? No? Ah.
Thank you, Debbie. Brilliant presentation. And it's more a comment than a question. But just noting, and I think sometimes when you work in adult services, you don't necessarily recognise the difficulty that pregnant women can have when they come through your UEC route, A&E, into some of your AMUs. And actually, I think with experience in practice, probably much more consciously aware of the risk that you've described to us today. So really important lesson for us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Debbie.
Lovely. Thank you.
It's now I think it's now time for a break. Is it coffee, Ed? Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's break time now. You'll all be pleased to know. Dame Ruth May will be joining us after coffee, but we have at the last minute managed to get some flu vaccinations onto site. Please don't all hair to the end of the room, but they will be here throughout the day in the break. So if you do want to grab your flu vaccine while you're here, it's flu only. There's no COVID here. But please do so whilst you're here. But if we can ask everybody to be back for 2:45, that'd be great. Thank you.
My daughter's just been Check 2, 2.
There's streaming in here for one of the breakout rooms, but that's it, I think.
And then he coaches for
sound. Put the TV in there now for broadcast video.
that's on a Saturday night. What's it called? Strictly from Dancing.
All right.
He's really good.
There you go. Yeah, it's on, yeah. Oh, a sec. I'll have a little look. What's it like from up here? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. That's good. Does the job. You can hear that over there? Lovely. Brilliant. That's perfect. Yeah, might as well, yeah. Good point. Well, I'm not on... Ruth's on next, didn't she? So I don't know if she's got slides. I'll just switch that off now. I'll save the battery. I'll switch it off.
Yeah, fine. You should get 8 hours out of the battery.
I'm not on that long.
Should we go from this one to Ruth? And Ruth's not having presentation, so she's just there.
Oh, so it's after it's me, because then this is after lunch. So.
Yeah, and then you've got this as well if you want to use that when you're walking around.
Don't suppose you could actually maybe not. May not work in here. It's a bit wide this room. I'll try.
What would you like to do?
I was going to use a flip chart because I use a flip chart, but it's only really good if you got people can see it in the figure. I mean, there's a flip chart there. I might give it a bash. I might see what I do. I've got pens and stuff. I'll see what I feel. I might improv on the way.
Yeah, that's fine. We're all about improv.
Good. Yeah, it's all good. Everything's working fine.
Sweet.
And I'll leave that back there.
That's it. Perfect, mate. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. It's all set up.
And I didn't use your Excel archive.
If you look at the job description, it's writing.
Yeah.
That's similar to when we get a job description. That's how I follow a little bit. Kind of. A little bit. To then turn around and say, actually, you've been unsuccessful. But to give no reason, and you've messaged me this morning and stuff, so I'm going to ask them for some feedback. And I went, yeah, don't do it yet. Let me talk to this person. Oh, no. And if you're unsuccessful, you've given him no feedback or reason why. But then later, when we spoke to his bosses, they said, well, we want to keep you here. So he's not going to lose. You're not going to get that job because we want to keep you here.
There's a name for it.
There is. Yeah, because I said to him, I said, that's illegal. You looked at me like, is it? Oh, yeah. So I said, it's indiscriminate discrimination. Not indirect discrimination. We're not being discriminated against because of the colour of his skin or his house or anything like that. It's being discriminated against the fact that because they know because they don't want to have to try and replace him in the job that he's in now. But what pisses me off is he's been doing the 2 jobs together. Right, 6 months. So to turn around and say, I'm capable of the job, and that's why he's unsuccessful, wouldn't work now, especially after what they've said to me. He's just like, I'm a bit pissed about it, but it is what it is. You wanted to challenge.
Was that a promotion?
Yeah, more money, new car. I think I'm more angry than he is, because it's just like, they're taking piss out of him, you know what I mean?
And it's clearly capable of doing it.
Oh yeah, he's very good at what he does, and I think that's the problem, if they don't want to lose him. But there's 2 main bosses, a woman and a man, and she is assessed it's like a facilities management company. So it's like the granddaddy of KIP, basically. And they do all of so they do hard facilities and soft.
The training was excellent.
But I find it a little bit disconcerting regarding that picture. But the downside is we did try to take it from Oh no. And he is in the union, so I just said to him, you just need to touch base with him. So we've got an informal meeting on Thursday about where they're going with the team as it is now. And I said, you need to take opportunity when you focus on Williams. Would you like to explain to me why exactly you think it's appropriate to block my progression just to benefit yourself?
Ladies and gentlemen, would anybody fancy a flu vaccine? The lady at the end of the room is looking for victims.
Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Just checking that was working. It wasn't a good start to the return after break because I thought I'd lost the Chief Nursing Officer for England who had nipped to the loo and disappeared in between. So we have found her again. So it is my absolute pleasure, after a fantastic morning of lots of varied speakers with lots of very emotional messages for us to take away from the day, it is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you the Chief Nursing Officer for England, Dame Ruth May.
Oh, blimey, this is tall. I wasn't expecting that. Hello, my name is Ruth and I'm the Chief Nursing Officer for England, and lovely to be here. What a posh venue you're at. Very nice, very nice. So Duncan and I got the train up this morning from King's Cross. Did a whole load of work on my CNO strategy on the way. So, and it was good to see some of the tie-ins, some of the language, and indeed I've nicked one of your phrases. So that'll be good. So thank you for allowing me to join you today. I'm just going to speak for a few moments just to talk through some of my priorities and then open it up for questions. Is that all right, Emma? And as long as I'm able to speak freely, and not verbatim that goes onto Twitter, I'll be very open about some of the challenges as well as some of the work we're doing. So let me just tell you the last time, and Duncan's probably the only one in this room that will know, but the last time I came to Harrogate was via a Chinook helicopter in the middle of wave 1 of the pandemic. Do you remember, you will remember very, very much, you had one of the Nightingale hospitals down at the, well, whatever that theatre is, I can't remember the name of the conference centre, yeah. And some of my colleagues went to all sorts of places around doing the Nightingales around the whole of England in very posh helicopters. Me? No, I was in the back of a Chinook and it was freezing. But that was my very last time I was here. So it's good to be back. And after this, I'm going to the hospital to meet staff, and I look forward to spending time. I understand also you've had Paula McGowan and doing training for Oliver's. And that actually is really powerful stuff. I don't know about you, I've done that. We've done it as a board as well, with some lived experienced colleagues working that through with somebody that has a learning disability and a lady that is autistic. And it's very powerful and something that I'm hoping that all organisations will go on to do. So first off, to say a massive thank you to you all. We have lived through a global health emergency. We've lived through the pandemic, and whilst it's over, what's not over is what we're having now to pick up. Picking up the well-being of our staff, our teams, the elective programme is very much longer, and the harm that we know that has been caused by that. So thank you. Thank you for being there. Thank you for your leadership during the pandemic. But actually, this is probably the most toughest time now. So thank you for what you've done. Workforce has been a priority of mine since we first started being CNO in January 2019. Thankfully, I had a year of practicing being a CNO before we went into a global health emergency. But workforce has been a major priority and continues to be so, whether you are a children and young people nurse leading a community team, whether you're in social care, whether you're director of nursing like Emma or chief exec, wherever you are, workforce is a key priority. So whilst I hate election year, because everybody throws football and the NHS is always a political football, the election year is also a good year to influence manifesto commitments. So the last time round, had the privilege to influence to make sure we got the £5,000 maintenance grant that came back for student nurses, midwives and AHPs. So that was good to be able to see. Now, it wasn't free education like we used to have, but it was a big step forward in how we got more students wanting to come through into our professions. The other thing, of course, we did have, which was we got agreement and publication of the 50,000 ambition, to have 50,000 more nurses by the time we go into the next general election. I am very confident that we will work it. Duncan in particular, Deputy CNO, has been leading the work on international recruitment. And we've now had, since September 2019, we've had 72,000 internationally educated nurses that we have welcomed into England. So putting that into perspective, we used to welcome about 5,000 to 6,000 internationally educated nurses a year, and now we're welcoming over 20,000. Really important. They're part of our diversity and they're part of our teams, and I welcome each and every one of them. But domestic supply is also really important. And that's why with the long-term workforce plan that came out a couple of months ago, we've got a trajectory for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years about making sure that we increase the number of student nurses, midwives, nursing associates, AHP throughout the whole of that. Now, they are gigantic numbers that we're wanting to see an increase of. So we are going to need to think about how we do those clinical placements, how we do those differently, how we do our CLIP models. But it's really quite exciting to see. So we need to make sure that nurses, midwives, AHPs get a good share of that £2.4 billion that's out there. So we'll need to make sure that we're actively getting hold of that before the doctors do, because otherwise we'll see it go. But we need to make sure we do that. The other bit on workforce is to say that you have done some amazing work on healthcare support workers. So we've now got the highest number ever of healthcare support workers, about 159,000, 160,000 healthcare support workers in England. Now, we've never had it so high, even when we had a lot of people come and join us, including all those student nurses that were brilliant during wave 1 of the pandemic. Even when we had all of those counting numbers, we never got as high as 160,000 or 159 something or other thousand healthcare support workers. So a lot to do, a lot to celebrate on that, but there's still the need to go further, and retention is really important. We can't keep just recruiting. We need to continue to look after ourselves. And that's why some of the work, I know, is it Steve that's going to be talking after me? Some of the work that he's going to be talking about is how we remain resilient and how we keep to support each other. You'll know that, of course, the well-being is important. We introduced the professional nurse advocates back in summer 2020. I think it was summer 2020, and then we're doing it as well, of course, for professional midwifery advocates. That's our support mechanisms in place each day, each time you're in shift. So please make sure you look after it. And I know there's some people in this room must be PNA trained. Of course, so recently we've had industrial action. Thankfully, nurse industrial action is over. I'm touching wood for a wee while. Doctors are still in dispute with the government. So that, I know, whilst it's doctors in dispute, it's had an impact on nurses and midwives and AHPs when you've had to step up and shoulder some of that. But thank you for using your voice as nurses and midwives. I was very, very clear that as CNO for England, why wouldn't I want every nurse, midwife, AHP, care worker to be properly rewarded for what they do, the role they have, the qualifications, the experience and their expertise? But unfortunately, pay is a matter for ministers. I do quite a lot to influence that. And I was delighted to be able to support staff use their voice, whether that was to stay in a ward, to stay in their community teams, or to be on the front line of a picket line. So tough times for our professions, really tough times. One I hope we never go back to, but thank you for using your voice. We've also had Lucy Letby, haven't we, with the outcome of that trial. Tragic, sad, those feelings of how can that be? Just thinking about the families and the staff. I had the great privilege to go up to Countess of Chester a couple of weeks ago with Steve, my medical director colleagues, and meet the staff. and hear from them. And if there's one thing I've been learning through the East Kent Review, through Don Ockenden 1 and Don Ockenden 2 and Lucy Letby, is about two things. How we need to listen and hear concerns, more than perhaps we have. And also how we use data. How we use data and to show us the patterns, see what's coming. So those are the two things for me that I've learned out of all of those cases. How we listen and how we really hear. And then how we use data. And then finally, it's Black History Month. It's a time that we have joy and celebrate the contribution of the Windrush generation and others. It's been wonderful to see the celebrations all over Twitter, as well as some, of course, the challenges that we have to ensure we have equality of access, equality of learning. But now is a time to thank those colleagues from across the globe that make our NHS. And I'm delighted to be able to celebrate Black History Month this October. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll stop there. Emma, I'll stop there. But finally, to say a massive thank you to you all. Thank you for your leadership during the global health emergency this pandemic has been. But thank you for your leadership too as we go forward over the next weeks and months. So thank you, and I'm happy to take questions. Emma. Or comments, or disagreements, or challenge. I don't mind any of that.
Many thanks, Ruth. So who would like to ask the first question? Please don't be shy. It is not very often we have the CNO in the room.
There's a question down there.
Thanks, Emma. Ruth, nice to meet you. My name's Noreen Hawkshaw and I'm the lead cancer nurse at Harrogate Hospital. Just picking up on a couple of things that you said around workforce and clinical placements and how challenging it is. And it's probably not a question, more of a comment, how really challenging that is to try to develop a cancer nursing workforce. Lots of the cancer clinical nurse specialists in Harrogate very much want to provide student nursing placements, but that's hugely challenging to offer a really good quality placement so that nurse, once they are qualified, for me, will then come back into cancer nursing. And as you'll know, we have so many of our clinical nurse specialists now who are very much at the final or the latter years, as you know, for myself, the latter years of their nursing career. So we've just not got that supply of cancer nurses coming through. So yeah, clinical placements is hugely challenging.
Yeah, Noreen, thank you. And it is hugely challenging, but we're going to have to do it because unless we allow student nurses to see the roles that clinical nurse specialists play, which are really expert, very experienced, and the role that patients value most. Out of all the nurses and midwives, they value clinical nurse specialists most. So all the more reason we need to allow students the opportunity to see clinical nurse specialists working across all sorts of backgrounds. I recognise it's really difficult, clinical placements, but there are places that are doing some fantastic work on clinical placements that we're going to have to really challenge ourselves to get with. Because if we don't, we'll be forever reliant on international nurses at the scale that we've been doing. And I don't think that's right long term. When we know we've got a global nursing shortage, I don't think it's right long term to rely on other countries to fill our gaps. We will, in my view, need to do international recruitment because they are very valued, they're very skilled, and we want them, but we do need to concentrate on domestic supply. So James Paget in Waveney has a CLIP model. I'm sure there's lots of places that have that. But let's crack on and try and find a way through it, Noreen.
In the 1950s, my mum went to Takoradi and worked as a British nurse there, so a little bit of the other way round. But what I'd like to ask is, how do we ensure that we're not stripping other countries' health economies? Because I think it's dicey, and it does worry me tremendously.
Yeah. So, Duncan, do you want to pass the thing over to Duncan? Duncan's the expert. Do you want to introduce yourself, Duncan? You knew that question was going to come to you.
You see, that's leadership in action there, isn't it? Really, delegate to me. Yeah, hi, I'm Duncan. I'm one of Ruth's deputies. Nice to see you all. So, look, I think it's a question every single time I go to a conference we get asked, actually. And I think Ruth is right. The level that we've been doing is not sustainable. However, there is a benefit which often people don't see to international recruitment to the countries that individuals come from, either through remittances that come back to that country, through some of the government-to-government agreements that are in place. So there's lots of work the Department of Health do with other countries to make agreements that have a financial benefit back to that country and back to their health economy as well. And we've been doing some work in different countries. They've been doing some work particularly in some of the African countries, because many of the African countries see this as a way out of youth unemployment to train people into nursing roles. I think there is some questionable, one of the things we've been trying to do is to make sure that all organisations are following the ethical requirements that we have in place, and we're one of the only countries in the world that has an ethical framework in place for international recruitment. And the other thing is there's been some investment alongside our programme, as part of the programme, in some overseas development aid funding that's gone to, it's about £15 million that have gone into some countries, obviously 3 different countries, to help develop their nursing curriculum, etc. as well. So there are pieces of work that are happening to improve that, but also one of the other things I think we need to be really mindful of is that people have a choice to migrate as well, and that is one of the things that we see lots of applicants coming from overseas directly applying into the NHS, and there's something about how do we make sure we don't stop people's choice as well. Like your mum, I'm sure, chose to work overseas. That was a long time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, Duncan. Is a code down here?
Hi there.
Hiya.
That's loud. Hi, my name is Will Greenwood. I'm a physio by background, but I've got the privilege of managing some community nursing teams at the minute. One thing I've found is that we've got a fantastic group of care support workers in the community, and what we'd like to do is access more grow your own talent stuff to bring them on to become nurses. So I think 2 points. How can we access more apprenticeship places? And is there anything that you can do in your role to support that?
Yeah, good question. So a couple of bits. The 5-year, 10-year, 15-year parts of the long-term workforce plan very clearly sets out that we're going to invest in apprenticeship roles and apprenticeship route to training. I feel a little let down, if I have to say, by some of the commentary on Twitter when people have said that apprenticeships is not a good route in order to become a registered nurse, a midwife or AHP. I feel that's academic snobbery in my view. I do support people on all of those routes, the postgraduate, undergraduate and indeed apprenticeship route. With regard to the biggest blocker has been the use of the levy funding for backfill. And that is something we have to sort. So if we sorted that, I think we'll have a lot more people wanting to go on to be a nursing associate or a registered nurse or a registered whatever. I think that's a really good way in. And we know from our recruitment of healthcare support workers, we know that 50% of those, or very near 50% of those, are new to care. So I think it's a real way forward. So apprenticeship levy is in our gift. No, it's in our gift. I wish it was in our gift. It's in our responsibility to sort. There is an anticipation. It's set out in the long-term plan that we will do that. We need to sort out the financial framework. And if we did that, I think it would help. So that's part of my role. Or I'll hand it to Duncan. He's not normally on a visit with me, so it's easy for me to go, and here you are, Duncan, your to-do list. He's writing a note, though, so that's good.
Hi there, I'm Heather Stewart. I'm the Deputy Head of Quality and Safety at Harrogate. I'm a nurse by background. Very pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
I wanted to be cheeky. People will know I'm not afraid to
I don't mind
ask.
that.
Obviously, you mentioned about your CNO strategy, and you've been thinking about that coming up this morning.
Yep.
And you were mentioning about listening and hearing. And obviously, we've had Martha's Law recently.
Yeah.
We've got McGowan's and so forth. I was just wondering, is there going to be some element of listening, hearing, psychological safety in your strategy?
Yep, absolutely. So it's not Martha's Law, I've been corrected, it's Martha's Rule, because it's not going to necessarily go into law. I think it will eventually. So I had the humbling experience to meet Paul and Merope, Martha's parents. And the bit that got me when I met them face to face was Merope said, "I thought telling a nurse was enough." And that really got me. So actually listening, hearing and acting is really important. Now, Henrietta Hughes, the Patient Safety Commissioner, National Patient Safety Commissioner, has been doing a sprint, and the last one is this Wednesday, I think, Kate, isn't it? Kate's going. I was there last week. It is likely that she will recommend us always asking every day, every patient, how are they? Do you feel better or worse than yesterday? Because there's some evidence, apparently in America, when they do this in some states, it actually gives advance warning of you deteriorating or not. Don't know. But we're expecting her to come out on Wednesday, I think, with a final-ish proposal. And then the bit for us as well is that not every unit has a call for concern. It's being piloted at the moment, but not every children's unit has that. Kate, can I ask you, do you want to say something about the state of play for children on that at the moment? You need a mic behind you. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I said hello to everyone this morning because I asked a question, so nice to see faces. I'm the children's nursing lead in Ruth and Duncan's team. I think at the moment, the provision of sort of outreach and ability for parents to escalate, we're a little bit behind around the launch of the digitalisation of pews for children. That's going to be happening in the next couple of weeks, hopefully. But actually, it's not necessarily even part of the standard delivery within intensive care units. So we have 20 intensive care units for children in this country, and we don't have 24/7 cover. And they're almost the easier ones for us to try and identify. Actually, how do we, as nurses and parents, escalate in Harrogate? You know, when you've got maybe a slightly smaller infrastructure and ability to access people out of hours. So, and whether that involves adults, children, it's quite complicated, I think. So as long as my responsibility is to raise that voice on behalf of Ruth, so we'll make sure we keep you all updated.
So thanks, Kate. So in the strategy as well, I'm anticipating us indicate that this shouldn't just be for children. It should be for people in a mental health unit, in a learning disability unit, in maternity. So I think there's going to be a lot said. I genuinely think that the two things I've personally taken away from Lucy Letby, Martha, a whole range of things, is about listening and hearing to concerns. Not waiting till freedom to speak up, but listening much earlier on. Okay.
Any more before? Can I ask one then, Ruth?
You didn't tell me this.
You've mentioned East Kent, Ockenden, some of the national media at the moment, and I think some of the questions, certainly for me as the Director of Nursing, Midwifery and AHPs, is how do we keep the workforce motivated when that is all they seem to hear? And I know there's a media element to it, but it's quite a hard task, and I just wondered what your thoughts are on that.
It is hard. It's our job, though. That's the leadership job that we have to do, including us, and with directors of nursing, you know. And That's part of the reason that I like coming out to the real world, as I describe it, because that's where I get my mojo. That's where I get to see some fantastic care happening day in, day out. Yes, we hear and we see the results of what happens when we don't get care right. But we also have many, 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 many instances where nurses, AHPs, midwives, care workers, doctors are providing superb care. And that's why we need to celebrate that as much as we look at what can we learn. So thank you for having me, Emma. Thank you for having me, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your day. I'm off to the real one now. I'm off to see people and places, and thank you for having me. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thanks very much.
So I'll do a set, hour and a half, finish that, and then we'll actually have a chat. I've just got one as well, like, I've never met you. I know all of my mates, all the chief nurses I've worked with the last 20 years. So I'm saying, like, and I know they all know her, because they're all about the same age, but they're all trained in the same thing. So you get like this dominating industries that chief nurses talk about really well, being age that we're all treated well. And when they see nurses retire, they tend to be snapped up to go to trust another story. You know, like, oh, that's so look, I don't sit down, I don't retire and sleep, and look, I'm against cool now. You know, I know you retire. Because if you do your job, in this job, I think, you know, you're never not going to have work. You're never not going to have work, you know that. It's like, you could easily, anyone in here, to success, go to a 3-day week or some retirement early, and the people, because somebody wants that talent. The whole point we've got a gap in talent. Yes. All my stuff is about you'll see when I start with a spoil it for you, but the very first thing I do, practically 5 minutes in, once I've said who I am, I'm talking about my role as coach for the England Virtual Rugby League squad. And you see the BBC programme last week, BBC 4, David Steele. Yeah, well, they're all the lads I've coached for the last 11 years. Yeah, they're all the mates. I watched on the sales and I might be in there. Sorry. Oh, but this amazing moment. And since then, there's been a few training camps and bits and bobs. I got a call the day from Joe, who's one of the players. Very disappointed. As don't see, what's on it. Whatever, calm down, mate. And Joe was very intense, so I can imagine him going, because that's what he's like. And Joe says, I'm just like revving him up. And I said, so one of your problems, we were chatting along in the car, I said, you're white noise to me. Right? Because it's like a parent to their child. And you tell a child something, sometimes they go, oh, and then they go to see somebody like a sports coach team or something, and go, oh, the coach says, I've got to get the bed, please get me rest. And they go, I've been telling them for 10 years, and then some strange man turns in the house. And so I talk to him through the weekends, and I'll go, I said the jokes out, but I think I might be in the next weekend. We went to a training camp, and I said, what I would get the 3-4 minute video. There's a great BBC video of the highlights of the coach, where the big crescendo, the confetti coming down, all that, right? And I said, I would have the players in the get them trained in the morning, because they might all turn up ready, in which case you've got nothing to do. They're all there doing it, but as soon as you've got a few, a bit like a days ago stuff.
That is a problem because we've lost our primary man and we've lost our backup man. I don't know what the password is, I'll have to find film. I'll message him.
This is ridiculous having laptops.
NH. He'll be outside, I'll grab him.
Okay.
And they will know, right? They don't need you to tell them. They will come and say, focus, be dedicated, with rhythm, with determined, and whatever. Which is anyway, and I says, and so then, get them to, shout out the words, go on the floor, and you'll have maybe 10, 15, 20 buzzing words, proper, dedicated, determined, rhythm, bloody mind, or whatever it is. And I said, we've got 3 hours to do this. Let's take that out. And that way, you're not having to be the parent-child relationship. You're not going, come on, do this. They will go, yeah, you're right. We have to do that. It says, we don't have to learn how to do it. We've done it, but we're not doing it at the minute. And if we go out there and we don't bring that, when we play France in 2 weeks, they'll have us. Because France are coming in, they are like an injured lion, right? We've bitten them, we've hurt them really badly, and their pride is hurt. Even though this match doesn't really matter, it's not a World Cup, it's a European Championship, they'll come back soon. So they're going to come in all guns blazing. We've got them in there, we've all seen Lucky Phones. We've all seen Lucky Phones where it turns up and he's not ready. You're sure of yourself there, and he gets punched and on the floor. Drago did it to him not before, and he has to come back and beat Drago. But if you turn up ready, the French will not beat us. But when I do this, I don't do it through these days, that's the whole thing. But the point about my stuff is to give, is to show that slide and then say, what does it take to get to that performance? Not that we can look, but we've got to get up every day and when we feel like still turning up. And there's things we can do to do that. And I'm going to show you that I've only got 90 minutes, and then they'll walk away. So if you take notes and we catch you, I'm also going to send forwards and references. So I send you all this stuff, I send you all this stuff. And then you can work out how that sort of fits in what you're trying to do.
Yeah, because it's more fun. There's so much inertia. There's just inertia everywhere at the minute. Everyone's kind of going, yeah, we can't do that, but and there's 10 reasons why not. And I can see the 1 reason why. And the coups, also the execs, DC who's driving this and asking us to drive it. Because we can all see it. We've just got to pull the troops together really to go, believe me, Sam, you've got it. You've got autonomy, we trust you, you've got the skills. What's holding you back? What's making you go? What's making you think, yes, I can do this? We've got to take this, we've got to push, we're not performing.
Well, there's 2 things striking on that as well. Is I don't know the culture of trust, right? When anybody says to me, that's because they're not doing that. It's either the culture of their team or the trust. Often it's just your local manager. They'll say you join a business, but you leave a manager.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, you
so
do.
you think, I love that. And they say, yeah, I want to be a England, I want to be a whatever. And you go, I love this. And you go, to is shit here. It's not what I thought it was going to be. It's not the business.
It's the shit personality. Leadership's my favourite thing.
100%. So for me, if somebody says, I'm not doing it, is it because exaggerate this, but it wasn't this far off. It was like that. Something like several chief execs over a period of 10 years, 7 or 8 or 9 chief nurses. And I remember going in with the chief nurse at the time, who's now at Newcastle, actually, where Kushla was there. And I know her very well. And she told me I was going to do a set like I'm doing this today. It was with the same sort of audience, actually. And she was on, and she stood at the start of the day, and she started telling me all the things I'm going to do. This was 2 years ago. We're going to do this, we're going to do this, this is strategy, this is whatever it was. And I stood at the back of the room watching people, and I thought, the problem you've got is Cumbria actually and Cornwall are kind of similar in that people don't tend to leave because there's nowhere else to go. They don't want to work in a city, they're all parochial. There's no nurses in Harrogate. They live in the little village and they go to work in Carlisle. So you don't tend, whereas in London you've got more diamonds and we're off every single time they go somewhere else. So she stood there, and this was on, she was like the 7th chief nurse in 10 years or so. And I'm sitting there thinking, whatever you say...
Oh, so if you just press play on it, or...
Yeah, that's right, yeah. How long's she going to be? Yeah, just keep getting down. Yeah, we're going to do that. Yeah, the 3 C's, care, cut, yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's screen 2 there. So
when you finish doing your thing, you'll
is Steve's presentation?
I believe so. It was the next one, wasn't it?
So the problem you've then got is when you've got people who've got listening helplessness, and you turn up
I don't even think it's like an extended...
you're still going to have a cohort of people.
How do you launch it again?
Slides.
From
the beginning.
Ah,
there you go. So
it comes up on there. So
right.
the minute you hit launch at the beginning, up here on there, and then that's just showing you the next screen. So I've got the quick one.
Yep.
It isn't. And they'll go, well, you can say that, but I know it is. Okay, well, I'll tell you what it is. What you do, just watch it. And you'll see that everything I do, everything I see, everything I say,
Yep. Brilliant.
So, look at that. Is this the...
But also, if you
when it's ready, I'll just come in.
Is it literally just... that's fine.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I remember years ago I did a great conference. It was 15 years ago. We're going to merge police force. Like you still was the way we're going to merge Hertfordshire Police Force with Bedfordshire Police Force. Now, one police forces was really good. It's like having 2 trusts joined together. One's brilliant, one's shit. They join together. But we don't agree with the shit trust. So, and this woman who was called Mom, so I can only assume she was very senior. She had lots of stripes on her arm. She stood up from I was doing what was on top of a policeman. Police people, whatever you call them, anyway, policemen. And quite senior, they're all sergeants and double stripes, triple stripes, but not like PC. And they all sit in the room, and it was very funny, and then I was going to do a workshop afterwards. And this one stood on the stage, absolutely impeccably dressed with all that kit on, and she just started. And I love what she did. I'm not saying you should do this, but she said, and she said, so good morning.
No, darling. Yeah.
Some of you aren't very happy
Never.
with the impending merger of the 2 organisations. There's a lot of people I see my leaders.
Yeah, I think that's something that we need to... I'm just going to give Lisa a quick one to see if she's all right.
When you
Redline the thing.
When you became a leader, who forced you to do that?
No,
Who held a gun to your head and said, you have to be a leader? So here's the thing. If you don't like what we're doing, you'll collect your stripes on the way out of the room. Because you have to be a leader. But if you choose it, my mate is there. Rob Wood. He's been left set a business up in Soda for 80 million, so he's a good lad, right? He's one of my best friends. He's building a house in Lake Como next to George Clooney. And I'll be going there for my holidays for free, right? So I know some people, but Rob and I come from Gateshead, from Rout. But anyway, Rob used to be head of marketing at Geordie, and I used to coach him through all his speeches at all his conferences. And there was a bit of a problem right there in all businesses. There was a big issue with compliance and reps going off, being very maverick, doing their own bloody thing. And he stood on stage this day, and we worked this speech out really carefully, and Rob was good at delivering. Very like me, very down to earth, very easy style. He said, people are asking, like, what, this is the strategy, these are 3 things you want to deliver, and he says, you need to put them on the strategies. And people say, why have I got to do this? And he says, I'll tell you why you've got to do it. And he looked at the audience, and went, because it's your job. Because it's your job. And he says, and it's as simple as that. He says, it's non-negotiable. He says, this is what we do. This is what you get paid to do. This is your job. So I don't want to
I'm just checking. Yeah, the only thing we've just got Steve's as the last presentation we got. It may be a case Greg, that there isn't one, but I just Ben said that that's worth checking about.
Testing 1, 2, 2, 2. You can adjust it a bit if it's not right. Just make a few tweaks as I go on. Right, I'm off.
Have we got everybody back that you know of? Or, hi, Fiona. Hi everyone, I hope you've had a nice lunch. I'd just like now to introduce Steve Head, who's going to take us through the next 90 minutes, going to talk a little bit about resilience and well-being and various different things related to that. Is that right, Steve?
That's roughly it, yeah.
Roughly it.
That's the gist. That's fine. That's the best introduction I've ever had.
Various different
It's like the
things.
most laid-back introduction ever.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, oh, come on, get on, bloody hell. Thanks for that.
Okay.
Built me up. I get a better introduction when I go home. Oh, that's not true, actually. Right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So I've had the privilege of being here all day, and I always try to turn, even though I knew I was on this afternoon, I wasn't expecting to go on early. But I come on purposely early to events if I'm on in the afternoon, because I want to listen to what's happening. And I found this morning absolutely brilliant. And it's not because I'm a healthcare professional, it's just literally sitting in and listening to what's going on in the world. And that story about Oliver, I thought, was just mind-blowing. We were just chatting about it. If you know, I don't care whether you're a parent or not, you can't not be moved by stories like that. And what I like about things like that is that it's not, and I think she said it really well, actually. It's not like accusatory. It's just saying this stuff happens. How can we not just make sure it happens less or not at all? And I think that's a really amazing thing to do, because so many people want to be in denial. Didn't really happen. It wouldn't happen to me. But I think that was lovely. So I found that very emotional. But this afternoon is a little bit lighter. My bit is, your workshops might not be. It might be devastating for you. But this bit is just to share some tools and tips with you that are very, very practical, right? So you might want to get a pen and a pad. Equally, you don't have to make any notes on my session, because I'm going to send follow-up notes, follow-up references. So everything I talk about, you'll get a document sometime. I'll do it on Friday, probably when I'm in my office. And it'll just have a summary of the key points of my session, a list of the best reading and references from my session, and also my email and my personal mobile. So if anybody wants to ask me a personal question, I get loads of people writing to me after sessions going, you mentioned X, have you got more on that? That resonated with me. And it's not the sort of question you necessarily want to ask in front of a group of people, but you want to ask personally. And I'm very happy to respond back. My only request would be, if you do write to me, in your email say, I saw you at. Because this week I've got 4 events, and I'm doing about 3-4 events a week. So don't go say, you know when you said that? I go, where was it? Who are you? What? Right? So say who you are, where you're from, and then I'll be able to go, yeah, that was the session I ran on that day in that moment. And I'll write, I promise you, I always come back to people. It might take me a couple of days, but I'll respond back and I'll send you as many bits and bobs as I can. By way of introduction, so as you're going to be listening to me for about an hour and 25 minutes, I should tell you who I am. I'm Steve Head, and I'm from a place called Gateshead, right? Which is dead posh. Not, actually, Harrogate's posh, isn't it? Harrogate's kind of, that's supposed to be one of the most expensive places in the world to live or something, isn't it? It's supposed to be, I don't know, I heard this somewhere. Maybe it's not now, maybe it's gone down. Betty's, that's the only thing I know. Betty's, is it Betty's shop? That's the one people go into, don't they? I don't know, where, is it a real thing or just a thing I've heard? Yeah, so anyway, I'll get a cake there when we're finished. So, I'm from Gateshead. I live in Newbury in Berkshire, where I drove up from this morning. So that's in central southern England. I live there with my wife, Abby. We've been married 30 years this year. I know. Somebody go, wow. Right, yes, it is, yeah, for her, it is, it's a strain. I did a session yesterday, I was doing an event in Birmingham, and there was 100 people in the room, and I said, married 30 years, and somebody went, and I got, like, that was all I got. One tiny, that was it. It wasn't like a, it was like a, that's it. So yeah, I've been married 30 years to Abby. She's a Geordie, she's from Newcastle, and we moved down to the south 30 years ago, raised our 2 kids. When I say kids, 26-year-old son, 23-year-old daughter, so adults, 2 adults. My son is a close-up professional magician. Aha! That got more than 30 years of marriage. That did, didn't it? So when he was 17, he was doing his A-levels. They weren't going very well, if I'm honest. He wasn't really tuned in. Some kids do, some kids don't. He wasn't that sort of person. And he's a cheerful chap, my son. He's very chilled, very zen, very easygoing. And he was sitting in the kitchen this morning, just about to embark on year 13, you know, the upper 6th, as we used to call it back in the day. And I said to him, son, what's the matter? He says, I don't know what I want to do with my life. Like, he's 17, right? And I said, if you could do anything with your life, what would you do? And he said, I'd be a magician, right? And I said, electrician, that's a good choice. People are all going to want a tradesman. And he says, I said magician. I said, I know what you said. There's no words. A father wants to hear more, right? So anyway, he left school. And this is a true story. He left school. I said, well, if you're going to waste a year doing naff all at school, rather do something you're actually good at and love. And he did do magic, and he was very, very good at card manipulation and all that stuff. And I says, but you're going to do it bloody properly. You're not going to just sit in your bedroom doing magic tricks. You're going to run a business. You're going to get clients. You're going to do wedding events and all that sort of stuff, which is a great place to do it. So if this was a wedding, which has probably had a few weddings in here, he goes on the tables doing all the close-up stuff, and he's in the magic circle and does all that. So that's me boy. Magic, and he's done it for 10 years. And then my daughter was at dance school in a place called the Hammond in Chester. And she trained 3 years in ballet, contemporary jazz, bit of acting, bit of singing. So she leaves as a triple threat. And she graduated in 2020. Exactly. Now that sounds great, but you know what happened? About to perform in front of what to do is with these students, they do 3 years of vocational dance, then they have a whole event, big theatrical school, so it's got all the gear, all the proper settings, big theatre, and about 300-400 seats, and they have this big stage where they've trained most days of their lives. And then they invite 100 agents who sign these people. They're all your next West End, ballet schools, ballet dancers and stuff, and West End performers. And on the 23rd of March, her performance was going to be later in that week. Boris Johnson came on. Have you heard of Boris Johnson? He came on the telly with Chris Whitty and Patrick Vallance, people I hadn't heard of until a few years ago. They became good friends of mine. And they stood on this platform, the usual with 3 lecterns, and Boris Johnson said, and I'll never forget it, I was in the kitchen with Anna and Christopher and my wife Abby, and he said, as of tomorrow, you can no longer be in a room with other people outside of your family or your bubble. And I remember looking at this thing, and that can't be, I can't have heard that, because my job is this. And so he's basically, you can't do this, and I've done it for 18 years. I thought, that can't be right. And Christopher looked at me and he said, what about the weddings and event status? They'll be cancelled, mate. If this is as real as I think it is, things are going to change. And my daughter was home in 2 days and absolutely wrecked because, of course, everything she trained for, she trained on broken toes. Once she sent me and Abby a picture of a broken toe, a black and yellow and blue foot. It's a lovely picture to receive. And I looked and I sent her a picture back and says, Anna, that is broken. Get to the bloody hospital, right? And she says, I'll talk to the head of ballet tomorrow. So she rang us up the next day. I says, how did it go? What's happening? She says, I went in, I showed him my foot, and he said, if you don't dance, you're not in the show. So do you think she went to the hospital? She danced on a it was non-displaced fracture, as it turned out, but she didn't know that for 3 months. She danced on a broken toe, on point, for 3 months, strapped it up and with a bit of Nurofen, right? Now, I'm proud of her for her work ethic, but I also think it's daft. It's also a bit weird. You work in an environment where you've got a broken bloody toe and they won't go, take some time off, you won't fall behind. But, she's a cracking worker. If she decided to get into the nursing or healthcare profession, you'd bite your arm off to have her because she's the sort of person, she started at 7, she'll be there at 6. Finish at 5, she'll stay till 7. She's never satisfied. But she's a good grafter. And so 2 years went flat. My business dried up. My wife's a Zumba instructor. Exactly. So I've got a Zumba teaching wife. I've got a dancing daughter, a magic son, right? And I do this. None of us have got a proper job. It's good to stand in front of you and people actually go to work and do things like heal the sick. It's great. So I used to sell drugs. Pharmaceuticals, that is. I didn't just walk on the streets of Gateshead, but I sold drugs. I was one of those annoying people, those reps. I don't know if they still have a lot of reps these days. In my day, there was loads of reps. And they'd walk in and try to annoy you. You'd go up and say, look lost. I don't know where I am. Is there any nurses I can talk to? And you'd walk in and say, what are you selling? What are you selling? Have you got any Post-its? Right? That was the only thing people were interested in. Have you got any Post-its and a pen? And I go, I've got a few Post-its and a pen. Come in here. I say, right, what are you selling? I used to sell a drug called nifedipine. Anybody in cardiac medicine or high blood pressure treatment, really? So I sold antihypertensive. I sold an anti-cholesterol drug. I sold ciprofloxacin, which was launched in 1987. It was a very powerful medicine at the time, a new version of antibiotic, and that was really powerful. It saved a lot of lives, cystic fibrosis and all that sort of stuff, very good drug. And then so I tried to flog me drugs. People were trying to get their attention and sell it to them. And they didn't want to listen until I said, I've got Caniston. Then they'd say, come in. Want your samples? Right, my mother got all my samples. So, and the background was that I moved to Newbury because I was head of training and development. So how I got into this job was I was in training and development and I was running all of the training. Is anybody in here training and development? Anybody working L&D sort of stuff? Right, so you kind of get to know a lot of people because a lot of people come through your department. You're almost like the filter through which people either get induction or they get trained on technical stuff. And I was doing that for 4 years. I walked in the office on the 8th of August of 2001. And my training room, which was the only little domain I had, wasn't anywhere near as magnificent as this, but it was a decent-sized room. You could probably comfortably train 30, 40 people in it. There was 150 staff. crammed into this room, and I walked in, thought, what is going on? And I was at the back of my own training room, and the head of the business, a guy called Roger Cuff, who I knew very well, known him for years, he stood there looking very dour, very sad, and he said, last night we withdrew Lipobay, which was a statin from the market because of toxicity issues in America. I didn't even know it was going to happen. So our head of business UK hadn't been told. And that cost our company €1 billion globally, and everyone in the room knew that something was going to change. And I stood there and thought, bloody hell, this is big. People were in tears because they knew we couldn't sustain the business with that loss. Now, I'd been thinking for 2 years at that point, I would love to be able to leave and set my own business up. But at that time, I'd done 16 years of service, had a company car, pension, good salary, senior manager. It's a big risk with 2 toddlers and a mortgage and all the gear goes with it to walk away and start from fresh at the age of 37, as I was at the time. And I thought, you know, I would love to get me a chance to leave. As soon as that announcement was made, I wasn't crying. I thought, I can get redundancy. Come on. But I didn't look happy. I went, oh. A feigned sadness. Because everybody else was crying. You can't just be chirpy, can you? Oh, come on. No, oh, yeah. Lost your job. Good for me. So I left and I set my company up, and Steve Head Limited was born, which is basically just me with Limited on the end. And that was it. And I set my company up. And if you'd said to me 22 years ago, you'll end up in Harrogate. Well, not quite in Harrogate, but on the outskirts, right? In the Pavilion room, right? I would have said, you know, you're a dreamer. But here I am. And I spent the last 42 years of my life, because before that I was a coach at the age of 18, sports coach. 42 years I've been involved in sports coaching. So I'm 60 this year, 60 next month actually, which is quite scary. Because I always think 60 was old, but it's just not. It's just not old at all. It's not. You're only as old as you feel, aren't you? So I feel, you know, I'm 60, I've been a coach for years, and my job is to get the best out of people. Coaches' jobs are fundamentally to help a team or an individual perform to their potential. At a very basic level, I think that's what coaches do. I also think coaches, and I can only speak on behalf of myself and the few I've met, is we're very practical people. We like to think that if we're going to take an hour and a half of your life up, that you could be doing anything else, right, that you should leave here with something you can use. And if I get to the end of my set and you're thinking, well, it was all right, but I can't use any of it, I think I've let you down. And so I am absolutely convinced that by the time we get to the end of my time, which is about 20 past 2, is it? 20 past 2, I will have given you something you can use. And I'll give you a number of tools and techniques around mental well-being, mental strength, resilience, all that stuff, and stuff Ruth touched on as well today. And also the very first, was it Emma? Was it Emma was on the beginning? Was it Emma? Where are you, Emma? Where is she? Are you still here? She's gone. She's left. Oh, right, that's great. I came for hers. She's buggered off. Right, so anyway, so yeah, when she was talking about recruitment and retention, and that's a big topic, isn't it? Everybody's talking about that at the minute. So I'm not here to fix all those problems. I haven't got a bag full of money. I haven't got all the lorry full of nurses outside or AHPs or whatever. But I can help you with just maintaining your own performance when the pressure's on. And so that's how I'm going to set it up. I just want to mention something which I think is a good way to frame the session up. Of the last 22 years, I've done lots of things. I've presented to 2,500 groups of people. 60% of my work is NHS, because it's all word of mouth in my business. So if somebody sees me, somebody books me, and that's how it works. The rest of it is corporates and other things that I do. And a few years ago, I got asked to work with a very interesting group of people. And I've got a little picture here I want to show you. This is the England Wheelchair Rugby League squad. And my job was to coach them. And on the 18th of November last year, we won the World Cup. And it was on the, yeah, thank you. And it was all down to me. Nobody else did anything, just me. No, I don't even know how to play the game, but these are the group of lads. And the funny thing is, if you haven't seen it, we were just chatting about this a minute ago, on BBC 4 last week, I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday night, there was a program called Made of Steel, and it's a very inspirational program, and it was weird watching it, because it's all my mates, all the guys I've worked with for about 11 years, helping through the World Cup. Some of them not so, they're all new. Some of them, like Rob here, he's a young, new player, helping them win the World Cup. And my job is just that 1%. On my opening slide, it says the small things that make the big difference. I'm a tiny part of a very, very well-oiled machine, right? So I'm just this tiny little, I could maybe 6-7 interventions in 2 years, working with the squad in the sports hall often, chatting to these guys. And trust me, they don't suffer fools. They don't suffer fools. They want something they can use to help them win the World Cup. So when I got contacted for this campaign, which was about 4 years ago, Martin Coyd, in fact, I've got a photograph. I think the next one's us winning it. Or that was the night when we won it. Because I wanted to be in the picture. That's me there. That's a real picture as well. That was the night we won the World Cup. And Martin Coyd, and I know the screens are a bit tiny, but you can hopefully see Martin on the side. He's a big bear of a man. ex-military construction worker. He's on the bottom right-hand corner of your image. He's a good mate of mine, and Martin rang me and he said, Steve, are you going to help us for the World Cup? I said, of course I will, Martin, no problem. He says, you need to know we've adopted a little catchphrase. It's called, will it make the boat go faster? Which was the phrase I had on my first slide there. And he says, and I says, you know you're in wheelchairs, don't you? He says, yeah, but he says, the thing is, he says, we've nicked it from rowing. And I love this phrase. By the way, if you take nothing else away from me today, cracking phrase. And I'll explain the context of it. Will it make the boat go faster says, when you stand in front of our players and you do an hour slot of performance or mental strength, because it's all about get the mind right, get the team right, and we've got a chance, right? If your team are connected and cohesive, like they've got one single focus and they've got each other's backs, they care about each other, right? And they tell the truth to each other. Don't be getting the impression they're all friendly all the time. Trust me, if we hire out a sports hall for a training camp, which we're doing next weekend, it costs a lot of money to hire these massive big sports arenas, Sheffield and Kent. And their training, they get there by 8 because it takes ages to set it all up. And they've got to get the kit right, get the change rooms right, get the wheelchairs right. All the wheelchairs are individually designed for each player so that they're like Formula 1 chairs, right? If a player turns up at 10:05 for a 10 o'clock training camp, that doesn't make the boat go faster. First of all, they can't get into their practices properly because somebody's missing. Secondly, why would you disrespect the rest of the team by turning up 5 minutes late? So I'm portraying the team as they're lovely guys, they're amazingly passionate, they all got each other's backs, but I guarantee if somebody turns up late, as an example, they'll go, where the flipping heck were you? But they won't say it quite as politely, right? Do you make sense? Now, I'm not saying you should be swearing at each other, but I'm just saying they hold each other accountable. That's why they're good. Because they don't get upset. They go, yeah, you're right, mate, sorry, let the guys down, should have done it, should have sorted it. It's not like, what are you talking about? Because they know what their responsibilities are. And so my job is to help them build that kind of team culture, which isn't that complicated in a team like this, far more complicated in the NHS, because it's such a diverse, split, demographic. You've got so many different types of people in different departments and services. But end of the day, it's getting your own micro teams to be really focused. And the second thing is to get the mindset right. And what I can tell you is you can't motivate these people because they're already incredibly motivated. And I don't think I can motivate you either. Because you bring to work what you bring to work every day, right? And I can't make you be happy or make you want to do it more. I hope you just want to do it. But what I can do is give you the tools to keep going when you don't feel like it. And making the boat go faster simply says, Steve, only say something, only teach something, only share something if it's going to add value to the team. If it helps us win the World Cup, we're listening. If we think it's going to distract us, we ain't doing it. And I told my daughter this. As soon as I learned anything new, when I was off the phone call with Martin 3-4 years ago, I said, I've just learned this great phrase, will it make the boat go faster? It's brilliant. And my daughter Anna, who's about 20 at the time, she's going, oh, that sounds cool, Daddy. And then she moves on with her life. And then she came downstairs one day and she says, Daddy, I've decided to have a digital detox. I'm going to come off social media for a month, she said. I'm doing no Instagram. I'm doing no Facebook. I'm coming off. About 3 weeks, she came downstairs. She says, you know what? I'm finding, Daddy. I says, what? She says, I'm sleeping better. I'm reading more stuff. I'm going for walks first thing in the morning. I'm watching the sunrise. I'm hearing things I don't normally hear, listening to the birds tweet. She says, I feel so more relaxed. I feel clearer in my mind. I feel in a much better place. She says, you know what this digital detox has done? I says, what? She says, it's made my boat go faster. I went, get in, you've actually listened to something I told you. It's only taken 20 years, but she's right, isn't she? And by the way, don't get the idea that I'm saying I want you to do more. I did an event recently for almost an exact similar cohort to this, a group of healthcare professionals from all different diverse parts of the service. And at the end of my session, I was at the end of the day, so people were leaving at the end. And a woman came up to me, she waited till everybody had gone. She came up and packed my stuff away. She said, can I have a quick word? I said, of course you can, yeah. She says, just to let you know, you haven't made my boat go faster. I know, I was gutted that she'd actually waited till the end to let me know so I could think about it for 3 hours on the way home. And I said to her, oh, I'm sorry, I feel a bit like I've let you down. She says, oh, no, don't get me wrong. In 30 years of nursing, best leadership day I've ever done. I said, all right. I said, that doesn't make any sense. She says, no, you haven't made my boat go faster, though. You've stopped it from sinking. I know, I did. Isn't that lovely? I'll tell her if I see her again. But it was, I thought, and ever since she said, this was about a year ago when I did that, and I thought, that's a story I now tell at the start of all my sessions, because I would hate you to leave my set thinking, so this bloke came in saying, we've got to do more. I'm already up to here. Not at all. Sometimes making your boat go faster is doing a little bit less, but it's doing the stuff that makes the biggest impact, isn't it? You know, it's managing yourself differently. And so I'm going to now get into a little bit of content and share a couple of things with you. I'm going to get you interacting with a few things, and I've got one exercise for you to do, which takes about 4 minutes, which is going to be a communication thing, right? It's very, very quick and easy. But there's no role play. Would you like some role play? I'm not doing role play. You can save that for your workshops after. But I'm going to just share this with you. So when COVID, I was telling Ruth this before, so I was just, I didn't really know Ruth that well. I know loads of chief nurses, but I hadn't met Ruth. So I was chatting to Ruth, and I said, when COVID came, one of the first things I did was contact my chief nursey friends around the country and senior managers and stuff, and I said, you know, clearly it's tough times. Give me a shout if you need any help. I'm going to start doing online events. So I got my camera, my computer, all my setup at home, and I started running online events. And over time, as I was doing my online events, I would say to people on the camera, I'd go, if any of you need any help, you know, just email me and I'll do a free one-to-one, coaching one-to-one, right? And I thought maybe 6 people would ring me. 250. Not on the same day, by the way, but over the next year or two, people still ring me now. He's still doing free stuff. No! But anyway, I do the odd one. But this is a list. It's not a definitive list, but it's a list of some of the key topics that more recently, so it's changed a bit since COVID. COVID was more about isolation and all the PPE stuff was having an impact. Now it's a slightly different agenda, but this is the sort of topics, and I think it resonates with things I've heard in this room today. The number one thing I get asked about is work-life balance. When people get in touch and I've got this 1 hour or 45 minutes set on Zoom or Teams, it's like, I'm so overwhelmed, there's so much going on, how do I get my balance back? So there's a few nuggets I teach people on that. I'm not running a workshop with you today, I'm giving you headline news and some bullets to use, but I'll try and cover that topic because I think there's a really interesting principle behind getting that balance back. The other one is, I think, linked to all of this is burnout. I hear that, I didn't used to hear burnout during COVID, but I'm hearing it now. It's a phrase that's been used a lot by senior nurses, so your band 8s, ward managers maybe, when I talk to them, they'll go, some of my staff I'm struggling with, and that's where we start to lose people. If we don't lose them permanently, we lose them for 6 months. Staffing issues is an obvious one. Everybody talks about that, and you've had that on your slides this morning. Being able to switch off, which I think is linked to work-life balance, taking on too much, going home and you still can't switch off. If you're going home on a weekend and you're not on call, you're not working the weekend, but you never really get a weekend because everything that happened during the week is still in your head. And you know you wake up 2 in the morning, something on your mind you can't get rid of. Well, I'm going to explain to you why that happens and how to help you with that. Anybody doing, within your roles, I think most people in the room are doing frontline work, but anybody doing still quite a lot of screen time, like Teams stuff? Anybody doing a bit of Teams stuff? If you're a manager, you're doing a lot of Teams stuff. Screen fatigue is still a big issue, I think, back-to-back Teams, right? So I'll do a very quick one on that. I was working with an organisation that, they used to be monitored. They come into trusts when they're struggling and help fix them. And I was doing some online stuff with them, and I was talking about time management in one of the workshops, and I said, then I did another follow-up, and they said, we're now implementing the 5 past 5-2 initiative, right? And I said to them, what is it? Says, that's what you taught us. I didn't realise I had. And the 5 past 5-2 says, if you do a Teams meeting, all Teams meetings starts at 5 past, and all Teams meetings finish at 5-2. You've got to have a 10-minute gap to at least, because I remember when Teams started, people weren't even going to the toilet. They were doing 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2. I don't care who you are. I've got a friend who's an assistant director of nursing. She's lovely. She's local to me. And her husband's also a nurse. They're steeped in the NHS. They've been in nursing for, between the two of them, like 60 years or something. And came to my house for Christmas a couple of years ago. And she said, Steve, some days I'm 13 hours back to back on Teams. And I looked at her and I said, you're not making any progress after your 8th hour. You're going to make really bad decisions in 8 hours because no one can have that level of intensity, right? But bear in mind, this was in the prime time of COVID. So it doesn't work. We've got to manage ourselves better than that. And I'm saying this to her like she's a child. She's going, I know. I says, you bloody know, but you're not doing it. People come to me a lot of my events. They go, Steve, the stuff you've just shared, I knew it all. I know you know it. You know you should floss as well. But it's true. We don't always do the things we know we should do. Some of you shouldn't have had 9 coffees today. You shouldn't have had 9 coffees. You shouldn't have done, but you've done it. I can see you, right? And you'll have a Red Bull on the way home, right? And so family challenges, and of course now we've got the financial issues and health and all that, and well-being is a big topic. Mental Health Week is a big thing, and I'm passionate about mental health. So I thought I'd start with a little bit. This is a kind of serious bit, I guess, but it's an important platform on which to build some really good tools. And I've got some nice, easy stuff for you to do, and then I'll be done. But I think you get a lot from this. It's stuff I've done for a very long time. I'm passionate about mental health. That's the first thing I'd say. I'm passionate about mental health not because it's in the news. I'm passionate about mental health because I was brought up in a family in Gateshead, and a very, very quick family history. My mother had major depressive disorder, which is a very chronic long-term depression, which means you have moments of slight happiness, if that. That's probably an overestimation. But my mum was very low. Of course, when you're little, you don't think your mum's got depression. She's just your mum. And I thought all mothers went to have a little sleep at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and needed their son to come and wake them up with a cup of tea. And I thought all mothers struggled the way she did, but that's not true. And as I got older, I thought my mum's struggling. And then we had a brother, John, who was the eldest of the 3 boys. My middle brother's called Eric. And John had cerebral palsy and a condition later diagnosed as athetosis, which effectively affects your ability to control your movement. So he spasmed a lot and he jumped and whatever. And he couldn't control his speech very well. I often think, my brother Eric and I talk about this, if John was alive today, because he passed away in 1987 of leukemia, ironically, he would have normally had a life expectancy of 70. But John would not have been able to use almost any technology. He couldn't have done voice recognition. He couldn't use a keypad. He wouldn't be able to move his hands. He would have been a bit like a Stephen Hawking's kind. I think there would have been some digital chip put in his head for it, because his brain was sharp as a tack, but his body was knackered. He couldn't move and do stuff. And so when I was a kid, my memories of being a child were getting out of bed and making sure John was sorted, like making sure he had a wee or something like that. You always had a urine bottle by his bed. That was a joy to empty that of a morning, right? And those were the little things you do. When you're young, it's a pain to do it. I'm not going to stand here and say, ooh, I was such a wonderful thing to be a child with a brother like John. John was hard work, but looking back, I wouldn't change a thing other than not losing him. Because having John in your life makes you think differently about the world. And it makes you think different about what you've got. Like, I still to this day, I'm a fairly chirpy chappy, but I think it's partly because of John. I think I get to get in my car and drive places, and I get to make my own breakfast, and I get to pick my own sandwiches up and do my own stuff. It's weird. I still think about that to this day. My brother died in 87, 35 years ago, a long time. The reason I tell you that is because I wasn't brought up to be happy, right? I wasn't brought up in a happy family, but somehow I find a way, right? So don't anyone dare come to me today and say, Steve, you've got the positive gene. You're a very bubbly chap. I think you're one of those lucky ones with a happy personality. I wasn't born happy. I was born in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in 1963 in Gateshead, right? I was the 3rd of 3 boys, right? My brother John was 9 at the time. My brother Eric was about 18 months old. And I was born. I don't believe there was a Lion King moment when my mother held me up and said, Alan, we've got a cheerful one. The other 2 are faulty. This one's a cracker. He's going to go around cheering people up against their will for a living. I bet he makes money on it as well. Look at him, he's a joy. She didn't do that at all. She went, oh, it's another bloody boy. Change your own nappy. Right? I was just born. And I get up every day and I make an effort. You know what I mean? You do, don't you? You can be I can't imagine any one of you, and I don't know you, right? But I'd be shocked and amazed if any one of you got up in the morning and when you're brushing your teeth, looking at yourself going, who can I upset today? Right? Why would anybody get out of bed and choose to do that? I don't do that. Can you imagine what sort of job I'd have if I stood here this afternoon and said, what's the bloody point? Give up. I get out of bed thinking I can help a group of people win a World Cup, or I can be inspiration. And half my battle with people like this isn't because I've got some technical genius, although I can teach methodology. It's because I go in and I make them think they can. That's half the battle. Do you do it with your kids, don't you? Has anybody here got kids? Can I just check? Right. Okay. Now, think about the one you like the best. You'd help them, wouldn't you, if they were in trouble? You're the one you couldn't care about, but you'd help them if they're in trouble. But I think with children, right, when you're a parent, you're a leader. Anybody who done leadership training? Do you ever get like a leadership training course, right? Best leadership training course in the world is just to have kids. That's leadership. You have to get your kids to do stuff, get them out of bed, get them to safe. And we were in the Cotswolds one time. This is my leadership bit. I'll do this in 2 seconds. To see if you've gone on a long course. I've saved you ages. This is time management. And we're in the Cotswolds. Came out to my mate's house, been there, and it was Christmas time, and there'd been a snowstorm, a proper foot of snow, right? So I've got a decent car, which gets through the snow all right, but I got in the car, kids are in the back, kids are little, probably about 3 and 6 or something like that at the time, with their little faces lit up in Nintendos. And I was in the car, and I looked at my sat-nav, and I'm thinking, right, how do I get out? And I drove down this road, it was blocked, I couldn't get down, turned around, little, like, country roads. Started to get in a bit of every road seemed like it was unpassable. And I ended up like turning a few corners and going up little roads and bloody hell, where I'm going. So I'm looking at the map, think, where can I go, where can I go? And all I did was mumble, must have been a little tiny sentence to Abby, and I said, bloody hell, I don't know which road to take here, I don't know what I'm going to do. And Anna heard probably the tone or the sound of an anxious dad. And all she did was she looked up and she went, Daddy, are we going to be all right? Right? And that's your leadership moment right there. because I just turned on and said, no! I've no idea how we're getting home. I've got no food. I didn't even put a shovel in the boot. I was always told to carry a shovel. We're never going to get back. Oh my God! And the kids freaked out, and it was a really traumatic time for them. I didn't do that at all. You know what I did? I turned to my daughter without even thinking. I just intuitively did this because I'm amazing. I said, you just play your game, we'll be fine, sweetheart. And if she'd said to me in that moment, Father, which roads are we taking? I'd go, I have no freaking idea. I don't know which roads we're taking. I know where we're going. I know we're going to get there. I don't even quite know when we're going to get there, but we'll bloody well get there. Have I let you down before, sweetheart? Have I let you down before? No, Daddy's got me back. You do that all the time in leadership. How many times do your staff come and say, we're going to be all right? Yes. We're going to be fine. Now, you just continue doing what you're doing. I'm just going in this little room. Ah! As I said, we're going to be fine. That's leadership, isn't it? There you go. Tick that box off. You don't even know that course. That saved your ages. Now, you can do Oliver's training. There's loads more time for it. Now, what was I going to tell you? Oh, yes. So, mental health matters. And so, my mum was depressed. On 2010, my mother was sectioned under the Mental Health Act. We've heard a bit about that today, right? My mother was sectioned, which means basically you lose control of your life. The consultant takes care. There's a whole team around you. And my mum was in her 70s, and it wasn't great, late 70s. And when you're 50-odd years living and raising your family, and suddenly this happens, it's scary for the person, and it's scary for the family. I'm 300 miles away. I can't pop in every 5 minutes. So that was a tough time. At the time, there was also a bloody global recession because the banking crisis had kicked in. So there wasn't any money anywhere, and I'm trying to get people to buy me, and I was driving around the country trying to make money. 2012, my mum had deteriorated. She was very poorly. It was obvious that she was probably not long for this world, as they say, but I kept popping in when I could. So I'd drive to, like today, if this was, an event for me, instead of going straight off to another event, I'd probably drive to Gates, I'd see my mum for an hour, even just to make sure she was all right. And it was hard, doing all that stuff. But I got on with it, because you just do, don't you? You just get on with it. And it got to the middle of 2012, and I was driving to an event one day. Doesn't matter, I might have been coming to somewhere like this. And I was in my car, and Jeremy Vine was on the radio, and he's got this regular radio show, 12 till 2, with topical issues. And he had a psychiatrist, and I thought, this is right up my street. This will be something I want to listen to. So I turned the volume up, driving along, and the psychiatrist started doing his bit, and he says, I've written a book called The Curse of the Strong, right? The Curse of the Strong. That's a great title for a mental health book, isn't it? Curse of the Strong. I thought, I love it. And he says, basically what I've discovered in my clinical practice is that when you have patients come to see you who have struggled, hit a wall, maybe just take, it's not because they're weak, it's because they're strong. They've just taken on too much. They didn't know what the threshold was. I thought, I wish my mum had heard about this years ago. This would be good for her. Because my mum's took on far too much in her life. Like I say, making her boat go faster would have definitely been taking something off, right? So anyway, I'm listening to this, think it's brilliant. And then a bloke rang in the radio show. Now, just be clear, this was not me. I do not ring radio shows. I might shout at the radio, but I ain't ringing in. But this fella, he was in his 40s, I was at the time, and he says, Jeremy, I think I might have suffered from the curse of the strong, which was defined as stress-induced depression. It's a bit like, my mum would have called it a nervous breakdown in the day, but it's that sort of, you're just overwhelmed. So you're fine, but then suddenly you can't cope. And he says, I run my own business. I thought, so do I. He said, I drive thousands of miles a year seeing clients. I thought, so do I. He said, I try to be the best dad, the best brother, the best husband that I can be. And I've never had a day sick in my life. I thought, that's exactly how I was brought up. You don't take time off. My first day sick, my first day off work was because of COVID. Not because I had it, because I couldn't go to work, right? That to me is how you live. You get up, you go to work, no matter what. It's not necessarily the right thing, but that's how I was brought up. And this guy was singing my song, and I went, brilliant. That's exactly me. Then he says, and 3 years ago, bear in mind this was 2012, so he's going back to 2009, he says, I was driving to see a client, and he says, it was as if a fuse went in my brain, and I just pulled over in the hard shoulder, switched the engine off, and I could not drive. I could not switch my engine back on. My brain basically said, enough now. And I thought, wow, that is a scary, scary story. And the consultant says, that's the curse of the strong. You've described yourself as a strong, resilient, never stop, keep going, keep doing everything, save the world. And suddenly, can't do it anymore. And then my radio cut out, and my phone rang. My wife, Abby, she says, are you listening to Jeremy Vine? And I said, I'm listening to you now. She says, that's you on the radio. I said, it's not me, it's somebody else. Leave me alone. I got in, and I got stick for going to work. She says, you're doing too much. But my wife's a shrewd woman, and she was right. I should have been taking notice of how I was feeling. Because every second it was sort my mum out, come back down, do a bit of work, stand in front of a group of people and be the energizer in the room. And then go home and be chirpy. Right? And be chirpy. And so, you know, and I'm never going to stop. But you have to be told, don't you, sometimes? So anyway, basically, I didn't stop. I kept going. And it got to the end of the year, and it was 3 weeks, as it happens, before my mum died. I was doing an event, and I drove home, and I should have, to this day, I think I should have probably gone and seen my mum, but I didn't. And I went down home, and I got in the house, and it was my 49th birthday, right? And I've always worked my birthday, I never take my birthday off. I came to the front door of the house. Now, you'll have had days like this. I'm going to make an assumption, right? I just know you'll have had a day like this, unless you're very lucky, where you've had a week where you've been really busy, and you get home on a Friday night, and you get to your front door, and assuming you've got family and whatever, and that you open the front door, and all you want to do is to be left alone just for about 5-10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes to get my foot through the door. But when you've got children, and especially when they're little, they want to show you things. Like a picture they've drawn at school. Like your little 4-year-old standing there, looking for feedback. And you're a nice person, but you've used all your niceness up at work. And you look at your child, and they show you a picture. Let's be honest, if a 4-year-old draws a picture, let's be honest, it's normally crap. And with the best will in the world, you go, first of all, you can't draw. Secondly, I never know what it is. And thirdly, you're not even my favourite child. And I've only got the one. Run along, let your mother get in the house. Anyway, you go in, and you sit down. But this particular, you wouldn't say that really, of course you wouldn't. That was just a scenario, but you feel it, don't you? You hold it in. Anyway, I came in this night, my mum was dying, I knew she was dying. Came through the front door, I went straight in the living room. Abby said, you all right? I says, I'm knackered up. First time in my career, I was out in a car park today, and I remember the event. It was in a hospital car park, and I remember saying, I hope the ring will cancel. I cannot do this today. But you know what? They didn't, and I did it, and I was fine. Because you're always fine. You can make it happen, can't you? Find it from somewhere. And I turned, and I came to the house that night, and I says, I'm shattered. I says, I should have gone. I'm not getting messages. I bought my mum one of these phones, with the big buttons on, with a speed dial for me. That was a bloody mistake. So every time I put my phone on overnight, I was like, mum, 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 17 different attempts. But then that changed in about the September that year to the actual care home where she was at. And I thought, she ain't well enough to phone me now. So I knew it was getting worse. And I remember thinking, I should have gone to see her, And Abby brought me a gift. She walked in the living room. She says, I've got you a glass of champagne, which was actually Carver, it turned out. But I didn't see the bottle, so I didn't care. She says, I've got your gift. She handed me this. She says, there's a book. She'd wrapped it. My wife wraps things beautifully. And I peeled back the wrapping on my 49th birthday. And I was exhausted, and I wasn't in the mood for a gift. And the gift she bought me was this. It's called Depressive Illness. That was the book I got for my 49th birthday. Now, I wasn't in the mood, if I'm honest. And I said, really, what's that for? She says, that was the book. That was the Curse of the Strong book off the radio from 6 months ago. I says, was it really? When did you buy it? She says, I bought it 6 months ago on Amazon for £5. I says, how long you had it? 6 months, she says. I said, you've had the secret, the answer to my problems in your bedside drawer. She says, yeah, but I thought you'd like it for your birthday. I says, I would have liked it earlier. Earlier would have been good, but I'll read it. And I read it, not on my birthday. It's not a birthday read. I'm now going to read to you, not the whole book. That would be a weird way to spend your afternoon, wouldn't it? What did you do? This bloke came in and read depression books to us. I felt really low at the end. Right, this is what it says. On page 6, this is an attention grabber. He says, people who present with the curse of the strong have the following 9 personality characteristics. I'm just going to read them out to you. You're a person of moral strength. You're reliable. You're diligent. You have a strong conscience and a strong sense of responsibility. You tend to focus on the needs of others before your own. You're sensitive. You're vulnerable to criticism. And your self-esteem is dependent on the evaluation of others. And whenever I read that list out, especially to people that do the jobs you do, you just know, without even judging you in any way, there's a huge part of the reason you do the job you do is because of those things. That's what makes you strong. Because you turn up when you shouldn't, when you don't need to, and you don't even get paid for it. You're reliable. I mean, another little quick story, but there's midwifery in the room, midwives, where are the midwives in the room? Okay. Oh, you're in a little cluster. A collective noun of midwives. A delivery of midwives. That's what I've decided. I don't want to get the depths of this, but my wife and I, many years ago, when we first got married, wanted kids, and we lost twins at birth. And there's a whole journey to that, as you will know. And it's a very traumatic journey. What amazed me was, and I won't go into the depths of the story because it's quite emotional and sad, and that's not my purpose of being here, but it was a 17-hour labour. We didn't have the prize at the end of it. But then 2 weeks later, there was a service. Now, the babies officially weren't registered because they were premature. But we went to there was 4 midwives. There was Trudy, Alison, Mary, and Nikki. That was 30-something years, 20-odd years ago. That's how powerful that day is. And when we had a funeral for them, which we somehow orchestrated down, we did that because I was in a bit of a daze at the time. Guess who turned up to the funeral? Those same 4 midwives. The ones that had spent 7 years with. That's the power. Now, I joke about this now to say, how much did they pay them? Was that overtime? Of course it wasn't. And it was amazing. And they hugged us and cried with us. And I thought, you know, that's an incredible thing, isn't it? But that doesn't get in the newspaper. No one talks about that stuff. That's the stuff that kept me and Abby going. When Trudy held our hands as we left the hospital and says, you two are going to be fine, you know. It's a bit like me saying to the kids, I'm going to get you home. If I'd said to Trudy, how do you know? She couldn't know, but she said it. And she was the senior freaking midwife. So me and Abby go, well, if Trudy thinks we're going to be fine, we're probably going to be fine. We needed to hear that sentence, by the way. That's why I've got 2 kids now. That's why I gave birth to 2 children. Well, I was there, and I played a very small part. But do you know what I mean? It's the smallest things that make the biggest difference. And by the way, Trudy and all the midwives know exactly the impact they had. Because we used to go back year after year with our kids when they were eventually born and show, you know, here they are, and take them Quality Street, right? Not the kids, but take the midwives. But I'm just saying small things make a big difference, and it's huge when you say the right things at the right time. Or even just something innocuous like you're going to be fine, because it matters to hear stuff like that. I think those are important things. And all the clinical practice in the world cannot be replaced by just that little extra little nudge and smile and handheld or whatever it is. You know, and the things you're going to be doing with the training that you're going to go through with the story we heard about this morning. So the reason I share this book is not because I think you should buy it, although it's a great read. I don't think it should be called Depressive Illness. I think The Curse of the Strong is a great title. Because it says to me, it's not about having mental health issues, it's about saying, I need to just take it easy here. And if I was to take a metaphor from this book, it's this. I read it on a train. And this is not in the book, don't look for this. I imagined, for some reason when I was reading, that we're all, when we're born, have this glass table. I'll call it the glass coffee table. And on your first birthday, you put a 1 pound weight in the middle of the table. And second birthday, second weight, third, fourth, fifth. By the time you get to 59, you've got 59 weights have accrued on this glass table. You get to your 60th birthday, you place another little weight on top. A seemingly innocuous little 1 pound weight on top of the previous 59. The table cracks, the weights plummet to the ground. You think, that must have been a really weak table. What was the matter with the table? Nothing the matter with the table. It should never have that much weight put on it. Somebody should have stepped back and says, we're going to put some more weight on. We need to take some stuff off here. Right? And that's the simple stuff. It sounds obvious. Smallest things will make the biggest difference. And sometimes it's just, God forbid, taking 10 minutes where you haven't got your phone in your hand. Right? Because people say, I took a lunch break today. What did you do? I had my phone all the way through lunch. You didn't break the break at all, did you? My daughter's digital detox is an interesting one because she learned a lesson from that little month off to social media that it's really important to her. And now she does it on a regular basis. And she gives all the connections to my wife. So Abby manages her social media for her for the important stuff. And the superficial gets lost away, which is great. So anyway, I thought I'd just share that with you. So Curse the Strong, great book. Now, let's give you a few tools and tips to get your brain in good order. I'm going to give you some cracking ideas here. You're going to love this bit. I know what's coming. I'm going to show you a slide. Okay? But it's not just a normal slide. And I appreciate, the screens are quite small, but you will be able to see this quite clearly because it's got very little on it. And so whichever screen you can see easiest, tune in. All I want you to do, when you see the slide, and this is genuinely important to me, would you shout out some feedback for me? Okay, right. Right, can I just show you what I think you just did? I'm just watching you. I'm looking for some reaction here. I went, will you give me some feedback? And what I got was, I don't think so, Steve. I'm just digesting 5 bread buns. So I want you to just, here's a question for you before we do this. How many of you, if the answer is yes, raise your hand. If it's no, just keep your hand down, right? This is dead easy. How many of you, by a show of hands, talk to yourselves? Beautiful, right. That's great. I've got a few of you with your hands down going, do I talk to myself? You know you do. We talk to ourselves all the time. Do you think your self-talk affects how you feel? I promise you it does. With the rugby lads, one of the first things I do that exercise with all my audience. I say to them, who talks to themselves, how many times have these players messed up in a match and then spent the next 5 minutes festering on what they just did wrong while the French get another penalty or another, you know what I mean? You haven't got time in this game to mess about, and in your lives it's just the same. When you mess up, move on, right? I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't learn from the past, but move on. In terms of the context of my little slide, just just speak out loud. Say something when you see the slide, right? Shout it loud. Feedback, it'll take you about 2 seconds to understand what I'm after, and then you go, boom, and I'll be listening. Did somebody go, did I hear somebody go, oh, not maths? Was that what? Yeah, I love that. That's the best feedback I've ever had. I showed this at an NHS Finance Directors Conference in London. Imagine you lot, but you're all financy people. Senior financy people. And I said, boom, and one of them shouted out, good enough! NHS Finance for you. They're in a hell of a state. Anyway, the point about this is, right, what do you focus on? And of course, we always seem to go to the last one's wrong, last one's wrong. But what about the 3 that are right? Now, you've seen this before. You know where I was going with this. You couldn't stop yourselves, though. Last one's wrong, you thick Geordie. Right? What about the 149? What about the good stuff? What about the things that are working? What about giving hope? What about the possibilities? And that's all the 149's about. I spent my life talking about 149. And as I said earlier, I wasn't born positive. I was born in Gateshead. 2 hours of sunlight a year. In the summer of 76, we wore coats. Yes, the point is, I wasn't brought up in a happy family. That's not true. That's not true. My family was pretty cool, actually. I don't think it was a sad family, particularly. It was just a family. We weren't going around dancing down the streets. We weren't chirping each other up. We're just getting out of bed, dealing with stuff, and laughing at the dark stuff like you do when you go to a funeral, and you laugh, and you think, oh, you shouldn't, but you do. You laugh at the darkest things. You laugh at the light things. We've had the normal life, but for me, 149 is a choice. When I woke up this morning at 4 o'clock, for you, to come here, right? I wasn't really that chirpy, if I'm honest. I got out of bed and I thought, oh. And then I brushed my teeth and I get myself organised and I think, you know, like, it's a cheesy thing to say. I do have to tell myself to say this sometimes, but I stand there and I was on a show years ago, somebody said it, I've got to go to work versus I get to go to work, right? Got to go to work seems like it's a chore. I get to go to Harrogate, I get to do the job I do, I get to do this amazing job. And just even saying that phrase makes me feel a little bit better about getting in a car, right? I know it's still doing the same thing, I just feel a bit different, as opposed to, I've bloody got to go and do this thing again. I get to go and do this thing. How cool is that? So 149 is a mindset thing, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's just take 149 to work. Now, it's easy to talk about 149 like it's, natural. I don't think it is. And I'm not saying ignore 15s. Oh my God. 15s are the mistakes and the errors and the flaws and the problems and the challenges. We've had a whole morning talking about that stuff, right? Absolutely, if something's going on, talk about it, work out how to fix it. If you walk in a ward tomorrow and there's a patient lying on the floor with fluids oozing out of them, don't go, I saw Steve yesterday, at least the rest of them in beds. Right? That would be wrong. Don't do that. Pick them up, fix them, heal them, put a band-aid on it, whatever it is you have to do. Don't believe in them there. That's wrong. Don't ignore bad things. That's not the message. When we mess up in rugby league, we don't ignore the mistakes. We look at videos of it. Why did that happen? How many unforced errors were there? How can we correct them? We want to know how to fix stuff. But if we want to win, we've got to focus on the 149. It won't surprise you to know that I helped the wheelchair rugby league team develop a set of values. Because the rugby league fraternity has values, but we didn't have a wheelchair rugby league values. And they felt they want their own thing to connect to. Values are simply the framework within which you create your behaviours. That's all they are. Someone says to me, how do you know somebody's values? Just watch them. You don't need to write them down on a sheet of paper. If I want to go to an organisation, if I go to a school, school's a bit easier than a hospital because school's a bit more micro-sized. If I walk in a school, I can tell from this, the way I'm greeted at reception what the values are like. Not what's written on the wall, how I'm greeted. I can tell immediately whether they've got values of care, compassion, support, whatever, or whether it's just indifference. I can see it the second I walk in. And if it's there at reception, it's probably there in the head teacher's room as well. Right? I can see it everywhere I go. And we've got a set of values. I won't bore you with what they were, because it's not relevant to you. They're their values. But I'll tell you what the first one we agreed with in the first hour. The first value we agreed was celebrate all the wins on and off the pitch. And they stuck by that for the next 9 months until the World Cup. Celebrate all the wins on and off the pitch. Never let a success go by without somebody saying something about it and understanding. Not just saying, look at what we did. And by the way, off the pitch could be one of their partners gets pregnant or gets a new job or has a success somewhere in their lives. But they talk about it. And it's not mandatory to talk about it, but it's part of the culture to share the good stuff. Because trust me, they're going to analyse the failures. Right? I don't need to do a course on that. So celebrate all your wins. on and off the pitch. It's brilliant for building strong culture. I promise that's part of the connectedness of the team. But now, it's not easy to do this stuff, so now I'm going to give you a little tip, right? I'm going to show you something. I'm going to do this on a couple of slides, take you through a few slides, because I wasn't brought up positive. As I said, it's a way you have to learn to behave. So I'm now going to show you some research, which some of you will know about. I'm just going to do a 10-minute set on this. It's not very long, but it gives you the gist, and it's really useful to think about. And again, with my rugby colleagues, it was one of the first things. And actually, I found out there was this Made of Steel was on last week, and I was texting and tweeting the guys and saying, well done, brilliant, proud to know you. And several of the players messaged me back, just private messages, saying it's because of this that I'm about to show you that made the biggest difference to us. So I'm just going to show you this little methodology, and you'll find it very helpful. So what I did, I nicked it. I didn't make it up. I took it from a guy called Steve Peters. Now, Steve Peters wrote a book, which some of you will have heard of. It's called The Chimp Paradox. Can I just check my Chimp Paradox readers? Who's done a bit of Chimp Paradox? Great. So there's a few of you who've read it. Some people have bought the book and are about to read it. There's a lot in it. Peters is a 40 years experienced psychiatrist, and he's been a coach to the Team GB cyclists for the mindset bit, which is sort of the job I have with the rugby lads. Same sort of principle. So I'm not going to say it's my stuff, it's his stuff. But like Steve just researched the brains of chimpanzees and researched the brains of humans and thought, what's the different functionality? And he defines the chimp functionality as being quite emotional, right? It's sometimes catastrophic. So I'm just going to show you a little image here of how he defines the brain. I'm not going to go into the detail. This is a simplified version. And even Peters, if he was here, and I've worked with Steve a couple of times, Steve would say, this is clearly not how the brain works in reality. There's more complexity to it. But from a functionality perspective, when you're working with people, bloody brilliant, right? So what you do is you've got the chimp, which is the emotional part of the brain. You've got the human, which is the rational part of the brain. And you've got the computer, or what's called the autopilot, which feeds off all of your wiring. So assuming you haven't had a stressful lunch, and assuming you've got nobody contacting you that's a mood hoover, that's draining the life out of you, you know when you get those emails from people who go, that's a nightmare here, are you enjoying your day off? And you go, I'm not on a day off, I'm on a leadership training day. Did you get free food, right? And so they're the ones, the mood. So if you've got somebody who's stressing you out, that'll wind your chimp up, right? But if your chimp hasn't been wound up, you'll be fairly rational, sitting calm. If you want to understand your chimp, here's an example of how your chimp works. Anybody here drive a car? Right. And I'm going to make an assumption, as I've already done, that you're nice people. Generally nice people. Most of the time. You're in your car, you're on a dual carriageway. Here's a scenario for you. And you see roadworks are coming. 4 mile, 2 mile, 1 mile, 800, 400, 200, 100. And the cones are going to come in and take the right-hand lane away. You do the right thing because you're a decent citizen. You get in the left-hand lane sharpish, and you queue with all the other cars. And you're chugging along there going, oh, bloody hell, I'm going to be late now, oh, God. Your chimp's getting a bit agitated. We're going to be late. Doesn't matter, we're in the lane, and it's the traffic. You can't do anything about it. It's what it is. Life throws these things at us. And you're driving along, and you get to the 800, the 400, the 200, and then just to get to 100 yards, somebody in a big black 4x4 zips past you, sticks the indicator on it, eases across, say, move out me way. And your chimp, immediately, you don't want this to happen. You're a nice person. Your chimp goes, I don't freaking think so. I've been in this queue for 45 minutes. You think you can go past me and still? No way, no way. You're not getting in. You're not getting in. Now you're in the car by yourself. They can't hear you. But you're having a good crack at this person. Now they're looking at you, and you know they're looking, so you look away. You don't even look at them, you just go, I'm not even looking at you. I'm not looking at you. And you drive so close to the car in front, you couldn't get a piece of tin foil between you and the car. You'd rather crash your car than let them in. And as the cones close in on them, you go, crash, you bugger, crash. And then you realise you've got your NHS badge on, you go, oh! I care, but not about you. It's irrational. It's your chimp. Why? Just let him in. Just let it, doesn't matter. You don't even know what they're doing. They could be in a hurry, right? To something important. I don't care. Let him in. But your chimp doesn't think like that. It doesn't think. It just reacts to the situation, right? Have you got any staff that do this? Any colleagues that do this? Anybody that should have been here right now listening to this? It worries me when I do this, when some of you are pointing. It's you. It's talking about you. Right? So anyway, your chimp. Right? So I worked out, me and my wife, been married 30 years. What I didn't tell you was, we met in January 93 and married in June 93. I know. There's one downside about marrying somebody after just 5 months. You don't know them. That's the truth. Then you move in together, because this is the way we do things in marriage in our country. We live together. And then I realised we're different. I was brought up in the family I've described. And I learned some very interesting strategies as a young kid. If I wanted to keep the peace in our house, and trust me, that was hard to do sometimes, keep the house tidy. My mum was a very proud northern housewife. House had to be tidy. Hoover, dust and tidy up. Hoover, dust and tidy up. Hoover, dust and tidy up. Put stuff away. On a Saturday, my mum would work in Boots the chemist as a dispenser. It was one day away from the family just to be herself, and she always came back quite happy actually on Saturdays. And she'd come past me in the steps as she'd come into the house, and during the day I'd washed, cleaned, dusted, tidied up, done the blankets, I'd cleaned, I'd ironed, I'd put everything away, I'd polished everything, I'd Mr. Sheened everything. By the time she walked in the house, it was like a freaking show house. Every Saturday night my mum would come in, and I'd stand there and greet her as she walked up the steps to our house, and she'd walk past me, put her bags in the hall, and she'd go, how was Steve, have you done this? And I'd go, yes mum. And I knew Saturday night would be a good night. And when you get that when you're 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old, guess what you get? Hardwired in here, that's where your wiring is, hardwired that tidiness matters. Because it creates a positive outcome. I'm hardwired for tidy. You're the tidiest person you'll ever see. Just saying. So I'm now just going to show you. So I coloured this in on my slide. So a stimulus comes into your life. Whatever that stimulus might be, that's what the big S stands for. It goes to the chimp goes in here and says, what do we think about that? Right? So in my case, it's tidiness. I can't not see mess. So if I was colouring that's like that red dot represents how much space in my wiring represents tidiness. In the whole of my life, tidiness matters. It's a big thing for me. In fact, that doesn't even do justice to it. That's more like what it is. That's how much tidiness matters to me. Then I met my wife, Abby. Abby was brought up in a family in Newcastle, just close to me, really. Her family, her mum and dad met in the Caribbean. Her dad is a guitarist in a band. Her mum was a hairdresser on a cruise ship. That's how they met, in the Caribbean. In the Caribbean. And they're the most chilled out family on the planet. And I believe Abby's family motto, unofficial, so I think it is, was leave it out because you might need it again. Because not once in 30 years of marriage has my wife ever uttered the sentence, that needs putting away. I'm surprised we took the Christmas tree down. I'm going to use this chart just to illustrate, for comparison reasons, how much wiring, compared to me, is allocated in Abby's brain for tidying up. You probably can't see that. That's because I can barely see it. It's right beside me. And then on the 23rd of March, 2020, Boris Johnson had the audacity to say, same to the same roof, 24 hours a day. Crack on with that, son, will you? I'm thinking, I wasn't worried about losing all my business. I was wondering how I was going to cope being in a house where no one but me can see mess. Because Abby's got the kids, just like her. Can you see the conflict here? So we have to understand the chimp, because my rational brain couldn't give a damn about tidiness, but my chimp is hardwired to respond to it. Does it make sense? It's hardwired to respond to it. I'll give you an example for some of you. I promise you, we're broken down into different categories, but how many of you were brought up to be hardwired that punctuality matters? Being late is so annoying. Ever been in public transport, it's let you down? Or you're in a traffic jam and you can't get there on time? What's your chimp do to you? Churns you up inside. How many of you, times, good, important, you'll turn up for meetings, but not the end of the world. Anybody? Be honest. Half of you didn't put your hand up a minute ago. You couldn't give a damn, could you? Right? When I go on holiday, right, I organise the holidays. And I used to go to Florida a few times before COVID. I haven't been since because it's gone up in price. And I'd organise all the flights, get the family up 4 o'clock in the morning, get them in the car at 5:30. The night before, I'd have checked all the luggage fitted. Right? Do a little role play. Let's check the car, make sure it all goes in. I'd weigh all the bags to make sure we weren't going to get stopped. You know, I'm doing the full Monty here, right? We'll get to the airport. By the time we get to Gatwick from where we live, it's about 6:30, 7:15. We get to the airport, all the bags carrying up the ramps, we're standing there. And Christopher, my boy, let's say he's 12 at the time, he goes, what time, and he loves his sleep, he'll go, what time we're taking off? And I go, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, what was wrong? He says, you got me up at 4 o'clock. He says, yeah, we're here, aren't we? We're here, aren't we? Right, that's me. Now, my son, what time do you think he would get up for a 2 o'clock flight? About 1:30. Winds me up, but he still gets there. That's the annoying thing. So anyway, this is how the chimp works. I just thought I'd share that with you. And so, and I'm now going to teach you a method to help you manage your chimp. You're going to love this. This is really important. It's not that complicated. It's got a name. It's only 3 words. You can write it down if you want. You probably remember it. It's called the 4-minute rule. Right? 4-minute rule. And I'll tell you what it means. It simply says, when you walk through the threshold of your house, or go from one ward to another, or one patient to another, or one Teams meeting, to any transitional moment from one to another, right? You cannot say anything negative or critical about anything to anyone for 4 minutes. I'll say that again. You can't say anything negative or critical about anything to anyone for at least 4 minutes. This is a very important rule in our house, for the reasons I've just described, right? Now, people have said to me, Steve, you've just spent the last 25 minutes talking about 149, all this positivity, here you are, slating off your wife. Well, I'll say something nice about her, shall I? She's lush. She's an excellent cook. I've never had an issue in 30 years with the end product. Her methodology, however, leaves a bit to be desired, because when Abby cooks a meal, she has this amazing ability to seemingly use every single pan, every spatula. We have a little bin on our bench, she put waste food in. She doesn't know how to open it. Just leaves it all so it'll cake onto the bench during the course of a day. Right? Just leaves. The other day, I made chicken sweet and sour from scratch. Chicken, ginger, garlic, chilli, the thought. When I finished, there were 4 bowls of chicken sweet and sour, a Dettol bench, a clean cooker, and a dishwasher ready to go. Abby made an omelette I couldn't get in the kitchen. I don't know how she does it. Right? Got this amazing ability. And recently, this is a true story. As I'm standing on this stage, this is a true story. I was in the house all day. I was doing some work in the office. I was in and out. And I tidied the house. It was like a show house. You could have sold it. It was that good. And I came in the kitchen. The benches were all polished and clean. And I came in. I had this letter, a brown envelope for HMRC. I says, Abby, I'm away at 4 o'clock in the morning doing an event. Could you mail that for me first class tomorrow? And she went, yeah. And you know when you tell somebody something and you know they haven't properly listened? So you go, look at me. Look into my eyes. She goes, I'm listening. I go, if you don't mail that letter, I could go to prison. And she said, don't be daft. I says, well, you know what I'm saying? She says, I get your point. Don't worry. I'm doing Zumba in the morning. I'll go to the central post office. I'll get you a receipt. And I'll mail you a freaking letter. I go, thank you. I'm happy now. And I went to bed. I was up at 4, did my gig. I was coming home. Abby rings me up. It's a Friday. She goes, well, how far are you away from home? I go, I'm 2 hours away. I'm shattered. It's a tough crowd. She goes, you'll be delighted to know when you come in. Friday night, I've cooked a lovely meal for us all. I go, wonderful. I put the phone down. Now, she thinks that's good. Double-edged sword for me. Because now I've got 2 hours with me and me chimp to discuss what's me kitchen going to look like when I get in. And me chimp isn't very helpful. It's going, don't go home. Book a Premier Inn. Tell her your car broke down. It'll be a shambles when you're like a war zone. And I'm going, go home, face the music. You love your wife and family. Go and have a meal with them on a Friday night. Chip's going, don't go home. So we get to the front door. And I stand with my key. And I promise you, I'll be doing this tonight. This is me process. I go, you've taught 149 all day to a load of strangers. The least you can do is walk your talk, son. 149, 149. I put my key in the door. And I open the door to be confronted by shoes. I don't see the shoes. The chimp sees the shoes. It goes, ah! Say nothing. 10 seconds in, can't say a word. And I shovel past the shoes. I should point out that the shoes are a mere 4 feet from something we like to call a shoe cupboard. Guess what's in the shoe cupboard? My shoes. Colour-coded left to right. I walk past the shoes. I can smell food wafted. She has indeed cooked a meal. I open the door to be confronted by so many pans. So much mayhem, like somebody's broken in. And I look at her, and she comes up from behind the cooker with her beautiful green eyes, and she smiles. I didn't hear you come in. Well, I'm here. What are we having? And I've already scoped the room out like Jason Bourne. I thought we're going to get 3 courses here. There's a lot of mess. There's more mess than normal. I bet there's 3 courses. This is a good thing. And I go, what are we having? She goes, soup. Soup. How can it be soup? I don't say that. I go, there's one thing I was hoping for after a 14-hour day. There's a nice bowl of hot soup. She says, I'm trying something new. I go, ah! She goes, it's vegan. Ah! I love meat. I says, it's good for me microbiomes. Well done, you, thinking about my health. Anyway, in the midst of all the mayhem and mess, there's a 149. Because for the first time in possibly 30 years of marriage, my wife has placed a pan on a mat, thus protecting the intense heat from the shiny granite bench. By the way, this is a good thing. I'm about to say, hey, thank you, positive reinforcement and all that. Then I realised on closer inspection, it's not a mat. It's not a mat. This is a true story. And I'm reliving this in front of you now. It's an HMRC letter with a big brown ring on it. And my chimp goes, ah! And I go, let's just go upstairs and have a shower. And I go upstairs and have a shower for 2.5 hours. And while I'm upstairs, magic happens. I get to contextualize and rationalize, and that brings this guy in. The human part of the brain goes, Steve, nobody's got cancer, nobody's dying, your fridge is full of food, you can pay your bills, you can get out of bed on your own and dress yourself. And John comes to me headlocked, and I'll go, bloody hell, what would John say if he saw me getting upset with a bloody messy kitchen? He'd say, sort yourself out, Steve. And so I do. And by the time I come downstairs, 15 minutes later, probably more than 4, I head to toe in Russian leather, which is a fragrance, not an outfit. Molten brown, I'm not making it up, it's a real thing. I come downstairs, and when I come downstairs, the kitchen still looks like somebody's robbed us, but I've said nothing I regret, the family's calm, I'm calm, we have a cracking weekend. And people have said to me, but surely you'll just burst. That's not how neurology works. Your brain doesn't stay energized, the chimp literally calms down. The neurons stop firing, and the rational brain kicks in. By the time it comes, says, you know what, I'm a lucky bugger. I've got a cracking family, we're all healthy and fit, and we'll go through ups and downs, but we're all right. We're doing all right. But without the 4-minute rule, because I read Steve's book, this is disappointing, by the way. 40 years of experience. What do I want to read? The chapter that says, how to get rid of unhelpful wiring. What does he say? You can it. Once it's in, hardwired as a kid, not going anywhere. Apparently that's in my brain forever. I'm always going to want the world to be tidy. Unreasonably, irrationally tidy. And so I've got to have a mechanism, 4-minute rule, that's my pause button. Without the 4-minute rule, what would happen? I could have the best of intentions. I can stand all day talking about 149 and positivity and finding the good and giving more praise. And I'd open the front door and my chimp would go, ah, whose are these shoes? Whose are these shoes? Am I the only one that knows how to put things away in this house? And I'm on my own, by the way. And I'll be shouting around the house, anybody listening to me? And then I'll start narrating, tidying up. I'll put the shoes in the shoe cupboard because I'm the only one that seems to know where they go. Then I go in the kitchen and I see the dishwasher and I see the sink full of dishes and my chimp goes, you know what you should do, Steve? And I go, don't say anything. And my chimp goes, have a look in the dishwasher because the only reason this dish is in the sink is because that must be full. Because if it was empty, somebody would have put them in there. And I go, don't look. But by the time I've had a chance, my chimp's already opened the dishwasher. Goes, it's empty. Am I the only one that knows how to put things in there? Is it locked? And this is what I do. And then I go around the kitchen. I walk through the front door of the kitchen. I go, oh my God, the pan thief's been in. What are we having? Hot water and veg. Lucky me. Oh, and a prison sentence. I get to go to prison. Thank you. I've been out all day. I drove 4 hours. I've been 6 hours cheering people up against their will. I drive 4 hours home. I get hot water and vegetables and a prison sentence. Lucky me. I'll go upstairs, I have a shower, I'll come down, there's a nightmare atmosphere. Guess who's caused it? The motivational speaker. And that's why the 4-minute rule is a good idea. I've got a question for you now. It's true. See, I need a show of hands for this. How many of you, by a show of hands, tonight, are going to give the 4-minute rule a little try? Yeah. Every time, 50% in my room. The other 50%, you're just annoyed at me now, aren't you? How many of you, by a show of hands, feel really sorry for my wife Abby living in with this? Yeah. What a nightmare. How many of you sympathise? How many of you in this room are the Abbeys of the world who doesn't matter if it's left out, doesn't matter if it doesn't get put away, you know? On your deathbed, you won't wish you tidied up more. I get that a lot, right? My wife says to me, says, you like tidying up? I don't like tidying up. I like it to be tidy. So I put stuff away as I go along. I tell you what, if I want to wind her up, we have loads of fun. When you've been married 30 years, you've got games you play, right? I don't mean dressy-uppy games. I mean just fun games. And the fun game I have is when Abby comes in, this happens all the time, she goes, have you seen my car keys? Where's my car keys? I can't find my car keys. And I have to hold on. I try not to do it. But then my chimp just gets involved because it's quite playful sometimes. And it goes, they'll be where you left them. That is magical for the relationship. It keeps a spark in the relationship. It keeps us alive. 30 years of marriage, that's how we get our kicks. And Abby loves me saying stuff like that. It gets her energy up. It doesn't do a lot for other parts of my relationship, but it's good. Where was I? How long have I got left? I've got 15 minutes, have I? We started late. Have I got to finish 20 past? Have I got 5 more? Who's doing the... do I need to finish 20 past? Yeah. And what level of authority do you have in there? And this wasn't meant to be a vote, like, what do you reckon? Stay till 3. 3 o'clock. Any about 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. 5 past 3. I'll show you a little technique now, right? This is good. I'm going to give you an exercise to do. The exercise, it doesn't really need a slide. I will put a slide a bit later on, but it doesn't need a slide. This is to help train your brain, right? This is one we use with the rugby lads. It's very good. Because just on a serious note, on the chimp front, when I was chatting to the rugby guys, I said to them, what winds your chimp up? And I did know the answer because I'd done my research, but there's a biased referee. The previous 2 World Cups, a French referee in a World Cup final against France, why that is the case, I don't know, had made some very, very strange decisions, to say the least. And as a result, we'd had tries disallowed, and we'd lost both matches by 1 try each match. And in the final of the World Cup last year, he tried to disallow the last try. So we were ready for that ref. And I said to them when we were preparing, I said, so when your chimp gets wound up, what reaction? Of course, you can swear, you can shout, you can get angry. The problem with that is that the referee can then put you on a timeout for 10 minutes. And if you've got 5 players each side, in wheelchair rugby you have 5 in each team at any one time in the sports hall, if a player gets sent off for 10 minutes, you're going to lose. You just can't compete. It's such a fast-paced, small pitch. You're never going to be able to win that. So you can't ever let your chimp out. But you're bound to a degree. You just got to manage it, right? So just being aware of what triggers you is actually a really good strategy. Right? Does that make sense? You know what triggers you, and I know the sorts of things, like time, whether it be punctuality. Certain things trigger me. Like the news. When you listen to the news, it winds you up, doesn't it? Sometimes you think, why is that even happening? And you have to be careful how much you put that into your brain, because it will just fire this character off and you won't be able to sleep. So anyway, I'm going to share a little technique with you. It's called a gob. And then I'm going to share 5 methodologies which take 2 minutes a day to practice. Take me 5 minutes to tell you about them, but 2 minutes a day to practice. You have to do them for at least 3 weeks. And I guarantee you, if you apply these things, I'm going to share the research in a minute with you. There is evidence to suggest that if you practice one of these 5 things for 3 weeks, it helps give you a greater sense of happiness, positivity, greater productivity, greater sense of life satisfaction, even affects levels of depression. Now, I'm not saying it cures depression, I'm just saying it makes you feel slightly more upbeat for 2 minutes a day. And it's based on a simple principle called a GOB. Right? So I came up with this many years ago. GOB stands for Glimpse of Brilliance. And in a minute, I'm going to get you to GOB on a friend. Right? But be careful with this. Right? But a glimpse of brilliance is, and if a timeline, it simply means that if I was to look at my life, I've got loads of things that have happened in the past that are really good, and I've got things in the future that haven't happened yet. Anything good that's ever happened to me comes under the heading of a glimpse of brilliance. Right? So we've used these a lot with the rugby lads. I won't go into the boring details of how we apply it, but the principle is, anything good that ever happens, you pay attention to it. And what I'm going to ask you to do in a minute is to basically pair off. If there's a 3, you can do it a 3, I don't really care. And just basically just share with the other person a very quick 1.5 minute story about something good that's happened to you in your life, right? So it could be a success with a patient, it could be something that happened at home, it could be a wonderful moment on holiday, it could be the day you got married, it could be the birth of your first child, it could be helping whatever it is. It's just a good experience. You're going to go back in time. And whenever I ask any audience anywhere in the world, and I say in a few minutes' time, I'm going to pair you off, I'm going to share a good story, half the audience at least go completely blank. They go to a mild state of panic. Oh, I've got to say something good. And when I pair you off, you go first. I can't think of anything, right? But if I said to you, okay, we won't do that. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about a glimpse of misery. I want you to spend 30 minutes moaning and whining about life. You'd go, oh, I love that, Steve. I love that. I do that all the time. I'm good at that. But you say, talk about something good, your brain doesn't want to do it. Ruby Wax wrote a book called How to Be Human. And in that book, she writes it with a neuroscientist, a bit like a Steve Peters, and with a Buddhist monk. The Buddhist talks about mindfulness, calming your brain, and the neuroscientist talks about how the brain works, the Steve Peters stuff. And Ruby, who suffered from depression most of her life, turns to the neuroscientist and says, why is it in my 60s or 70s, whatever she is now, I'm living my life, coping reasonably well, and suddenly an innocuous event will just push me under, and I'll be in the dark cloud zone for weeks sometimes on end. And he says, that's because, Ruby, it's like this. And I'll paraphrase his answer. He says, when it comes to good things, your brain is like Teflon. Good things slide away. We store them, but we don't need to access them quickly. When it comes to bad things, your brain is like Velcro. Bad things stick. Which is why when you have a good Monday, good Tuesday, good Wednesday, good Thursday, and a very good Friday morning, all you need on a Friday afternoon is one mood hoover, one toxic intervention, one person to say you messed up again, and you go home on a Friday night and say, how's your day? I can't stand that place. Nothing goes right. 4.5 days went well, but I didn't get any time now. All the stuff is about the 5-minute intervention and the one thing that went wrong. Right? And our rugby lads can't afford to do that, because if they mess up, get over it pretty damn quick. You haven't got 4 minutes, you've got 4 seconds. So you've got to have a way to do that. So we access these stories and we practice them. And you go back in time. And I've got loads of stories. I've got glimpses of misery. The day we lost our twins, I could tell you that story and I wouldn't be able to talk. That's how powerful my brain is, and I'm not special. I could go back to the 29th of January 1995 in the time we knew we weren't going to have those kids. And I can tell you, if I went any further on that story with you now, I would not be able to finish my set. Because it's that raw if I choose to access it. I just choose not to, because it wouldn't benefit anybody in the room. However, what I can do is talk about the wonderful kids I've got and the wonderful things I can do and the wonderful positive stuff and take my brain to any good moment in time. And guess what it does? Just as thinking about the twins' death would make me sad, the good moments make me feel pretty good. Not superficially so, actually cheerful. I feel pretty good. I can think of the last time I stood in front of a group of people like you and it went well, which is exactly what I do before I get on any stage. I don't think about the last time I bombed, which has never happened. But you'd imagine if it did. But you know what I mean? I don't go back to the worst moments, go to the best ones. All I'm going to ask you to do is go back in time, find a good moment. So you've got to do. Dead simple. So the methodology behind it is not that complicated. Ooh, is that me moving and sneezing? The methodology is simple. When you start telling your little story, you're only going to have a minute and a half. I'll time it for you, so don't worry about that. Just share an anecdote of an example of something that just makes you feel good, basically. Good moment in time. Oh, that happened the other day. It was bloody brilliant. That happened last year. Go back as far as you like, as short as you like, whatever. Then when you've done that, I'll bring you out the exercise. And I'll explain why that is the essence of what I need to show you next. Because this is a really powerful strategy. This has got me through my life. I would say it's one of the most important things I learned. I've taught my daughter this. My daughter had huge body image issues with dance. By the time she got to second year, she was messages saying, my relationship with food isn't good, which means to a teenage girl in a dance school, she's on a slippery slope. And by the way, that's a bloody big 15. And what we didn't do was go, you'll be fine. We got in the car, drove to Chester, sat with Aaron and said, we're talking about this girl. This needs to be sorted, because anybody in a dance school, which is a very toxic environment, who thinks that their body image isn't warranting to be fed, and she's 8 stone soaking wet with an 8-pack, something's not right there. That's a chimp. So I showed her this. She's never forgotten it. I says, sweetheart, your human brain knows you look fine. I says, the days you get out of bed sometimes, you go, yeah, and you wear your lycra and you're fine. And on the bad days, we knew when she was at home, it's the baggy stuff. All the I don't want to show this athletic body off because it isn't athletic to her. So we had a long conversation about that stuff, and we've spent the last 5 years. Now, Anna's great now. In fact, she's just got herself a job in Universal Studios in Beijing, which is going out next year, and she's living a very healthy life. But she looks back at that Anna and goes, I don't think I liked her very much. But we wouldn't let that slide. So one of the things we taught Anna was, first of all, there is a chimp that's fighting sometimes against you and sometimes for you. There's a rational brain. Her body image issue is the big red blob. And so what I have to do is teach it other things that you can put in here, and one of them is a glimpse of brilliance, going to the best bits, making your brain focus on what's working, not what's not working. Make sense? Right? It's powerful stuff. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a minute and a half, set the scene, tell the story, and just feel the feeling. I promise you it's a good feeling. I spend my life telling stories to cheer me up, right? And they're good. They're funny stories because they make you feel good, and they're real. My wife really did. Did forget to mail a letter, but I've let it go. I've let it go. You got 3 minutes. Pair off. Gob on a friend. Time starts now. You got 1 minute left, 1 minute. Switch over if you haven't done it yet. Okay. Okay. Right. That. Now, if you haven't finished your story, I think there's a little coffee break coming up after this. Just a little break. Right. So finish it then. Because they're desperate to know how it ended. How many of you went back more than a year, 2 years to find a story to tell? How many of you go back in time? Bear in mind, the farther in time you go back, the more you made it up. Right? It didn't happen like that, you probably weren't even there. But the reality is it doesn't matter if it's that accurate, because your memories aren't that clever, but you can go back and get the essence. I can find the times, I can find the moments, and I can share those experiences. And you don't have to go around telling people this stuff, you have to capture them. And so I have a little system, I'll show this, then I'll share these things, and I've got a punchline for you, but then we'll have a cup of tea. This is my gob file, I've kept this for years, I've now got an email version. I keep in this file anything anybody sends to me that's positive. This is a file that's got all the emails, the messages, the things people have sent over the years, quotes, positive stuff, any tool. When we went to see Anna to the Hammond in Chester when she was struggling in second year, which is 19 years old at that time, I taught her the chimp stuff and I shared her some stuff and we had a couple of days together and she's thankfully, the thing that I think helped Anna a lot is she talks a lot. I don't know where she gets that from. But she's a good chat and I think if you can talk about stuff, it's worth more than any technique I can ever give you, right? So she gets it off her chest, she cries and she shares and she's good about doing that. And Abby's brilliant at getting her to talk. And so then I come up with these little nuggets. And I said, Anna, when you go to bed at night, what do you do? And she says, well, do have a bit of food, go to bed, watch a bit of telly. She says, and I usually end up on this little thing here. And I said, and what do you look at? And turns out she looks at Instagram. And I said, that's a great way to go to bed. So you've just had all day, the stress and the pressure. You've got dance teachers saying your bum's too big and all this stuff. And here you go to bed and you look at Instagram to check that all your friends have got more friends than you. They've got a better social life than you. They go to more parties than you, they've got better skin than you, they're generally more successful than you, they're just generally doing better than you. Then you put it on the bedside table, wake up in the morning before your first wee, and just to check that the world is okay, you pick your phone out and just realise you're just as unpopular as you were when you went to bed. Except you missed another party. And then you go to school, and then some numpty says something inappropriate, but you're not ready for it. And I said, so I'm going to ask you to do one thing. So I went and bought her a gob file. It was just a little journal from W.H. Smith, something a bit posher than this. And I says, on the night time, by all means do your Instagram, if you want to do that. But I said, what I would suggest is you just get your file and you write in 3 things from the day. So you might go, did a triple pirouette at school, it was fantastic. I was so proud of myself, got a cheer from the girls. Had a tuna pasta and sweet corn for lunch, fed this machine so it could dance till 6 o'clock. And watched Gogglebox and had a laugh with the girls. Let's just write those 3 things down. And then when you wake up in the morning, before you pick your phone up, just go back and just indulge yourself for 1 minute to do what you just did, but 20 seconds each. 20-second videos. I say play good movies. That's my thing, play good movies. So the first thing in the morning, the first movie is play that triple pirouette and remember how cool it felt. Taste that beautiful sweet corn and tuna that made you feel so strong to dance. And remember the little line in Gogglebox that made you laugh. And you'll probably giggle again, even though it's not on the telly at the minute, because you'll hear the line. And then you'll go to school. You'll deal with the world, you'll come back out and you'll do it the next night. Within a month, you've got the best part of 100 of these things. And they're not anybody else's stories but yours. They're real because it happened to you. And you've got the videos, you've got the emotion attached to them. And I says, and do you think that's going to be better than looking at the false world? By the way, from a very rational perspective, he said, Anna, you do know the Instagram stuff's all fake, don't you? She goes, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know that, Daddy. I says, but how does it make you feel? It feels terrible. So she rationally knows it's fake, but her chimp can't differentiate. Right? And I think that's really cool. Anna's in a good place. She's in a good place. She knows I talk about her, by the way, so don't think I'm breaching some sort of GDPR rule. Right? She says to me when I'm going home, I'm always messaging each other. She rings me up in the car and she goes, "How did today go, Daddy?" And I go, "Went really well. You were the star of the show, girl." She goes, "Am I getting paid?" This is a picture of Anna, by the way. I don't want to use it today. It's in a set of slides, but this was sent to us when she was about 18 years old. And the reason why it's a special picture is because that picture shows a girl who's really feeling good, very zoned in. And that was a picture I sent to her when she was struggling. She sent that to us, and I threw it back at her about a year later. And I said, "Sweetheart, you don't have to learn how to be confident. You just have to remember. You don't need to go on a confidence course, right? None of you do, right? You know how to. You just sometimes forget, and you get into practices that aren't helpful, such as looking at Instagram, right? I'm going to read these 5 techniques to you. They're all based on GOB, and then I'm going to give you the final punchline, and then we'll have a cup of tea. And I think there'll be some bread left, because I thought about 300 sandwiches left when we came out of that room. Don't know what's happened to them. Anyway, this is called the Harvard Business Review Journal. It's a very good business journal, and this study was published 10 years ago, and I think it's very relevant today. It was done on tax managers. I couldn't find one in healthcare, but it was people going through after this recession, stress, depression levels were up, sickness levels were up. Everything that you can is kind of an issue often with the health service. And so they said that they got this company in, they did an experiment. Half the workforce did 1 of 5 2-minute tasks a day. The other half the workforce did not, and they compared the two at the end. They wanted to know how engaged they were they depressed, life satisfaction, and so on. And it says at the end of the 3-week period, on every metric, the experimental group's scores were significantly higher than the control. In fact, 4 months after the experiment took place, the experimental group still scored statistically higher. And the summary is, happiness had become habitual, right? Just by practicing these 5 techniques. And I'm going to share them out. I'm going to send these on my summary. You can write them down if you want, but I will send them. By the weekend, you'll have them they'll be sent out. So the 5 things are, either jot down 3 things you're grateful for. That's a bit like Anna's. Anna's is a bit more meaty because it's actually happened to her in that day. Jot down 3 things you're grateful for. The second one is write a positive message to someone in your support network. So that's where you, in the rugby league team, we call that breaking bread. So at every dinner, at practice sessions, somebody in the team stands up and says, "Thanks, well done you, appreciate that." But you don't have to do it. Because it would be really weird if I said, "You have to be nice to someone." That wouldn't work. It has to be, "Yeah, I want to say something here." So we never make people do anything they don't want to do. But what you find is, the less you push them, the more they do it. And so breaking bread is the way we do that. But write a positive message to someone in your support network. Third one is meditate at your desk for 2 minutes. That simply means switch your phone off. And if you don't have a desk because you're on your feet, which a lot of you are, just find a space. Just go in. And I've done this with a lot of matrons in Newcastle. And one of the matrons called Charlie, she's one of the matrons in the Great North Children's Hospital. And she's found that since doing sessions with me, and I've run many programs in the North, she's now taken time for lunch. She's switching her phone off for 10 minutes, she says, and it makes me go faster. Without any shadow, she says, it sounds like it shouldn't because I'm taking time out, but actually, unless there's a crisis, taking that 10 minutes, she never used to do. She used to feel guilty. If I walk away, I'm letting the side down. And she says, I'm sharpening my saw. I'm coming back more alert, more switched on, because I took 10 freaking minutes, you know. And the next one is exercise for 10 minutes. So you can do 2 in 1. You can switch your phone off, go for a walk. And I know a lot of you are active in your jobs, right? You're physical in your jobs, right? But I'm talking about not working and doing that. It's out. I say this to construction workers. Carrying a hod of bricks is one thing, but just stepping away and going and doing a bit, you know what I mean? That sort of stuff, simple stuff. And then the final one is take 2 minutes to describe in a journal the most meaningful experience of the past 24 hours. That's more what Anna does, but she does 3 of them, right? I cannot tell you how transformational it is in your brain when you allow yourself to go to somewhere good, right? To celebrate your successes, to celebrate all your wins, to pay attention to them, right? It's bloody brilliant. And it's I wouldn't say it's a bit dramatic to say it's saved me daughters. It's not saved me daughters. My daughter's saved because she talks, because we were with her, we chat about this stuff, and we see much more of that face, that determined, driven face, than the one that was a bit knackered in the second year of dance school. And it's not because we're magical or clever, it's because these things are pretty cool to use. Right, I'm going to give you one last thing, and then I'm genuinely going to stop because I think I've done enough, so that's your glimpse of brilliance. Well done you for doing that. I'll send all the follow-up notes. I want to just say one thing. This is a really good thing for culture, and I would be doing you an injustice if I didn't share it. Just finishes it off nice. This is a book my son gave to me in October of 2020. He walked in the kitchen, he says, Dad, I've got a book. You can use it for your 149. It's all about the stuff you teach, Dad. You can put it in your seminars. And I said, oh, thanks, son. And he stood over me while I read the first chapter. And I'm going to read 3 quotes to you. Punishment works. Thank you. No. Of a fashion for a while in certain context, it's also mean, and if employed, its potency will deteriorate along with your relationship. On top of all of that, when focused on using grotty punishment, the punishment is only delivered when you get it wrong. Imagine all of the opportunities you could have had if you were focused on delivering reward and recognition every time you got it right. Punishment works, but it will come at a heavy cost. You will lose motivation, you will lose trust, and you will lose your relationship. And it goes on. And I said to Christopher, that is bloody brilliant. I will find a way to weave this in to one of my seminars. And I just did. And about 3 weeks later, I was doing a webinar for a trust who had had a CQC result, which was really bad. And all the staff's heads went down, as it often does when the CQC give you a bit of a beating. And the chief exec knew me, and he said, will you do something for the board? And it's good to get the board, because then it does filter down, as opposed to you working at it and getting toxic from the sides and up. And so I did this with him, and I said, this is the best leadership book I've read in a long time. His son gave it to me. It's bloody brilliant. And I read the 3 quotes. The final one I'll read again. Punishment works, but it will come at a heavy cost. You lose motivation, you lose trust, and you lose relationship. And the chief people officer was on the session, and she said, what's the name of the book, Steve? I must get a copy. That sounds amazing. I'd love to read more about that. And I says, it's a great book. It's called Easy Peasy Puppy Squeezy. Because we got a golden doodle, and this is the book that came with the dog. And I'd never had a dog before. Has anybody here got a dog? Right, okay, well, you can do this with me. I don't have a dog. I never had a dog, never touched a dog, never touched anything like that. Bony and hairy things I don't want to get near to. And this dog in my kitchen, 8 weeks old, is on my leg. Looks like a little bear. It's on my leg because dogs know. So they go to the one that least wants to be with them. And I've got my family in the kitchen, and the dog's on my leg. It's going, and I'm trying to get it off. Christopher says, don't look at it. Don't look at it. We're training it. Don't look at it. He says, just look straight ahead. Go quiet. And there's me and Abby and Christopher now in the kitchen going, it's on my legs. Going, after about 10 seconds, the dog's paws fall to the floor, and it goes deadly quiet. Those people have got a dog. What do you do next? What's the first thing you do? You say, good boy! Good boy! And you give it a treat, and you tickle its tummy. And the dog goes, aha! I've worked it out. When I'm annoying, I get nothing. But when I'm quiet, I get a treat and a tummy tickle. Now, some of you, your colleagues haven't made it here today. You're going to go to work tomorrow, and they might be in a bit of a mood because they weren't here getting cheered up against their will. And you're going to walk to work, and they're going to be going off on one and moaning and whining. Here's my suggestion. Just say nothing. Stare into the distance. And when they've shut up for a couple of seconds, turn to them, give them a treat, and tickle their tongue. Can I just tell you, before you rush off and do that, it's a metaphor. If I find any one of you has force-fed a colleague and manhandled them in an inappropriate fashion, you deserve your day in HR. But here's the thing. It bloody works. People need that recognition. They need to be told when they're getting it right. They need to be found in the moments and talk about it. You need to celebrate success, not on a day in the pavilion, though this is great, but actually every freaking day. Because every day you need to tell somebody, hey, thanks for that today. As long as it's from the heart, not because I told you to do it. And if you're naturally miserable, and you know who you are, and naturally quite negative, please don't go to work tomorrow and start being overly nice. I would suggest you wean yourself onto happiness over a period of weeks and months. But on a serious note, I'm 60 years old next month, and I've had a very interesting life. I've had my ups, my downs, my traumas, my tragedies, and my beautiful moments. And I can tell you, I've ridden the storm with a glimpse of brilliance, a bit of 149, and easy peasy, puppy squeezy. It's in me bones, and I suggest you do a little bit more of it. And I somehow think you'll get through the winter that little bit better. It's been a joy to talk to you. Thank you so much for inviting me in. Hope to see you again. Thank you. Is it coffee time? Thank you. You should have a coffee now. Have a coffee. Enjoy your afternoon. There you go.
Would you back at...
My work is done.
3 minutes. So
it's an NHS coffee break.
Can I suggest, yes, you get a coffee and you have 5 minutes and then take it with you if you haven't drunk it. And
Right.
The rooms are, so AHPs, we're going to cover room. Don't know, I think that's that way. Children and young people in here because you're streaming to the Gateshead 0 to 19 team. And then that will mean that community are swapping with you, so they're going to Fountains room, and personalised care is in Rydale room. Okay. And then back here for 4:35. Thank you.
Nothing. Yeah, they must have been the only things I got through. That was Ben said that. Yeah, this is the newest. Oh. Right here. What's up, Baba? Brilliant, yeah.
No, yeah. It is Kate, isn't it? I was half listening to what was going on.
It is Kate, yeah. There's two presentations. I'll put them both on and she can pick which one she wants.
We've had a message on Teams saying, how can we get Steve's to pick this thing?
Yeah, the PowerPoint. Okay. The good news is Andy's recorded everything, so we can send over.
I'll say it's a recording that we can send over.
Yeah.
As well. We can put it in our book.
Yeah.
I think it's a better way. Best way of doing it.
Yeah, I think people. Yeah. Oh no, it's going to be. I've got two. They've sent two presentations. I don't know which one it is. So yeah, we'll have two presentations up there. Andy. We'll have a presentation up there. Don't worry. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so there's three of us doing. I think there's three different slide sets actually. Did she send them?
I've got two. I've got the Harrogate SC slides and the CYP clinical lead presentation.
Yeah.
They're the two I've been sent.
She sent two. Exhausting matron three.
So there is national update. Which one do you want on first?
One that says clinical lead, CYP clinical lead.
Yep.
Is that what?
So I'll just save anyone to here. I've got national. So national first. I'll just put them.
Yeah, just going to check mine.
CYP.
CYP clinical lead second. Yeah.
Can I just open my one so I can just have a
Sure,
look?
which one's
The
that?
Harrogate one. Oh yes, that's
This
yeah,
one?
that's it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So we're going to start with the national,
Yeah.
and then CYP next,
Yeah.
and then that one there.
Yeah.
I'll be in to run up and switch them over for you
Yeah,
if you like.
bro.
That's okay. But I'll just boot up the first one now so that the first person's ready to. Thank you. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 40 speakers online. We don't know who they are. It's the same live event. It's the same thing.
Oh, this room is just on flat. But I'm just saying shout out. Okay.
Are they online or?
Yeah, there's 14 people online.
How many?
14.
Okay, I think there's a whole, isn't there?
There's about 10 in one room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is that in Gateshead?
No, that's Darlington.
All right, okay. Right, okay.
If you're going to talk, you'll have to
Oh, I
use
need
the
to get there.
microphone.
I wasn't going to, but I'll
Nobody
just
else
start
will hear
off. Okay. Right, okay, everybody. I think we're probably ready to make a start. So, my name's Alison Smith, for those people that don't know me. I'm Deputy Director of Nursing for Children, Young People and Safeguarding. So, it's brilliant that we've got this workshop where we're going to focus on children, young people this afternoon. So, I'm just going to introduce now Kate, and then Sally and Karen are supporting Kate with her presentation. So we know Kate's she's Deputy Director for Children, Young People in NHS England. So I'll hand over to you, Kate. Okay, thank you. And hello, and we realise that we've got some people dialing in remotely. So we've got, looks like probably about 15 of us in the room and probably similar virtually. So thanks for joining us.
There's a lot virtually. There's like 60 students on, I think.
Oh, is there?
Isn't there?
I think 14.
Skipping students been asked to join as well. It's a real shame we can't see people on the screen. I really like to be able to see who's there, but I don't think we can. Afternoon, everyone. My name's Kate. I'm a children's nurse. I have been a children's nurse for 30 years. Most of my experience is acute provider setting, but obviously we're going to be talking about kind of the whole wider agenda. And so I just want to say thank you for inviting us up today. It's quite a long way from my usual location down in Southampton, so see what time I get home tonight with the trains. So what we're going to do is take you through some of the national work that's going on, and then we're going to have a bit more of a regional steer, and I'll take you through some of the projects that we've been running. Then we'll take you through some of the regional work, and then the last piece, we probably have to wrap up by about 4:20, haven't we, because of trains and things. That's all right, Alison. But and the last piece is going to be picking your excellent brains, and hopefully we'll have some people online as well. Sally's going to do a presentation on what does good look like. So for everyone, so we've got Karen Perring, full title.
CYP Programme Clinical Lead.
CYP Programme Clinical Lead for the North East Yorkshire. And Sally is a nursing fellow in my team, but your background is children's community nursing for and carer experience. Unpaid carer agenda. Yes. So please do put questions and chat. This is really, we want to make this quite informal. We just want to give you a bit of an update, but then also I'd really like it. You can challenge me on any of this, any questions. As you can see, I think actually this morning was really valuable with having Ruth and Duncan here. And Ruth is a massive advocate for children and young people. And you saw she put me on the spot as well. Did you see that? Yeah. Hope this isn't being recorded. It's fine. She does it. But, you know, she's really, really passionate about the children and young people's agenda. And I think things have been really difficult for children's. And I'm saying children's nurses, you are absolutely, if you're on a different part of the branch, but you work with children, I'm kind of just saying that you're our children's brigade, if that makes sense. So I'm not particularly saying you need to have a children's branch to work with children at all, because we all work in different ways, and that's the best thing about what we do in nursing. But when I say that, you kind of
getting my vibe that I'm meaning everyone who works with children and young people.
There are some people who are not nurses as well.
Not nurses. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so across the whole MDT. Brilliant. I know we haven't gone round the room and sort of asked people, but would be really nice just maybe to hear kind of what kind of different experiences we've got in the room around, you know. So who have we got that works acute provider, children's world? Oh. Yeah, in the, like in the local service, yeah? Yeah. 0 to 19? Oh, okay, right. Lots of hands have gone up. Community? Fantastic. Okay, brilliant. So real wide diverse. I hope this is helpful. Yes, I shall take this through. So I started 2 years ago. As I said, my whole background was acute provider setting. And someone kind of gave me 2 PowerPoint slides with, this is what we think we need to do around children's nursing. Kate, do you want to run with this? And I was like, all right, blimey, O'Reilly, okay, here we go. But actually what we've done is we've built a really a fantastic team. So we have some nurse fellows, which is an opportunity for nurses to come out of clinical practice and come and work within the national team. We are under consultation at the moment, so that obviously has been there have been ongoing processes going on in NHS England, but actually we've got, so we have some nurse fellows working with us, as you can see Sally's in the room today. We have project managers, and then one of the roles that I put in that will be for 18 months, so the roles will finish in March 24. We have a CYP regional lead nurse that works across the region, not just within an ICB, with a real focus on workforce. And for me, it was really important. I think it's quite hard to branch out in our world sometimes. You know, those leadership roles above 8AR, they're like hen's teeth, aren't they, really? You know, it's really hard for you to be able to have opportunities to influence on a wider network. And so that's why we put these roles in to help develop our future nurse leaders as well. So it's been really, really successful. They are amazing, and they've really started to drill into some of that workforce data. So I'll take you through that in a minute. So I'm just going to turn this round. So some of my reflections on being in this role is that ever since I've started in the role, so I do a mixture of working across the long-term plan, leadership, sort of quality initiatives that I feel that we would like to address, and then some operational challenges. So we've had, I think the world of delivery within children's services has just changed to the just beyond recognition, really. I think sometimes from when I was doing my clinical practice, and you know, we've had winter in summer, we've had hepatitis, we've had the group A strep, scarlet fever. You know, we've had all these kind of unusual kind of clinical presentations that have kind of thrown us a bit along that journey. So you know, even in the world of transplantation, we had almost 240 children waiting for a kidney transplant at one point, just because of the, you know, the processes that you follow to require a transplant, and some of that was maybe not happening to the same level. So really difficult choices being made. And so I think we will, as Ruth alluded, I think it's the hardest time now, and I think the next couple of years it's going to continue to be hard, but actually there's so much work going on. So massive you know, elective care. There's lots of you that work out in those services. I think there's 280,000 children waiting for community services, predominantly in speech and language and our therapy services. Also, I think there's about 75,000 children waiting for special educational review, and so that's having a huge impact on the pressures that you'll see in your service delivery. Mental health services, it's gone from 12 to about 18% increase in children presenting with acute mental health crisis in the acute setting, so that's been really difficult. I know, you know, we've seen a lot of rise in numbers of children and young people coming in with eating disorders as well, coming into clinical services, staying for a long time because the pathway through isn't quite as, you know, there's a lot of pressure in that space as well. Also, I think we now have 1.3 million children in year 6 that are clinically obese.
reception in the primary school age, and there's a huge amount going on in that space as well. So there's just a lot that children are facing: poverty and food insecurity, and I've talked about the challenges in the winter pressures. So winter, we had RSV in the summer, didn't we? It started very early, and I was joking about head boxes at a conference last week, because got to be old enough to remember what head box is, which I certainly do. So there's been lots of different pressures. I talked about the waiting lists, and we also still sadly have the highest rates of asthma death in Europe. So there's huge concern in that space. And also people living in the deprived areas. And I think, we heard about the maternity talk this morning, and that was, some shocking data in there. So we just have to be aware and make sure that we are being equitable across all of our services. I think it's 2 swimming pools, but I could be wrong. Last year we pulled the equivalent of 2 swimming pools full of teeth out of children. Enough to fill 2 Olympic-sized swimming pools in this country, and the waiting lists around removal of teeth is one of the biggest pressures, and actually it causes one of the highest levels of school attendance, and drop off. So the long-term plan was published over 3 years ago now, and it was very much about integrating care for children and young people, improving the quality of the care, and also including children and people in national programmes. As some of you might know, Alison led one of those led the team North Eastern Yorkshire, and some of the work that's going on across that you might well all be involved in different levels is just phenomenal, and is starting to make a huge difference. And I know we've just published the epilepsy bundle. I don't know if people saw that was published last week as well. So there's just some really great work going on at the moment. So this is what the transformation programme looks like. We have a new chair, who's Louise Shepherd. She's the chief exec at Alderhay, which is the Northwest. And Ruth is our what's known as our SRO, so the Senior Responsible Officer for Children and Young People. And Duncan is the deputy, so which is great, because they were here today as well. And we have a national clinical director, and as you can see, those are the work streams that we work across. So all long-term conditions, with the hope that we're making some real differences in regards to some of the programmes of work that are implemented and the focus that's needed in the space of children and young people. The only one that's not on spot is system-wide paediatric observation tracking, better known as PEWS as well. So I can never remember that acronym. We use it a lot in the NHS, don't we? We're always using abbreviations. And the only one that's not on there as well is mental health. So we work really closely with the National Mental Health team, and I'll talk a bit about some of that work in a minute. And there's some resources that we want to show you as well, because hopefully they will be of use to you in your clinical practice across your whole footprint. We also work really closely with our stakeholders, and we regularly meet with them. So people like Wellchild, Roald Dahl, Barnardo's, Young Epilepsy, all who have a real passion for improving the quality of care and delivery and joining up of services, complexity in children's services. And we meet with them, I think it's every other month, to tell them of the national work, and they get involved in all sorts of different programmes. So when we had all of the RSV surge, we had the voluntary sector who were doing a lot of parental support in that space. So it works really, really well. It's just quite complicated. Trying to explain to people what the national team do is quite hard. And explaining it to nurses is hard enough. And trying to tell your mum what you do, it's like quite difficult. So this is also what I think we're seeing, and you will probably go, oh, okay, yeah, that makes complete sense. So even in June of this year, we were seeing a 25% increase in the number of children and young people that were presenting in ED. On that graph, I'm not the best at data, but as you can see on the graph, if you look at December 22, we were up to 40%, and that was the Group A strep concerns. So out of additional 40% of children attending emergency department, the risk is, who are you missing in that 40%? You're going to miss that 1 in 4,000 that actually possibly may well have that really, really sick bacterial infection. So there's a lot of work going on in that space, but obviously the pressure's on primary care. But I think, I mean, you might agree, especially we've got lots of people in the community and our students on the line today. You know, the anxiety felt by parents since COVID, and maybe some of that sort of parental advice and guidance that maybe came along with your families, it's some of that seems to have disappeared a bit, and also access to advice. There was quite a lot of conflicting advice out there, and so that's quite difficult. So that just shows you, if you work in a service and think, why does it feel like it does? That's why it feels like it does. Interestingly enough, I'm not very good at data, but I quite like this slide. But if you look at it, self-referrals into emergency department were 300,000. So 74% of parents, young people, are referring into ED themselves. But actually, if you look on the other side of that slide, 76% were going home without being admitted. So we are not seeing an increase in conversions into admissions into acute settings or to PAU assessments areas. But that then is just putting huge pressure on the system. So there's some work going on with, just to work out whether, because I've been doing a lot of presentations the last couple of weeks, I'm not quite sure. I've got to work out if it's got the slide on, but there's a lot of work going on in PCAS, so the 111 scheme. I'll have a look, see if we've got the slide. If not, I'll come back and talk about it. But trying to get ACPs and paediatricians into that footprint. So instead of, because as you know, quite often the automatic default is with 111, isn't it? That they take you through and it's off you go to ED. But actually, if you could talk to a paediatrician, the evidence is that it reduces that by about 30%. Because you've got that confidence, haven't you, of that clinician. And so I'll see if I've got the slide in a minute. Also, the non-elective and A&E attendances. So children's elective recovery is not going at the same pace as adult elective recovery. There's a huge amount of work going on in that space as well. And actually this week, I think it's the first accreditation for the first super surgical hub for children. So you have to be running these services for about 6 months, and then you can become accredited to be a super surgical hub for children. And I think, yeah, but they have to, so they're doing it, but then they have to do it for 6 months, and then a team come along and go, oh, this is okay. So Walsall is happening next week. Milton Keynes has got a really big service, but I know that, I think it's Harrogate. Is it Harrogate? It's you guys, isn't it, that I think are already running? No, not that I'm aware of. Oh, okay. There's no, but I don't know. But it's not necessarily specialist children's. It could be a cold site for adults that then do the super surgical, super Saturdays and all that element. So that's happening. So they're being accredited, which means that hopefully will help to start to reduce the backlog. One of my bosses, I've got about 3-4 bosses. They're all lovely, so it's fine. I just go between them. But one of them is Professor, and he talks about, if you've got a child who's 3, who's waited 18 months for surgical intervention, that's half their life. So we really need to get that across, and we need to make sure children are at the table around getting that elective recovery off the ground. That just talks about the community services. I talked about that before. So 92,000 children with a suspected autism referral, and that's a 26% increase in the last year. And I think they were saying earlier, weren't they, that is it 3.5 year waiting list? Yeah, and I don't think that's different across anywhere else in the country, to be honest. This is the other thing that I think it works really, really well, but it is a service that is at capacity, and is something that hopefully will be being reviewed within the medium-term plan, that potentially, once they've done the spending review, we might get to see some areas of improvement in there. So in in Switzerland, you have 7 PICU beds per 100,000 population of children, and in this country we have 3. So it doesn't take a lot to tip those children's services over. I know when we had the hepatitis, so the adenovirus hepatitis issue last year, there's Leeds, Kings and Birmingham that you can go to for specialist liver treatment and transplantation. And actually the mutual aid that was going on with the PICUs to try and make sure that those liver children got to the right places, it was just, the teams are amazing, but when you've got, that kind of number of critical care beds per 100,000 of population, it doesn't, well, you all know, you hear it, don't you? It doesn't take much to tip that service over. And as you can see, that's the data on the number of commission beds and the number of any beds available. I mean, you just can't, there might be one, so at times there's one in each region, and that's really, really hard for people to manage. It's something that needs a review. There's the level 2 HDU review going on at the moment, so there's money gone in for additional transport services, but also additional HDU beds, so trying to make sure that that we can deliver that higher specialist care closer to home, and that's happening. I think there's going to be about 30 new HDU beds across the country for children, which is fantastic. But then, to run an HDU bed, you need your specialist nurses, don't you? You need to have that expert skill. So there's also the training implications in there as well. But that's kind of maybe a bit of the way going to address how we deal with some of this capacity issues. I hope I'm not being too doom and gloom. We are trying to do things nationally. I think this might be quite interesting to a lot of you on the call. The school attendance rates, you must hear this all the time in your clinical practice, but actually the one that I find really interesting is the 22% persistent absence rate. Also, there's quite a lot of work going on you might well be involved in, trying to ascertain and understand those children that maybe were shielding in COVID, and then their school attendance has been a little bit intermittent since then, shall we say, and the support. I saw all the amazing stuff on Twitter around some of our special school nurses who were doing absolutely everything to try and get their children and young people back into the special schools, and what needed to go in place in regards to some of the clinical interventions. So there's quite a lot of work going on around trying to identify those sort of children that might be massively at risk around they're not attending school to the level that potentially they should. And we have a national call every Tuesday morning, and Department for Education are on there, and they give us some of the statistics around sort of absence rates. There's a lot of people trying to join up to understand the needs of what's going on with children, but it is quite complex and multi-layered. This is another slide that I think just shows a little bit of maybe some data that's the National Child Mortality Database around maybe sort of slight increases. I think obviously we saw, in child deaths, we're seeing a little bit more maybe around trauma, a little bit more around drownings, older teenagers in cold water, hot tubs. There's been quite a lot of public health messaging out about drownings, especially when the weather gets warm, and stabbings, unfortunately, and obviously infections. So this data is all available online, but just to show you that we have seen an increase in some of the areas of deaths in children and young people recently. One of the things that's really, really positive is we now have a ICB executive lead for children and young people on each ICB, and that was a lot of work for the policy team to try and make sure that you have that designated lead. So everything to do with children and people. I don't know, in your career, I've spent my whole life going, what about children? What about children and families? That's a really, really fantastic support, and the national team put on monthly calls for the ICB CYP exec leads, and there's probably over 100 people on those calls now, and we give a national update, and quite often they come asking for resources and access to information. So obviously the ICBs are at different levels of maturity, but are coming and asking the national team for information and knowledge around best delivery of children's services. So that's a real great opportunity as well. So this is some of the groups that we work with. I'm really honoured to be working with some of these people. And as I was at the Roald Dahl conference last week, where there was over 100 Roald Dahl nurses, just doing some amazing, phenomenal care. We also work with the universities. We're doing some research, and also we work very closely with RCPCH. And I'll talk about a couple of pieces of work that are going on at the moment that might be of interest. So this is something that's very dear to my heart. There was a little girl who sadly died of cancer in September 21, and she had a wish list of things that she wanted to see. So she was treated through COVID. So obviously, you know, the difference in her ability to access certain elements such as play was different, but she made a wish list before she sadly passed away, and that was for play specialists 7 days a week in a hospital. I think we'd all probably fly a little flag for that one. Improvements in food for children, parents to be fed when they're staying with their child, and then also GP and nurses to be trained in childhood cancer and to increase the funding for childhood cancer research. So only 3% goes towards the care of children with cancer. So this is one of these things that actually has taken over quite a lot of my life, but actually I've been blessed to work with Charlotte, who is just the most inspirational mum and has driven this. And this is some of the work that we're doing. And I think we had COVID, and we kind of fed a lot of parents, I think, through I certainly did when I was a ward manager. You know, you fed all the children, and then if there was anything left, you fed the siblings, and then if there's anything left, you fed basically the parents, and you knew that some people weren't going to get any food that night, and that's kind of what you did. And I remember I was saying to people, my bread and milk, you know, budget was always too high, and then you get a new facilities director and they'd go, oh, your bread and milk budget is far too high, and I'd be like, oh, I can't think why that is. Well, I know why that is, because I'm making everyone tea and toast in the morning, because that's what you do as a nurse. You know, you care for the family. It makes such a difference. It's the little things, isn't it, that makes such a difference. Actually, then COVID happened. We fed lots of parents. You know, the parents were the only ones that were allowed in hospital, weren't they? You know, through the acute phase, and then we kind of kept feeding some parents, and some trust fed some parents and some didn't, and then Ruth got in touch, Sophie's mum Charlotte got in touch with Ruth, and so we started to think about how we can deliver some of these wishes for Sophie's legacy. And what was really interesting, we went around like 10 hospitals, and we went to like places like, we might have gone to Birmingham Children's Hospital, but we went to Walsall as well, and we went to Blackpool, we went to the Evelina. So we tried to make sure we went across all different hospitals. And what you'd have is and this is, you know, I can say this because I am one, but we love to make up rules, nurses, don't we? Sometimes we like to attach bits of equipment to each other that we're not meant to as well, over the many years, and it's all with the best of intentions. And so you'd go around a hospital and someone would go, oh yeah, we give parents this and we feed them that, and then we've got a lovely store cupboard with all this food in, and then you'd go round and it'd be like, and you'd ask a parent, they'd be like, well, I've been here 10 days and no one's even given me a cup of tea, you know. So there was a real disconnect. And I think also what we've had is we've probably had a couple of more years of nurses qualify that didn't see what we did before COVID around feeding parents and that compassion and siblings. So what we've done is we've worked with 9 of the big children's hospitals, and actually we worked with Newcastle and Leeds and, you can tell them from down south, Sheffield, North East, 3 big ones. Yes. Sorry, my geography's terrible. Get lost everywhere. And so they've been part of that. So what we did is we gave them all a small amount of money, and they've all been running pilots, feeding parents, all different ways, and it's gone really, really well. And we're presenting it to the Children's Hospital Alliance on Friday, actually. And that's hopefully, we're looking at what we're doing there. We've also done a questionnaire out, which probably came to directors of nursing, around current facilities for what facilities parents have. Do you feed parents? And then also play facilities. So there's been a lot around sort of play going on. So we're hoping to get that together, and then we are trying to lobby and ask people to support. If you've got a zero food waste strategy in your trust, then maybe use some of that saving and start feeding all of your parents. There's a lot of trusts that are now feeding resident parents. On average, they spend between £12 to £15 a day. And I heard a heartbreaking story in Blackpool where we had a father who was primary carer, so had his package of care, wasn't allowed in the canteen still, and had to eat out of Costa and WH Smith's every day. And he used to call it Costa Lotta, which, and so, you know, we need to be more compassionate in this space, really. So that's all going on at the moment, and we've had amazing feedback, as you would imagine, because the worry about what you're going to eat, and also some of it is you don't want to leave the bedside, do you? You just don't want to be doing that. So that's going really well. And then the other thing, we've been working with Starlight and some guidance and some standards. So it's quite hard to benchmark your play services. It's all very old. It's, you know, there's this kind of nebulous one play specialist to 10 beds that I think somebody put in a article 20 years ago. So we're trying to work with Starlight, and we've just published an interim report on where we've got to so far, and we're going to hopefully publish some guidance and standards. The workforce element, because obviously we can't legislate, we can't mandate, so we just have to support with guidance, but hopefully it will give play specialists some real tools, and we're hoping to digitalise that, which means that people in Newcastle can come to Harrogate or Leeds and benchmark each other's play services, and hopefully be able to go out and use it in the community as well. So actually understanding whether the provision of play that you deliver is to the standard that you would like. Of course you can.
Did you look at ED in that as well, or just more inpatient settings, just looking at kind of distraction and things?
So, well, the guidance is across all services.
Could you
really.
repeat the question, please, for the people who can't hear that
Oh,
question
you need a
on the
microphone,
stream?
Alison, sorry.
Sorry, thank you. I was just asking about the Starlight, when you're looking at the play provision, and whether it was just focused on inpatient settings, or you were looking at wherever children are, just thinking about particularly around ED, so emergency departments and distraction and things like that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's for all areas. It's going to be fundamental principles, which will you can then adapt into each space that you're in, and also into community, because that's an area that obviously is quite developing, I would say, around delivery of play. I'm not going to talk about this because this is Sally's piece of work. So this is what does good look like. This is one of the other pieces of work that's going on, but Sally's going to talk about that in a minute. We've been working really hard trying to look at children and young people's workforce. So we have 57,000 children's nurses on the register. We have 28,000 of them working in acute provider settings. I don't know how I remember all this in my head. And we've got about 3,000 children's nurse vacancies at the moment. I believe in health visiting and school nursing, it's probably, it's not great. But health visitors and school nurses were mentioned in the long-term workforce plan. And so we've been working closely with Barney Levers and his team in the workforce training and the new, what was HEE now is now called WTE, because we just like to change things. And we are challenging the modelling. We're talking about complexity. There's now over 2,500 children in this country who are long-term ventilated at home. You look at the increases in mental health. I mean, you're part of the delivery of those complex care packages in schools and home. It's just multifaceted. So, and also there's nurses working in all nursing and AHPs and RMDT working in all different footprints nowadays. We've got virtual wards, we've got the acute respiratory hubs, all of those initiatives to try and take the pressure off services then mean you need more of those experts that work with children. So we are trying to unpick all of this. So we set up, I set up a project board, and we've got some subgroups looking at data, retention, working differently, domestic supply and international nursing. So we've got some objectives set in that space. And actually, some of the things are, you know, potentially nurses don't come into nursing to be a lifelong career anymore. They might well have 1 or 2 careers. There's a bit of evidence around that there's slightly higher rate of attrition in the children's nursing branch than there used to be. And also there is quite a lot of disparity around the numbers of nurses that are potentially trained in different parts of the region. So in the northeast, we've got vacancy of about 4%. Yeah, 4-ish, maybe a bit more.
I think the trouble is the data's not.
The data's not, no. So the data that we have.
I think it's higher than that.
Yeah, but in the southeast, it's 15%. Yeah. So, you know, there is a big gap, but actually we're training more nurses up north than we are maybe down south, but there's more gaps in the south. So there needs to be some work in this. But it's really complex, but just to say that we are trying to have those conversations to try and future-proof. You know, we want people to work in all different areas. We want people to branch out and be amazing leaders and, you know, and deliver that amazing care. But actually, you do need the workforce behind that, and we need to be thinking about that. So just to reassure, we are having conversations, and the RCPCH are supporting us in that, some of that complexity data as well. This is just a little snapshot of a piece of work that Sally led on. So this is about wellbeing in the paediatric intensive care units. So obviously there's been quite a lot of pressure in that particular area, and we've done some wellbeing work with them. So there was 3 interventions, and actually it's been really 14 hospitals were taken through that, just trying to help support the people working in those spaces, and it's gone really well, and people are feeling empowered, and we're just about to run one with emergency departments, but because of the R&D, all the ethical issues, we're going back to these hospitals first, and then we're going to roll something out for other hospitals. So if you work in an ED department, or you know someone who does, and they might want to be part of a wellbeing collaborative to try and help support our workforce, then we'll be launching that a bit later in the financial year. And actually, Mad, Sad and Glad, has anyone ever used Mad, Sad and Glad with their teams at all? It's a really good tool, isn't it, Sally? So, you know, we used to do it with our preceptors when I was a head of nursing. So what makes you mad, sad and glad? And actually the same things that make newly qualified nurses mad, sad and glad made me mad, sad and glad when I qualified, back with Florence. And so, you know, it's really important that they have a voice. You know, it's things like, you know, rubbish rosters and, you know, all those things that kind of we try and support people with. I'm not saying people doing rostering are rubbish. I'm just saying that, you know, perceived rubbish rosters at times, you know, you get Christmas and New Year or whatever goes on. So this is the piece of work that's ongoing at the moment. I'm going to skip these bits. I'm just going to go to this slide here for time. So other things that we've been trying to do is develop children's nurse leaders. So this is for senior leaders working across children's services. So really pleased to say we've secured funding for 30 nurses to go through another leadership programme this year. We ran one for 20 nurses last year, and we've got one of our scholars who sat here today, and it's just a really amazing opportunity for people to develop their leadership style, network, meet lots of other like-minded people who work around children. It's just fantastic. We also support Florence Nightingale scholars. We pay for 4 of those scholarships each year, and then me and my team, we mentor and support them and get them networking and out and about and doing all sorts of things. We had a national conference. We're running a student nurse conference in March, and we're going to try and work out, because actually what you've done today, I think there's lots of people online who are all together in one room, and we're hoping that if we do a student nurse conference in March, that we can do the same through the university. So, you know, talk about mental health, well-being, leadership, get some young people along to talk about some of their issues. So that's going on at the moment as well. Then the other thing, which I've got the link at the end, which if you can look at this. So have people heard of a Futures platform? Is anyone on a Futures platform in a different space? What are you on? Maternity. Okay, fantastic. And I would expect you to be on, Alison. You've been trouble if you weren't. So we have a CYP nursing futures platform, and it's going really well. We need more people to join it, but it's kind of got a repository of all sorts of interesting stuff. There's a regional one, so you input, don't you, Karen, into the regional one. So strategies, visions. I've just put the new play report on there. I've just put the epilepsy 12 bundle on there. So anything that's coming out that's to do with children, we'd love people to have community, school nursing. We'd love people to have. We've got a big research one about to go live in children's nursing, which is the first time this has been done, I think, around. We've done a big evidence-based review. So I'll put the link up, and if you can share it with people, that'd be great. Also, we've run an e-learning for health platform for children in mental health crisis in acute settings. That's got like over 300 tools on it for you to use. And we've had over 100,000 hits on that site. It's been unbelievable. A lot around the sort of mental health act and capacity and legal frameworks. That's really positive. And also there's going to be a piece of work that starts soon around restrictive practice for sort of non-eating disorders settings, so acute settings, but for there's already eating disorder practice out there, but we're doing some work around sort of clinical holding and going to pull together some best practice and guidance in that space as well. One thing we're trying to do is who was talking about passports earlier? Was someone talking about digitalisation of passports? Someone was earlier, wasn't safe? Yeah. No, but yeah. And so we are going to digitalise the. It was Paula, wasn't it? Thank you. And so we're digitalising the critical care competencies. So it means that nurses who are moving around, it means that their skill, you don't have, because, we love to add a few more layers in around competency signing off, don't we? So that's something that's going to be digitalised. Also things like RSV, so palivizumab and nirsevimab. So hopefully RSV next year, there'll be a strategy around delivery of nirsevimab, which is going to be the new treatment, so hopefully it starts to take the pressure off. And then, in fact, some of you might well be already administering palivizumab to your at-risk babies. Talked about HDU, and also we have the workforce leads in there as well. And then, what else on there? Oh, and the other thing that I haven't popped on here, but actually which was published in May, is we now have a conflict platform. And you might think, what's she on about? What's a conflict platform? It's really interesting. We were, as I say, I was at the Roald Dahl conference last week, and we asked 30 nurses who worked with complex needs children how many of them were experiencing some form of low-level conflict with a family, and it was 90%. So what we've done is we've built a online module, 3 modules. It's all interactive because nobody wants to do, it's hard, it needs to be interesting and relevant and meaningful for you as nurses and all the other professions that we work with, because it's multi-professional. And so the links on afterwards, we've had about 500 people go through that. And it basically gives you some tips and tricks and tools to help support those difficult conversations that you might be having to have with families. And I've experienced some quite high profile conflict in my professional career, really, really difficult scenarios. Probably about once every couple of months, you see a high profile case. There's one going on at the moment that's gone to court in Nottingham, predominantly around PICU, but as we know, that's a small part, a percentage of long-term delivery of care. And what we're trying to do is support our neonatal nurse colleagues at the moment. So we're going to devise a specific neonatal conflict module, and also try and do some work in the leadership space and wellbeing as well. Just because obviously acknowledging at the moment it's been a difficult time for some of our neonatal nurse colleagues as well. And I'm going to stop there. We do lots of visits as well. I will... There's the links. So the slides will come round after, but we've got the Futures platform, the conflict platform, mental health. Is the conflict one on there? I'll make sure. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah. And I will hand over to Karen. We're all right for time. Sorry, it's 3:30. And are there any questions coming through on the chat? I can't see anything. But is there? No. Everyone's been very well behaved so far. We'll hopefully have a bit more chat going on in a minute without me chatting all the time. Anything? Does that kind of make sense so far? give you a bit of an update, a bit of a taster of what's going on nationally? Good. Right, I'll hand over to the lovely Karen.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's that. Yeah, I'll go over that.
Thank you. Great stuff. Okay. So Kate introduced me before, but just in case, because it is a bit of a long title. Are you going to say? It's because I'm short.
No, I didn't say it.
I've already been saying that to her today. So my name's Karen Perring. I work for NHS England across the North Eastern Yorkshire region in the CYP transformation programme. I'm their clinical lead. I am a children's nurse as well, but years ago I was an adult nurse before that, so many moons ago. But yeah, spent most of my career in children's nursing. And I'm currently working with Kate as sort of representing the North Eastern Yorkshire region in terms of children's nursing workforce. So there's some linkage between the two areas, isn't there? So, thought I'd give you all a laugh. And bring up some really old photographs of me. Just to give you, I did have one of me, but I've reduced my slides down, but there was one of the whole intake, and you can see we used to wear hats back in the day. Some of you might, I'm not looking at anybody in particular, but there might be some people in the room that used to wear old-fashioned uniforms with hats and things when they started nursing. So it was just to give you a quick insight into sort of how I ended up working in NHS England, really. And as I say, I started working in Newcastle. Actually, it was just last week was my 35th anniversary of nursing. So I started off as an adult nurse, did my registered general nurse training in Newcastle in 1988. And then very quickly, towards the end of my training, realised that I wanted to work with children. I liked every placement, if I'm honest. I liked everything. I wanted to do everything. But my last placement was children's, and I got a job there in 1994, and I did my children's nurse training and qualified as a children's nurse, and then really never looked back. I spent the majority of my career in children's intensive care, actually. I worked up in Newcastle and then moved down to Yorkshire and worked in Leeds in PICU. And then moved on, and I took a bit of time out, actually, and I just wanted to reflect on that a little bit in terms of how we say about our workforce, where we sometimes, you know, various flexibility and things like that come into play when we're considering career changes. It can be tricky, can't it, with shifts, etc. I think that's some of the feedback that comes through when we hold our meetings about workforce challenges and trying to find that work-life balance, and it can be hard. But what I would say is I did take a bit of time out. I had a marvellous manager at the time who supported me in that and actually kept me on the books, if you like. So I managed to sort of leave but still hold on to a bit of a contract that I could go back. So I didn't lose any of the benefits like pension and things like that. But I took some time out, looking after children, did a degree, tried out teaching a little bit and different things like that. But the calling into nursing was too strong and pulled me back in. And then I came back in and I actually worked in neonates. So I worked in neonatal intensive care for a very short time. You can see that's the shortest job I had. And I think it just wasn't my fit for whatever reason. I missed the children really, and the families. The families were there, but like different things. I think I'm a children's nurse, not a neonatal nurse. Different skill sets. And then so I left that job and moved into transport nursing. And when I developed this slide pack, it was this journey slides. It was for trying to get people, encourage them to come into nursing as a career, and it was supposed to represent the diversity of roles you can have. So that's me in the green outfit, because I work for Embrace. Some of you might have come across Embrace if you ever spend time in acute settings, which is our regional transport service for Yorkshire and Humber. And that's me standing on the flight deck of a helicopter. So I used to be able to go out flying and move children around the country and travel a little bit in helicopters. So again, a bit of diversity in the career. And then I moved on from there. I got a secondment opportunity, and I think that's another nice way in terms of your career to try things out is having secondments. And I think we need to think about that when we're looking to see what opportunities have come along. You'll hear secondments as a theme for me for the next few years. So I got a secondment opportunity to work for the Operational Delivery Network in Yorkshire and Humber, and that was for paediatric critical care. I started off in an education role, so I used to come to Harrogate quite regularly and run stabilisation of critically ill children courses, working in ED, in the anaesthetic departments, being in the theatres and on the ward, doing lots of things like that in Harrogate. And there's a team photo of us there after we'd done a study day on long-term ventilated children. So that worked my way through there into, as I say, started off as an educator, moved into the lead nurse role, and then eventually became the manager of that network. So spent about 9 years in the Yorkshire and Humber working regionally in the ODN. And that was great prep for this next role. And I got an opportunity again for a secondment, and I was actually seconded into the Children and Young People's team in region 2 days a week, which gave me a little taster and insight into that broader. Met Kate, and Alison was my old boss, and yeah, had a great opportunity to do a little bit of work on mental health for children and young people in acute care settings, and then ended up moving in and applying for the job when a full-time opportunity came up, and got another secondment opportunity, this time into the national team. So I work with Kate and the national guys, as well as my regional role at the minute, which is fantastic. So that's that. So lots of pictures of me, and you can see I'm not a natural blonde. My daughter put on that little, she did that little animation for me. I'm not that clever. Next slide. So I thought it'd be good just to talk through really what that clinical lead role is, because it's really important to me to connect with everybody, no matter what your role is. That's what keeps things, you know, I'm dependent on the information that I get from everybody out in the workforce to help me understand where I can influence, advocate, carry that information back to people like Kate and the team around workforce challenges, but also signpost and network and offer support and advice, really. I'm there for everybody. I see that as part of my role. So I wanted to go through sort of the areas that I'm looking at in my regional role, just very briefly, but you can see there workforce I've got at the top. I also do some work around CYP mental health still, but that is focused around those mental health patients who end up in acute children's ward areas, really. So supporting the teams to manage that. And I think, Kate, you mentioned before, didn't you, the rise in patients that we see coming in to general paediatric areas. It's very different in terms of that patient group. So how do the teams manage those patients? They're often in for long periods of time, I think Kate mentioned before, so length of stay can be very, very long, and you've got sort of a real mix of age groups coming in, so there's lots of unique challenges around that, so do some work on that. Long-term plan priorities is one, so supporting the wider programme around the rollout of some of that, and I think that was like asthma, diabetes, epilepsy, the complications, excess weight, all of that work, so supporting the wider programme. I put in there the spot in the pews. So that was, the pews is the paediatric early warning score, so a tool that's about to come out. You guys use PAWS in Harrogate, which you've had established for a long time, and we'll move to a national tool, which will be the pews, which is just another version of that, but slightly got some really important parts around parental concern in the new tool. And obviously Ruth mentioned before about Martha's Rule, and about recognising that parent who says to you, I think my child's not right. And actually in the new tool, that trumps some of the scoring. Even if the child looks stable in its scoring, if the parents raise concerns, it causes an escalation. So it's a really essential tool. So that should be out, hopefully, depending on the outcomes of the Martha's Rule recommendations, that should be out in the next few weeks. and then it'll be a slow implementation. At the minute, that's just for acute paediatric areas, so the acute children's ward areas can be used in ED outpatient, not outpatients, this children's assessment unit area. It will eventually, the wider SPOT programme is about putting something out for use in primary care, community teams to use, so that you're all talking in the same language if you pick up and identify problems in terms of deterioration. So it will become a common language eventually, but at this point the first wave will just be in acute settings. So supporting some of the work around that. Urgent and emergency care is another area, and that's around, it links into workforce around having the right staff groups. So have we got children's nurses working in ED that meet their current recommendations and standards, but also recognising that, I think Kate showed that graph where we're seeing a rise of ED attendances of children, particularly small children under the age of 5, and why are families sort of bringing the children up there instead of perhaps looking at other routes of care. Lots of people had babies born during the pandemic and weren't able to access the normal classes and support. You guys will know all this that you see, so sort of parent craft and various skill sets. So, you know, there's a lot of anxiety for families and parents, and they want to have that. We know for a fact from the data and the research into it that they want that contact. They want to sit with someone and talk to them about why the child's ill. Most of those attendances don't end up being admitted. So we need to work out how we can signpost. So having the right workforce in your ED, making every contact count is really important. So there is some other work as part of the CYP programme about family support workers in ED that'll be coming along soon. But it's around making that contact count, and that's a really important part. Leadership, so supporting some of the work that Sally's doing, but in a regional point of perspective, I've got a professional leadership group for the senior nursing leaders and matrons and various people working in that to try and share some of the information around what's happening nationally, but also to pick up on themes, support each other in terms of professional development, sharing the learning, sharing practice, sharing guidelines, best practice, etc., to try and move everyone together. So in terms of the nursing workforce, as I said, I'm currently working with Kate. So in region we have got 3 areas or subgroup areas set up to look at CYP workforce. So we've got a medical lead who's going to be looking at the medical workforce, an allied health professional regional lead. We've got somebody now who has 1 PA a week to look at allied health professionals working in CYP. They're currently mapping and scoping, because one of the things we've identified is you can't see where people are working very easily on sort of the graphs and the data packs that we see. Partly because a lot of people working in HP roles may not be, it all goes back to your ESR data set, so they may not be coded correctly, or they may have a time where they care for adults but also care for children in their job, but they'll not be picked up as delivering care to children, perhaps because maybe it's the majority of the hours is focused on adults. So we don't always know which allied health professionals we've got out there and where they work, and we don't have that intelligence, which makes it difficult to understand, have we got challenges and gaps, are we meeting the needs? So we've got somebody doing some work on that, and then I'm looking at nursing. I held a regional CYP nursing workforce summit on the 3rd of July, and I've got some slides which I'll comment on, but that was sort of to understand what challenges we've got in our region that are different maybe to other regions. I know Kate mentioned at the beginning about we look nationally on a table. The North East and Yorkshire region don't flag up really as a concern because we're not as high as other regions, but certainly when I'm talking to people, it's not the case. So I'm aware of, places that have like 25% vacancies in their children's nursing workforce just in one clinical area, sometimes even more than that. So certainly 4% doesn't sit well in terms of that information, but it's just difficult to capture, again, because of the way things are coded. So we wanted to understand that. So I'm currently working with the regional workforce team, WTE, who Kate explained before was the old HEE, and the ICBs. And then I'm also working with public health in terms of your roles in the 0 to 19 services, trying to pull some of the information around that. So one of the public health consultants is supporting that work stream at the minute. And I think we will, once we get their data pack and try and explain it a little bit, we'll probably put on some different workshop style meetings focused on different areas. So you may be interested in joining some of that conversation near the time. I'll be in touch with Alison in terms of how that moves forward, but it'd be really important to capture your experience of what you're finding challenging in your workforce areas. So those guys, I'm just waiting to see the final data pack from them. In terms of, Kate mentioned before, paediatric critical care. So that is an area of challenge in our region, and anybody who is working on Woodlands will have come across a time where there hasn't been a bed in Leeds, PICU, and children have had to move further afield. It can be a stressful time for the teams here, you know, in terms of stabilising that child, waiting transfer, not knowing where that next bed's going to be. So it can put pressures on the anaesthetic teams in ED, with length of stay and wait, and certainly as I say, in my old job, I used to come out here quite a bit to pick up children. So the waits can be stressful for teams. So we do need to get that PICU stuff right. So this was just some of the information collected. It doesn't show up very well, and I'm not technical enough to brighten it or make it finer. So I circled it in red, and you can see my circles aren't even neat. I'm not very good at the technical stuff. So the themes that came up, you can sort of see on there. We've got recruitment. I've circled words like fragility. So people talked about fragile services, that you might be at establishment, but there's no give in your system. So people go off on maternity leave. It instantly has an impact on your service. You can't then backfill or cover maternity leave. So you might technically be at establishment, but it doesn't take much to break it. And I'm sure most of you can reflect on that. Just one or two people sometimes going off can really wobble the system. We're not very good at maybe over recruiting and building up that establishment a bit better to absorb risk with people doing other things. We've got rising complexity. I think Kate mentioned that quite a bit in her talk, and it's mirrored in our region, definitely. That comes up quite a lot. Patient acuity, rising complexity. And there is some national work that is going on, looking at the Safer Nursing Care tool in terms of a pilot to try and take that into account, because we have got a changing patient group in the acute care settings, and obviously there'll be some work around the community Safer Nursing Care tool in the future for children. But at the minute, we know it's not right. It doesn't capture it, so the establishments don't work out right. It doesn't reflect the change in acuity of the children we care for. So whether that be more mental health patients or more complex children that have many multiple needs. You mentioned long-term ventilated children or trachea children, and that on a on a normal children's ward with ratios appropriate to care makes it very difficult to balance your patient groups. So some more work to be done on that, and that was reflected. And then I think there was some comments on retention on there as well, and how can we make sure we look after people's health and well-being. So the themes match really. They do sort of map across nationally, don't they, in terms of themes. And then you can see there, the question we asked was, what would the top 3 priorities look like in the region? And you can see some keywords there. Retention's right in the centre. So it's not necessarily about recruiting more nurses in, and I know Ruth mentioned before the long-term workforce plan, and certainly children's nursing wasn't mentioned particularly in there, but your sort of 0 to 19 services were. But it's not necessarily about recruitment in, it's how do we keep our nurses once we've got them in. We have a lot of nurses that leave after a year or two after qualifying. Some don't even register once they've completed the training. So why are we losing them? How can we keep them there? And I think my career map at the beginning, you can see, you know, even I took some time out halfway through my career when times get tricky family-wise. So what can we do about flexibility? And I think you know, how can we make it more attractive? How can we support people to maybe reduce the hours and then step up later? You know, there's lots of things in that space that we need to consider and do. You can see mental health quite big there, and that's because, like we said, the changing type of children we've got coming into the ward areas. So a lot of people feel a little bit unfamiliar with those patient groups and feel like they want more training. And training itself is there, education, training, mental health training, some of the big themes there, but retention I think stands out in the middle nicely. So we're trying to work on that, and I'm trying to pull together some key plans to move forward. But it's a big topic, and we're not looking for a fast fix. We're looking to do something that's going to, you know, last when we're trying to make some of these changes. And then the last one I was just going to mention was, I'm not going to go into detail on this one because I'm conscious of time, but basically around the acute care setting funding, when I said that I was supporting some of the work, that's just around the mental health champion role. So every provider who admits children got £19,000. It's not a lot of money. It doesn't go very far, but it's something, and I think it's a real positive thing that this has been recognised. So it's not just for the big, shiny tertiary children's hospitals, it's for every single, no matter how big or small your children's ward is, everybody got the same. And I think that means a lot because it's about what you do with that money. So there's £19,000 for Harrogate to put in place a mental health champion role. That can be a nursing role, it can be an allied health professional role, or it can be a medic. So it can be anybody, really, who's going to be passionate and enthusiastic and lead on and champion, I think is the key word there, around mental health. It's around signposts and connecting into the national work. There is a national learning collaborative that Kate chairs, which is brilliant in terms of pulling people together. There's loads of learning and sharing goes on. It's actually really phenomenal, the amount of work that's being done and support through that. And then I've got a small regional version for the North Eastern Yorkshire, which is a regional community of practice. And that's set up in a great, again, they're a great bunch. We're only small at the minute, there's only 8 of us, but it's grown, and all the mental health champions will be invited to join that and share the learning and resources. And again, it's saving people time. People don't have time to rewrite things, do their own version of things, but we've got lots of resources that can be adapted to your areas. There is a regional shared decision-making council for CYP mental health staff, and again, that's a great bunch. It's not just senior people, it's different levels of staff in different roles. It's got some I think HP support in there, healthcare support workers play specialists in that shared decision-making council. Just, again, an opportunity to come and speak in a safe space and represent, and what can we change and what can we do. And then there's a national platform that I've put on there with loads of resources and training. That's my Florence. Mentioned before, I was lucky enough to get a place on that leadership programme, and part of that was to do a quality improvement project, and that was my elevator pitch. I have not got the sound on there because it's horrible. It kept playing at first and I ended up having to take a photo, but that piece of work was around that ED nursing element that I was talking around before, and I did some work with one particular trust in region around some of the challenges on working across a split site where there wasn't enough children's nurses to meet the standards, and what can we do. So some of it's about trying to train our adult staff. Kate talked before about competency packages, so can we get some training and things to support adult nurses that make them more aware of the children's element, but also what models can we look at to cover the peak times when children attend potentially and have staff on, children's nurses at the right time, family support workers in. I've heard models where we've got health visitors potentially doing some time in the ED to do some of that contact, that making every contact count bit. Some models like that have been used in other places across the country, so trying to do some work on that. And that's me. So I put my email address on there just in case anybody wanted to reach out and get in touch. I'm really interested to hear about challenges that you face. And, you know, in a safe space. So although I work for NHS England, I'm happy to have a conversation and just offline about anything. I'm really keen to capture what your challenges are, what, you know, what makes you mad, sad and glad, if you like. Like Kate said before about your services, not necessarily about the organisation, but in terms of experience, because we need to know how can we keep our staff for all the way through and beyond, like me, you know, through that career journey, up and down, different roles, but keeping you in the workforce for the NHS going forward. Any questions? Stunned you all to silence. It was the photos at the beginning, wasn't it?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Oh. Put it up. Is that better? Speak a bit louder. I can see them on there. Yeah, there they are. So I just wanted to run through some of the work that I've been doing with NHS England over the last year. I joined as a nurse fellow within Kate's team beginning of November last year, and previous to that I'd been working for NHS England but in a regional role. I live in the northwest, so I'd been doing some work for their long-term plan objectives around unpaid carers. So I'm a children's nurse by background. All of my career really has been within children's community nursing. I've worked with teams in London and in the northwest, and had an amazing time doing that job. Just absolutely love and am passionate about complex care in the community. And so similar to Karen, I did step out of that kind of role and come into NHS England to do something completely different, and then had the opportunity to take a fellowship within Kate's team, which has been, again, massive learning curve, working nationally, but has been fantastic. So I would also urge anyone who gets an opportunity to do something to grab it, even if you feel like you might be out of your comfort zone, because it has been an amazing learning experience. So the work that I've been asked to do has been around leadership, but I've also been involved in the Wellbeing Project, the Swell Wellbeing Project, and I'm also involved in some work around the cerebral palsy framework. So I've got, you know, experience of working in lots of different things within this year, but what we're going to speak about today is the What Good Looks Like work that I've been doing. So I get to meet loads of different aspiring nurse leaders across the country doing this role, and it's been fantastic. And I think it's just good to acknowledge that we work in a very challenging, complex systems, and we're navigating an awful lot of things within CYP nursing. We've got multiple pathways of care across different settings, from specialist children's hospitals to small discrete departments within DGHs, with the change with introduction of ICBs, ICSs, obviously bringing more complexity and sort of big changes to organisational structures. So, you know, it's confusing and it's complex, and to actually be a leader in CYP nursing and navigating that, you know, is an added layer to that. So we also know that we work in an environment of constant change, different models of care delivery, shifting demographics, rapidly changing technology. All of that together creates, you know, a lot to navigate. And to be a leader in that field, obviously, you know, how do we do that? We're hearing all the time that CYP nurse leaders, they require some support, some resources, some tools to help them sort of do that and navigate and become a nurse leader and sort of move along the pathways to nurse leadership. So if we change the slide, if that's okay. Oh no, I can do it, can't I? Sorry. Wrong way. So the background of this work is that my fellowship started in October, and then there'd been some research that had happened previous to that from Kate that was looking at CYP leadership journeys, and there was lots of interviews that had taken place as part of her Florence fellowship scholarship, and there was a lot of qualitative data there that was pointing towards what do we need to do for children's nurses to improve their leadership journey, to help them access things that they maybe couldn't, and also what sort of advice would they give to other aspiring nurse leaders. So some good stuff that came out of that, as well as some other research that we did in NHS England in 2022, which was with RSM, which was a consultancy company that also gave us some rich qualitative data. And this then led to this work stream, which was developing and publishing some best practice guidance for BCYP nursing leadership. So within Kate's work, she did lots of interviews, and these were the questions that she asked senior CYP leaders. And some of the things that came out of that really kind of like we should focus on in this work is confidence in competency, access to support. So lots of CYP nurse leaders were saying that, you know, they would require a bit more support and resources to be able to move forward in their leadership journeys and their leadership roles, and that sort of confidence to be competent. And what advice and encouragement would you give to others moving into senior leadership roles? So around diversity of roles and perception, but also that kind of developing self and others, that was coming out strong in the qualitative data. So the background as well from the research from the NHS England RSM work in 2022, the purpose of this work was scoping around what was happening in current CYP organisations, and they were looking at frameworks, what was there already, the sort of governance oversight that was happening within CYP nurse leadership, and what was out there for children's boards and children's strategies, you know, who was doing it, were there templates there. So this was a view to making some recommendations which were made around what does good look like and sort of the pathway and function into board for that work. This was desktop reviews. It was also 19 interviews with CYP nurse leaders, and it was gathering evidence from CYP trusts and standalone hospitals and wards in DGHs. Oh, this one's come out funny, so I'm going to put it all in there. So these were the key findings from that research, and this has informed a lot of the work going forward in terms of what we're looking at doing for next steps. So strategy and vision, what did CYP nurse leaders, you know, what they felt were priorities really to push CYP nurse leadership forward. Children's boards and representation, more wider representation for CYP leadership, progression, so education and training as well, learning on nurse leadership. But the thing that we were focusing on for this particular piece of work was what does good look like? And we were being told in some of the interviews and research that nurse leaders felt that what was out there in terms of good was confusing sometimes in terms of standards. There was a lot of standards out there, but they weren't all in one place, and some of them said similar things. So, you know, would it be useful for us to have a look at it all and have it all in one place and pull out some of the themes? So that's how my work started, and I started then conducting a literature review, a rapid literature review earlier this year, starting in February, and pulling together CYP quality standards, looking at what was out there and how we could put it all into one place. So not so much clinical specialist standards, more around generic quality standards. And obviously my background being community, I wanted to make sure that community was very much featuring in this, and that we were pulling in all standards that crossed acute and community settings. So this was the timeline. I'm going to race through some of this because I do want to do a bit of an engagement exercise with you, and I know we're running out of time, but this was the timeline. We started in December. We formed an expert panel as well to support this work, and then we looked at the results and did some thematic analysis around this literature search, around all the standards that came out of it. And we presented the findings in April, and then in May we uploaded all the resources, the ones that made the final cut, if you like, the ones that made the inclusion, onto CYP Futures pages, which is what we've talked about already. And there's a leadership section in there. I'll show you on another slide how to get into there. that you can find all the resources, and we're just starting to build it into different sections. So we've got the ones that made the cut for the quality standards, but we're starting to look at other sections now for specialisms and for community, so that we can make sure that, you know, all bases are covered really. This was the methodology. I won't go on about this too much, but we started off with about 600 articles and publications, and we whittled it down to 36. There was obviously some exclusion criteria around that, but we followed a very systemised approach so that it was a robust piece of research. So from 36 pieces, 19 were CYP-related standards, 6 were generic standards, but were not necessarily CYP-specific, but still very valuable for CYP nurse leaders. 11 pieces of literature were articles related to benchmarking, and then there were 10 clear CYP standards that were then analysed for themes. So as well as uploading them onto Futures, we wanted to go a bit further and actually look at the themes within those standards and come up with a bit of a framework that would be useful for people to use as a bit of guidance, a tick list, and then maybe for accreditation documents further on. So there was findings there, which I won't go through all of them all, but things around, there was lots of versions of standards leading to confusion. There wasn't a clear blueprint for CYP leadership standards. Some things were out of date that needed updating, and just how useful standards can be to support commissioning and planning of services, particularly in the sort of the way we are now with ICB boards and needing to work more closely and having CYP services recognised within those kind of systems. So some of the recommendations from the literature search are there. Update existing quality assurance frameworks to reflect the changing landscape of CYP nursing services. So these are things that came out of that search. Standards to be located and placed in one place. Sorry, that's really hard for me to see actually. Develop a checklist from the themes, which is what we've tried to do next, and a repository of resources, which we've also done and uploaded. Make sure going forward that we ensure we've got carer and parent and CYP involvement when we're producing any future standards, and joining up quality standards where there is commonality. So, for example, across acute and community, making sure that we pick out those commonalities where we can. So these were the list of themes that came out from the quality standards. You'll be, you know, expecting most of those to be in there, but it was good to sort of pull it out and see what the actual themes were crossing from all of those standards. So it gave it a bit of commonality. And then what we did then was we grouped it into a bit of a framework, and we decided within the expert panel to put this within the CQC domains. So we decided which went on under which heading, because some could have, you know, mixed into other headings. And then along the bottom, the things that were generic that would sort of fit across all of those themes really. And we then decided that we could use this framework for other things in terms of potentially accreditation documents and for things that people could use in the community as well as within the acute setting. So accreditation and maybe other frameworks. So the next steps of this work were to publish key standards, which we've done and shared this on the Futures platform. We're going to write up the literature search so that it's written up and published, and that will happen soon. And we're going to develop checklists and accreditation documents, which we've set up working groups now for, and that work is happening at the moment. And then the final piece of work that I'm going to ask you to engage in with me in the next few minutes is that we're developing, hopefully, out of the themes that came out of the original, the 6 themes on the first couple of slides, a handbook for CYP nurse leaders that includes findings and principles from that original research. We have the matron's handbook, we have the ward leader's handbook, but we were being asked about what is there for CYP nurse leaders, for aspiring nurse leaders. What could we have in a handbook that would be useful and would help direct nurse leaders, CYP nurse leaders? Some of the nuances, the differences that we face that are different and unique to some of the other leadership streams. So this is just screenshots of the Futures platform, and there is a QR code there at the bottom if you want to go on, if you're not on and you want to register, and it gives you the screens that you follow to get into the leadership pages. Some of you already on there, did you say? No. Some of you, yeah. So if you go on there, you can register and have a look at the repository with all the standards in. How are we doing for time? Okay.
Probably got about 5 minutes, I think.
Okay. So this accreditation template is something that Alison has developed, and we have now a lead for all the 5 CQC domains within that framework, and we're looking to build an accreditation, a benchmarking tool for CYP nurse leaders based on those themes. So that's some work that's ongoing at the moment. And then the next steps for the handbook is the bit that I'm coming on to, is that we're having an event in Birmingham on the 10th of November, and we're asking senior nurse leaders for CYP to come along and engage with us. We're having a consultation event. We want to find out whether we've got the right themes in there, whether we're missing anything, what kind of content that people feel should be under those themes, what would you expect under those themes within such a handbook, best practice examples that we can bring and put within that. So the next stage is that I was going to ask to do a bit of a mini engagement session, moving around the room with some paper and post-its with the themes on the flip chart paper, whether you could, if you've got any initial thoughts, I mean, if you want to come along to the event, that would be amazing, and that is the flyer for it. But just some initial thoughts really to test the water, because we're just sense checking as well to see whether we've got it right. And also from your experience in the community, I think that would be a really good angle to have some of your thoughts on this. So that's the flyer there. I'm sure you're going to get all of the slides that you'll be able to reference. And then just whizzing through, these are the themes again, which I've already said earlier on, but these are some of the things that we've already heard people are asking for under these themes. So visibility, representation, career opportunities, good case studies, best practice, opportunities to take courses, career frameworks, and then examples of what good looks like. So this is some of the stuff we've already got, but I would really appreciate 10 minutes of your time to maybe populate some of the flip chart papers. Would that be okay if I was to circulate it?
For the people that are perhaps online, should we get them to do that and feed in?
Yeah, that would be great. So they could do it, yeah, in the chat or not, or just...
Is that possible to do it in the chat, or should they just do it in the room and then send it to us?
That would be good, yeah. What I can do is...
Their room and then send it, and I can collate it or something.
If I go back to that slide that's got them all on, these are the themes that we're asking for some comments on. So it's these are the priorities, basically, of what we are being told through our research and our qualitative data, the priorities that CYP nurse leaders feel are needed to progress CYP leadership and make it more visible. So under those headings, what could be done? What needs to be done? What could good look like? What do you expect from good leadership under those headings? And also, if you think there's other things that we're missing other than those 6 headings that you think should be in a CYP nurse leader handbook, anything, blue sky thinking, you know, put it down, stick it on a post-it and put it down, because we want to make sure that we're, you know, doing the right thing and including the right sort of stuff as well. It would be really helpful. Thank you.
Do you think the easiest thing to do, Sally, is we've got 3 tables and maybe just...
I think there's 6 sheets, isn't there? Yeah, there is, yeah.
If we just ask a table just to maybe pick...
Yeah.
3 and 4, 5 and 6. Is that all right? Otherwise, because you'll be there forever otherwise.
Or if you want to just stand up and stick something on, if you think of it, walk around the room, it's up to you.
Confusing. Are you confused? You're all right. And then maybe online...
Oh, they should have... oh, actually, I've already prepared them.
Have we got, how many groups have we got online? Multiple people. Yeah, I mean, I do wonder whether if we've got, I think people maybe just choose one theme each, and feedback as a team. That'd probably be the easiest thing. Yeah.
I'm just wanting probably to wrap up now, everyone, and take the opportunity really just to say thank you to Kate and Karen and Sally for their great presentation. Lots of inspirational messages for us as a CYP workforce in that presentation, and lots of messages for us to take forward, really. So thank you. Could we just give a round of applause to Kate, Karen and Sally? Thank you very much. So obviously within the room we've got some key messages that the team will take away, but for those that are online, if possible, please could you send me what you've done virtually, send them to me, alison.smith193@nhs.net, and I'll make sure they get passed on to Kate and team. So thank you everybody for your input, and we look forward to taking a lot of this inspirational work forward in the Trust. Thank you very much.
thank you everybody for coming back to this room, and I hope you've had a great rest of day, because I had to dash off up to the hospital site just to take Ruth and the team around on a bit of a visit. I'm not entirely sure as to whether or not we've got some rooms that haven't yet stopped talking and come back into the main session, which is great if we haven't and they're getting carried away. But I just thought it'd be great to have the opportunity to just bring everybody back together in one room and say thank you again to everybody for joining today. I hope it has been a really good day for you all. There was quite a varied agenda. Really powerful and emotive speakers at the beginning of the day, just setting just some of that context really around why we do what we do. And I think Oliver's story is so powerful in demonstrating the impact that we have certainly every day on individual families and patients. So that was really great to hear. I hear Steve went down a treat. I have heard him speak before, so it was really great that that he was able to come along as well. And that's what we need often, is just that motivation around getting something back. And you know, the job's tough, and it's really good that you're able to have that sort of motivational session as well. I don't know if everybody is back in the room. I know Alison's here, Charlie's here. I don't know if there's Julie's here as well. So is there anything that you wanted to feed back, just some key bullet points from the breakout sessions? Is there anything that you wanted to add?
Sorry, I keep forgetting about this. I guess in the children and young people's workshop, we heard from 3 of our kind of national and regional children and young people's leaders about sharing their personal and professional journeys, looking at some kind of diversity within their roles, opportunities to perhaps think about secondments and what that brings personally and professionally to us as a CYP workforce. We got lots of key messages around some of the National Transformation Programme, key challenges from COVID, some of the work that's happening from a governance point of view nationally, and we were able to hear around a national piece of research that's been led by Kate Pye, and some of the work that's now following on from her research, which will be published shortly. Lots of things, I guess, for us as a trust that we can take forward as part of our CYP strategy and to inform our nursing and midwifery strategy. So yeah, it was a good event, and it was we at the end we got the opportunity to feed into some of the work that's been developed in terms of our thoughts about what does good look like for children's services. So that's probably it, I think, from us.
Excellent, thank you, that's great. Charlie, did you want to? Come on in, you guys, come on in.
So I guess from the community nursing breakout room, we recognise some of the challenges that we have as community nurses. We recognise that now is actually a really good time to start looking at community workforce and making sure that involving district nurses within that piece of work is kind of crucial to make sure we've got exactly what we want within that workforce. Lynn and team are embarking on the first parts of that at the moment. So I guess in a year's time, there'll be a good reflection on where we've come with that. Julie shared the plans around community nursing workforce from a regional level, which I think was really helpful for the teams to see kind of where we're focusing efforts and where we're looking towards.
Brilliant.
If there was anything else?
That's great, thank you. Jenny's just... Oh, sorry.
I think Harrogate benchmarked really well against what she was saying about the developments in the plan. I think particularly like from the diabetes point of view, we were already doing quite a lot of that really. Quite proud matron really.
Very good. Thank you. Liz, are you?
Yeah, so from an AHP point of view, we had Steve Tolan, who's Deputy Chief AHP at NHSE. He talked around some of the challenges around the workforce plan and future work that will be going on there. the three things that we sort of pulled out between us, the first is related to safer staffing. So as nurses, you've got a safer staffing tool. We don't have anything like that for AHPs. Although Steve says it is something that they're going to start working on, but it's at least 2 years down the line. So for us, he encouraged us to think about collecting lots of evidence, datixes, SIs, any sort of complaints, and pulling all that together in some sort of quality measure around our staffing and relating that, so that we can start some work on that on our own. So that's quite a big piece of work to look at. Other things we talked about were around student placements and how the challenge of increasing our placement activity, and how we all have quite different placement models within the different professional groups. So looking at what we can do within our own organisation with examples of good practice, and how we've managed to expand placements without necessarily burdening our clinicians with more student hours face-to-face. And then the final thing, which a lot of you around in the room will also agree with us on, was around work experience, and how that is really the fact that we can't offer work experience at the moment is really limiting our supply and our pipeline. So that was one of the things that we still felt that we wanted to work on further. And that was it from the group.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Liz. Jenny, were you in the personalised care?
I was. So we had a really, really interesting conversation that was facilitated by Noreen and by Charlotte. And Noreen started off by telling us about personalised care and describing the principles around personalised care and how we can start to implement that within the acute hospital. That led on to some really interesting conversations about what limits us and what stops us from having those conversations. And really, there wasn't very much that should stop us from having those conversations, understanding what people want when they come into hospital, how they like to be known and what's important to them. So that was really interesting. Charlotte then followed it up with how we could implement those principles in sort of having those conversations for patients who are coming to the end of their life, which was, again, everybody was a little bit sort of, okay, where's this going to go? But it opened up a really interesting conversation. So we talked about, Charlotte's got a really interesting deck of cards. And she offered that round to the audience to pick out, and it was around choices that people wanted to make or would like to, that would be important to them when they were coming to the end of their life. So there was a lot of discussion around that, and I think it was not as sort of hard and fast as your rooms. I think it was a lot more around what do we need to do to start these conversations, and how do we make people more comfortable about being able to ask for what they want. So I think it was a great conversation. I think everybody was really, it was very participative, and got lots of feedback from everybody. So that's really positive.
Excellent, thank you. I don't think I've missed anybody. So lots of food for thought in there, and I think lots of conversations that are starting. I think what was really helpful today was to hear some of the nuggets from Ruth around what might be in the National Chief Nursing Officer strategy and how we feed into that from a HDFT perspective, and that's something I want us to keep at the forefront of our mind as we start to learn more about the national strategy, and then what we want to take forward from a HDFT perspective, and all the things that you've described today, the things that absolutely need to be fundamentally part of that work. So final thing from me is just to again thank you all for sitting it out till the end. It's been a very long but very enjoyable day, I think. Just some feedback to let you all know, whilst you were having lots of fun, I think, with Steve Head talking about the future and how to protect your future. We were at the site with Ruth and Duncan. So we had, they had an opportunity to talk to the students that are coming through our pathway, the practice educators, some of the universities, and also our family nurses from the Family Nurse Partnership in the 0 to 19 teams, which was really great conversation, and give Ruth lots of food for thought as well about what she does with her strategy and some of the steer that she may give from a national context. And then we went for a little wander around Woodlands and Skiboo, which was great. So they've had a great time. I've had a message from them thanking us all for pulling this together. And so nothing left for me to say other than we will be here the same time next year, I think, now, because we've set a trend of doing this, and it'd be really great to get all your thoughts and reflections around what we might want to see in next year's conference. But let's keep it running, because I think it's a really good way of us just reflecting on the previous year, but also thinking about what we want to do for the year after. So thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day. Safe journeys home, and I shall see you all, I'm sure, over the next few days.